Arc 5, Chapter 1. It always starts with a visitor. He breaks into a sprint, launching himself forward. Air breezes over the sweat that drips from his brow to his eyes. He blinks it away, ignoring it. His lungs ache with every breath. His innards twist into knots. He grits his teeth and dispels all his pain. The only thing left in his mind is the world goal. Dash. Someone is yelling far in the distance. Their voice draws ever nearer, closing in on Subaru as he runs. With their call as his landmark, as his beacon, he sprints onward, onward. Dash. The frantic voice draws him in. Heedless of the white light swamping his vision, he runs. And goal, in fact. The second he crosses the finish line clumsily drawn underfoot, the sky and the earth swap places. Small weeds poke into the crown of his head, and Subaru instantly puts his hand to the ground for a forward roll. The habitual action kills his momentum, and with two more unneeded rolls, he lands sprawled out on the ground. Subaru, bar. Org. Everything hurts. Everything stings. But it's over. I did it. Breathing breath after ragged breath, he still finds it in him to shout. He complains as he does to invigorate his faltering heart. He mustn't feel that his fatigue is simply wear, or that his effort is simply exertion. He must remember that this is not the end, and there is still more to come. Every time he tries to dictate where the finish line is, to give himself that satisfaction, Subaru puts his hand to his chest and thinks of that night. Good job, Subaru, I suppose. A small silhouette enters Subaru's view from above. A lovable girl with long, cream hair and an extravagant outfit, Beatrice. Her fluttering dress looks out of place in the meadow as she presents Subaru with a towel. He accepts it and vigorously towels his head dry. Subaru, thanks. Was looking to cool down, so this is perfect. Beatrice, I'll tell you that Petra cooled it before you go pinning this on me, in fact. Go thank her and she'll jump for joy, I suppose. Subaru, Petra's really considerate that way. But man, weird to see you out here, Biko. Something putting you in a different mood than usual? Subaru swings his arms as he sits up and slides over to Beatrice. She puts her hand to her hip, averting her gaze. Beatrice, just whimsy, in fact. Subaru, oh wow, so it was whimsy, huh? Beatrice, and I wanted to personally see what you're like when you're putting in your best, I suppose. While keeping her gaze averted, Beatrice easily unveils her hidden intentions. She's so much more honest now. Subaru feels keenly that time has earned him her trust. Beatrice looks like she wants to say something to Subaru as he grins, but... Beatrice, now, this must involve more than just gallivanting about, in fact. What comes next, I suppose? Subaru, I'll have you know this gallivanting is pretty taxing on its own, mademoiselle. While I cannot say whether I'll meet your expectations, I'm tackling the obstacle course of dreams next. Beatrice, right, in fact. You mean the playground that Garfield built in the forest, I suppose. Obstacle? Subaru, obstacle course. You don't have to force yourself to memorize it. Just ignore it. Beatrice, but Subaru, I want to understand every word you say, in fact. The smooth line makes Subaru's cheeks relax even further. Beatrice looks puzzled by his reaction, before she realizes what she just said, and her expression instantly shifts. Her cheeks are adorably pink as berries. Beatrice, and no, I didn't mean it like th. It just came out that way, I suppose. Subaru, no worries, I know exactly what you meant. Everything's cool, I love you too. Beatrice, you know exactly nothing, in fact. Subaru chuckles as he jumps to his feet and scoops a sour-faced Beatrice into his arms. She looks displeased in his hold, but makes no complaints about being carried. Beatrice, Subaru, you reek of sweat, I suppose. Subaru, breathe with your mouth then, or just drain the mana directly. Beatrice, I'll sap you dry if that's what you're asking, in fact. Subaru, you're gonna be the one crying after that. Beatrice, as if, I suppose. Cease your nonsense, in fact. With Beatrice in his arms, Subaru breaks into a run. His breathing returns to normal during their banter. Beatrice makes a perfect weight for running from the track in the field to the obstacle course in the forest. Since she's far lighter than she looks. Basically a feather. Subaru soars with her in hand, so light he may have grown wings. Their new mansion is surrounded in just as much green as the old one. Shrubs grow in abundance throughout the verdant mountains. Subaru feels the cool breeze wash over his bangs as he launches into a run. Subaru, okay. All right. The forest is so lush that it drowns everything visible in green. Here, Subaru sprints forward and lightly puts his hand to a sideways log, defeating the obstacle with only a small hop and his momentum. Vaulting proves an effective means of locomotion in places strewn with obstacles, or in urban areas with copious buildings. Parkour champions the technique, a sport that Subaru often watched on television, all while amazed at the superhuman feats of the athletes. He never anticipated once that he would be training himself in this field. Subaru, hop. Ha. Okay. The climbing apparatus is the star of this obstacle course that Subaru got Garfield to construct. One large post composes the central pillar, while logs are assembled together in the space around it. It is essentially a classical jungle gym but with a slight avant-garde flair. The thing looks a mess to climb even while taking it slowly. Subaru leaps onto it with all the momentum from his sprint, using the slight contact his fingers and toes purchase to shoot himself upwards, as if scaling a vertical wall. He races quicker than the eye can catch all to the top of the jungle gym. But there's still more to this stunt, and more purpose to the gym. Subaru, hop. 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 Subaru reaches the slight footing at the peak before hopping to the uppermost point of the structure. He gazes down. Drop looks about 6 meters. Obviously, nothing is laid upon the wild, mossy ground. While the earth could have been soft once, it is now well trodden and hard. Meaning the terrifying fall is definitely going to hurt. However, Subaru, ha. Without any hesitation, Subaru leaps down to the hard earth. Entirely undefended as he is, this jump may appear the worst of his usual recklessness. But Subaru unhesitatingly stretches out his legs and contacts the ground. Suffering the pain of the impact, he writhes in hideous agony, or not. Subaru bends his legs and ducks to dissolve the impact, breaking into a forward roll to further avoid damage. One more roll, and another onto his hands and knees, before he darts to his feet, sustaining no injury at all. He merely brushes himself off, wiping the dirt from his tracksuit. This is another parkour stunt, the land and roll. The stunt involves a landing combined with a roll to disperse the impact. It allows one to safely fall from moderate heights. While it's no big deal for superhumans, it is a question of life or death for ordinary human Subaru. Just practicing this technique should be broadening his horizons for what he can do. Subaru, so that's basically it. That improve your opinion of me? Subaru spreads his arms wide and looks to Beatrice, who watched the whole thing. Beatrice sits calmly on the stump for spectators, her eyes widening. Beatrice, honestly, I am a little surprised, in fact. It did improve my opinion somewhat, I suppose. Subaru, you're back in love with me? Beatrice, Subaru, recently, I've been having trouble deducing what you're trying to make me say, in fact. Subaru, I only want to know you love me. Beatrice's attitude already demonstrates it more than enough. Subaru gives the red-faced, indignant Beatrice a smile before glancing behind him. As shown by that spot of parkour, part of the forest has been repurposed into an obstacle course for Subaru. No one's going to complain about it, since it's on Roswell's land. But Subaru has to keep his honest urge to send Garfield occupationally into construction, having seen how easily he cleared the timber and built this, to himself. Garfield is surprisingly nimble-fingered and attuned to detail. Perhaps his young, reckless talent will bloom in more fields in the future. Subaru, anyway, guess we're calling it here for today. Beatrice,
Hawa, I suppose.
Subaru catches the towel that Beatrice throws to him, and wipes off his sweat as he did in the field. Then he stretches his legs, waist, so on. The old world already drove the importance of limbering up into him, but now that he's seriously exercising his body, he truly does feel the effects.
He can't do the splits, but he has grown more flexible. He puts his foot to a nearby tree trunk and stretches his body out.
When he seats himself and spreads his legs, Beatrice walks over behind him and presses him down, letting him fall forward.
Subaru, done stretching.
Alrighty, let's get ourselves back to the mansion and blob out.
Beatrice, indeed, in fact.
That comment would have earned him an insult before, but Beatrice accepts it without argument. She is both accustomed to how Subaru handles her, and to responding to it.
Beatrice reaches out for him.
Subaru accepts, and hand in hand, they exit the forest. Subaru, Biko, are you holding back on the mana drain?
It feels like you're taking less than usual.
Beatrice, I'm at least considerate enough to take care when you're exhausted, I suppose.
Subaru, my, how incredibly your opinions changed in just these 2 short hours. But we don't want you to suffer from this, go back to the usual.
Subaru smiles wryly at Beatrice as he lifts their linked hands.
She glances aside at him and sighs. Instantly, the usual sensation hits.
Beatrice is directly entering the interior of Subaru's closed gate. This is the back door dedicated to extracting mana from Subaru, without passing through the gateway.
Only she can use this back door, and it is Subaru's lifeline.
Subaru's abused gate has completely stopped functioning.
But the loss of his gate does not stop his odd from generating slight amounts of mana.
Actually, it is proceeding to generate more and more mana despite the lack of an outlet. If left like this, the mana inside Subaru will frenzy, and he'll pop like an overinflated frog, is how he understands it.
But leaving aside whether he'll actually explode, Beatrice tells him it's dangerous.
Since the mana exchange required to preserve their contract simultaneously resolves the issue, Subaru and Beatrice absolutely must have physical contact at least once daily. Subaru is constantly stockpiling tiny loads of mana, and Beatrice needs mana to function. Both in terms of personality and constitution, their compatibility is excellent, although... Subaru, if you could mana drain people outside your contractor, we could easily keep you in mega lowly mode. Beatrice, don't you go mulling over that, I suppose. I thought we came to an agreement about that ages ago, in fact. And you are amassing mana, even if it is in small amounts, I suppose.
Even if it is tinier than a sparrow's teardrops. Beatrice has an idiosyncrasy, where she only mana drains her contractor.
She had been constantly and randomly draining mana from people in Roswell's mansion before, but apparently that involved using the Forbidden Archive as a mediator. Beatrice, the Forbidden Archive was arranged to mediate my mana intake, draining it from entities inside the mansion, in fact.
Was Beatrice's explanation.
So the plan to drain mana from Garfield, who looks to abound in the stuff, or from Emilia, initially struggling with her vast pool of it, is a wash. It's like someone silently telling him, of course it wouldn't work out that perfectly, but, while it disappointed him at first, he's glad for it now. Touching Beatrice is now a ritual representing more than just their relationship, and he likes feeling the truth of their connection. The relationship between Subaru the spiritualist and Beatrice the spirit differs somewhat from those of normal spiritualists. They need to recognize how their partnership represents them, by doing things like this.
Beatrice, I'm done, in fact. This is enough to fill me for today, I suppose.
Subaru, okay, how?
Nothing to it. Ha. Ha.
Beatrice, I've already decided not to comment when it comes to your bravado, in fact. Done with their daily ritual, Beatrice gazes flatly at Subaru.
They step off the forest trail and onto paved ground, proving that they're close to the mansion.
The path resembles the one from our Lamb village times, but now that it crosses through the nearby town of Kostiul, it all feels far less remote. Beatrice, if I were going to pick, I'd say I preferred the quiet forest, I suppose. Subaru, I think noisy towns and quiet forests both have their appeal.
I wouldn't pick one over the other.
But since the capital's the only big city I've seen yet, Kostjul feels pretty novel. Beatrice, HRMPF, in fact. Subaru, your ideas are mismatched with Betty's, I suppose. Beatrice pouts in clear dissatisfaction. Subaru pulls her onward, chiding her with a yeah as he heads towards the path to the mansion.
When?
Subaru Summer.
Beatrice-chan.
Someone shouts their names, and the two of them look up.
They find a girl running towards them from the road to the mansion.
Her face and voice are familiar, and her adorable expression brightens upon sighting Subaru and Beatrice.
Her auburn, shoulder-length hair flutters in the wind.
The cat-like roundness of her eyes give her expressive face even more charm.
Anyone would catch themselves smiling at her friendly, lovable attitude. A sweet wildflower, out of anyone's reach.
That would be a good descriptor for Petra Late. Petra, I was just leaving to go fetch you too.
Thank goodness we didn't miss each other,
says Petra after running up to them, out of breath with her hand to her chest. Subaru gives Petra, who had grown to his chest, a pat on the head in response.
Subaru, what's the rush? We weren't gonna escape. Did you just get those baked tarts at the perfect temperature for us or something?
Beatrice, then it's sensible that she would make haste, in fact.
Since it's incredibly important, I suppose.
Petra, no.
That's so not it. You guys are being jerks.
Petra puffs out her cheeks as Beatrice nods solemnly, and goes to remove Subaru's hand from her head.
But once her hands clasp his own, she stops.
She keeps that hold on Subaru's hand, cheeks flushed red as she continues. Petra, leaving the tarts aside for the moment, it's something else.
The mansion has received a guest.
Emilia Summer said to go and fetch you, and... Subaru, wait, Petra. Just stop there.
I'm getting a terrible feeling about this.
Petra, huh? Clearly wary, Subaru cuts Petra off.
She looks surprised at this, but Beatrice doesn't.
Well, yeah. Beatrice has witnessed the same things that Subaru has, considering they've been together ever since moving to the new mansion.
Quite a few things have happened between now and the day they left Sanctuary. Subaru, and the conversation pattern goes exactly the same.
When you show up to fetch me, or Frederica does, or sometimes Otto or Garfield do, it always means trouble.
I've learned that much.
Beatrice, a guest suddenly appears while Subaru is out. Indeed, this absolutely is the pattern bespeaking misfortune, I suppose. Petra, the Beatrice-chan, you're using words that Subaru Summer does. Subaru Summer, stop teaching her weird things. Subaru, the mansion's consensus is that Biko gets to do what she wants.
But anyway, the guest.
Petra, me and Beatrice are absent due to stomach ache. Petra, no.
You.
Don't. Emilia Summer will be furious.
And I have no reason to disobey her. Come on, this way.
Petra used to be such a Subaru adherent, but living here has led her to oppose him when needed. Her hands grab Subaru's arm and she pulls him along, putting in her greatest effort to drag him away. As she does, Subaru glances to Beatrice, her hand in his. Subaru, Biko.
Beatrice, enjoy your day, in fact. Subaru, you're coming too.
Beatrice, I suppose.
It starts as a plea for help, and instantly transforms into embroilment. Beatrice quickly attempts to shake him off, but Subaru keeps a tight grip on her left hand. And her right hand is restrained by Petra, leaving her doubly without an escape. With Subaru refusing Beatrice's escape, and Petra refusing Subaru's escape, the trio venture along in their nonsense arrangement to the mansion. Subaru, I know it's too late to kick the visitor out. But that just makes me wish we'd been told sooner. Petra, you mean, to have a messenger on messengers? But then we won't know far we need to go out to anticipate them beforehand. That much is clear. Subaru, I'm just saying it'd be nice for everyone's mental health and relations if we did something about that. Anyway, do you know who today's visitor is, Petra? The one receiving the guest is going to be Petra, Frederica, or Ram. One of the three.
Since Petra is out here fetching Subaru, one of the other two will be dealing with the guest. Petra, well, not really.
Subaru, you don't know? Maybe you didn't see their crest, but you'd have to have seen the messenger. And even if you didn't, I'm sure they would have told you something when they told you to fetch us.
Petra, they were in an incredible rush, saying that the guest was extremely important.
But they didn't look important.
Subaru, you can't judge much off of people's appearances. Sometimes you get little girls with powerful drills who also command dark powers. Though they may seem a mere dress-wearing lowly, in truth they preside over. Beatrice, shut it, I suppose. Beatrice is the one calling off the jokes, leaving Subaru silent.
Petra looks at the silenced Subaru, still worried.
Petra, I don't judge people based on their appearances anymore either.
Subaru, that's good, Petra. Dunno what happened to change it, but it was important you did.
Petra, I thought the new nasty-eyed choresman who came to the village was a weirdo.
But he really wasn't. Subaru, it boomeranged.
Stricken somewhere that he didn't expect, Subaru tilts his head at Petra. Never mind her first impressions of him, the stuff she mentioned earlier is important. Petra doesn't judge people by their appearance, but she still thought this visitor was odd. Subaru, so what are they like?
Petra, I guess.
A kitty? Subaru, a kitty? The image of a grey cat spirit, long tail wagging, comes to mind at the word kitty. Subaru's feelings for him are complex, and there are things they must talk about upon his eventual return. Subaru, gotta ask him for his daughter. Beatrice, I thought of Bubby too, but Petra's surely seen him before, I suppose.
So it can't be him, in fact.
Petra, what kind of kitty was it, I suppose? Petra, it's so cute that you're calling them a kitty too, Beatrice-chan. Beatrice, pet. Rah.
Says Beatrice indignantly to a teasing Petra.
Petra gives an easy, sorry, and looks up in thought. Petra, I guess they weren't really a kitty. I haven't really seen one before, but I suppose they were a catfolk demi-human.
I always think of Big Bro Garfield when I think of demi-humans though.
Subaru, Garf's mixed race, and he doesn't have any blatantly obvious demi-human traits.
Best you can manage on closer inspection is how intense his eyes are. And I guess you could mention his sharp canines.
According to Garfield, his canines will always keep growing, much like a rodent's incisors, and he needs to chew on hard objects to maintain their length and sharpness. It's not uncommon for Ram or Frederica to flip out at him after catching him chewing on the mansion's banisters. Subaru, so a demi-human who looks demi-human has arrived. If they're catfolk then they're probably a beastman, and I do know a couple of those. It's a given in the capital, but Kostjal also has many beastfolk demi-humans. A long period of time has dissolved the discrimination against demi-humans in the domain of Roswell the demi-human fancier, making this area a nicer region for demi-humans to live in, or so says the local bunny-eared bartender. But Petra, who spends her time working in the mansion and goes to Arlam village rather than Kostjal on her days off, naturally is less familiar with them. Petra, I get it. Could you show me around Kostjal on my next day off, then?
Subaru, yeah, sure.
I'm sure you'll get to go there for shopping and stuff too, and you wanna be making as many friends as you can. Subaru gives that poorly thought promise, and Petra pumps her fist. Beatrice only sighs and smiles wryly at Subaru.
Subaru, and we're here. Back at our beloved abode.
The gates come into view during their conversation, and Subaru lifts his hands, linked as they are with the girls. He ignores their protests as the gesture forces them to stretch, correcting his own posture and looking at the mansion. This is the new mansion replacing the old, burnt one. Its exterior gives the same Western feel that the previous did, and is similarly designed. There is space between the front gates and the doorway, with garden lawns flanking the gravel path. On the right side is a fountain, while the left continues into a path to the side end of the mansion, where carriages are parked, that has stables for earth dragons. The fountain comes with an installation of colorful flowers, and at a fixed time daily, it sprinkles them with water. One section of the flowerbed holds Subaru and Petra's vegetable garden, letting them harvest fresh vegetables in season.
It's quite well praised when the crop is bountiful.
The group pass through the front garden and the gravel path, leading them to large double doors. The knocker shares the shape of the Mathers family crest, using the raptor motif, which indeed makes this feel like the primary estate of the Mathers. Subaru, I noticed an unfamiliar carriage over by the stables.
Guess it's the visitors.
Petra, the carriage is a dragon carriage, but it wasn't being pulled by anything like Patrash-chan.
It wasn't a dragon, it was more like a big dog. Subaru, pulled by a big dog.
Actually, maybe it's. Thinking back on his internal bestiary, Subaru gets a clue of the visitor's identity. But before he can reach a definite answer, the solution ends up finding him.
Which is to say?
?O. Hello mister, it's been Fourier.
Have you been well? A stupidly cheerful, high-pitched voice comes hurtling at Subaru, startling him as he opens the door.
Petra gives a wry smile, and Beatrice squeezes Subaru's hand slightly. With these reactions in the corner of his eye, he looks ahead at the figure bounding toward him.
They are small. They are shorter than Petra, but a little taller than Beatrice.
Meaning that they're a child's height, but this may be as tall as she'll ever get. Her body is covered in short, orange fur, and her alert cat ears are adorable.
Her eyes abound with curiosity, and her loud mouth is curved mischievously.
Her long, orange braid is very feminine, and her perfectly fit white robe makes her all the more cute. She's effectively a bipedal kitten, and in some sense, a cat lover's dream. A catfolk, and one who Subaru knows. Subaru, Mimi.
It's been ages. You're as full of energy as always.
Mimi, MHM. Yup. I'm super duper full of energy.
You get it, mister.
And I even grew bigger and now I'm an adult. HMHMHM. Mimi puts her hand to her hip, smirking boastfully as her tail sways to and fro. She just looks like a lively, energetic girl, but actually she is a vice chair of the Beastman mercenary company Iron Fang, with considerable fighting prowess and many other surprises. She once helped Subaru in fighting the White Whale and Betelgeuse, and shares his tendency to be cloyingly friendly and familiar with anyone, which perhaps makes her the best friend he unaffectedly made during the whole affair. Incidentally, Iron Fang is basically the private army of Emilia's political opponent Anastasia Hoshin, so they are an enemy going by that.
But being hostile towards Mimi is entirely tasteless. Subaru, thanks for coming all the way. Right, introductions. This cute maid here is Petra.
She's an upcoming almighty maid who works in our mansion.
And this blatantly wary loli is Beatrice.
Mimi, okay.
I got it. The maid who's Petrus and your baby.
Got it.
I won't forget it.
Beatrice, I feel she's remembering me by hideously improper means, in fact. Beatrice is trembling, hiding behind Subaru's back. It seems she's scared of Mimi and how unforgivingly forward she is. Mimi mercilessly dives into her. Mimi, what?
You'll never be big like me if you shrink up like that. Come on, get out here, out you get.
Beatrice, no, stop, I suppose. Betty doesn't mind being small, and you're too small to be saying this anyway, in fact.
Mimi, HMHM. Listen to the rookie.
I'm huge inside, so my outsides are gonna catch up to me before long.
The boss said so.
Beatrice, it's nonsense, I suppose. Mimi pulls Beatrice to the front, manhandling her entirely. Beatrice looks to Subaru for rescue, but he enjoys watching her being people-shy while also making friends, and simply watches over her with a fatherly look. Petra, Subaru-sama. Beatrice-chan is looking to you in sheer terror.
Subaru, people mature by battling their weaknesses.
Biko is a little too averse to new things, so it's best she start developing that challenger's mentality now.
Let us watch her in silence, Mom. Petra, Mom. Why yes, let's.
Subaru senses his mistake as he sees Petra blush and fall silent.
But correcting it would be a mess, so he decides to go with it. He turns his attention to Mimi, dancing circles around the room with a tight grip on Beatrice's hands.
Subaru, so if you're here, then are the others.
Are your brothers or Ricardo with you?
Also, I'd really rather goddamn Julius not show up without booking in first. Anastasia's knight, Julius Duoculius, has a very complicated relationship with Subaru. Subaru doubts he can be sincere with him even when seeing him face to face. Subaru knows he has some trouble dealing with Anastasia, but she's still preferable to Julius.
But Mimi casts aside Subaru's worries with a shake of her head.
Mimi, nope. Not Hetaro or Tivi or the boss or Julius or my lady are here.
It's just me. I'm here all on my own.
HMHM. Subaru, that's impressive and all, but...
What are you here for, then? Mimi, oh right.
Mimi tilts her head, before pouncing onto Beatrice.
Heedless of Beatrice, as she hurries to support her, Mimi gives a sunny smile. Mimi, I'm inviting you to a party. My lady said let's all hang out. So here I am to invite you. I'm super excited. Super excited.
Arc 5, Chapter 2, Pedigree of the Poseur. Subaru tilts his head, Mimi merrily waving her arms as she takes the lead.
Party is a pretty extravagant word, and it's coming out of nowhere.
Subaru, a party invite.
From Anastasia-san? But that's still like, what happened?
Is there something to celebrate? Mimi, celebrate? Celebrity?
Whatever.
Who cares, it'll be so much fun eating food and getting drunk. So much
fun.
Subaru, you're clearly too young to be drinking. Mimi, he.
I'm an adult as of this year. The boss says I can drink. But my lady says I can't.
Mimi puffs out her chest, and the belled ornaments in her hair chime.
Subaru's eyes shoot open in shock.
Subaru, what, you're allowed to drink, then you're fully grown?
No way. How old are you?
Mimi, I just turned 15. So I'm an adulty adult.
I'm a big girl.
Subaru, big girls don't talk like they're still in grade school.
But anyway.
Having regained some composure, Subaru puts his hand to his chest as he recognizes the differences in adulthood between this world and the old one.
It's essentially the same as Genpaku.
The age of adulthood is about 15 in this world, and that's when it's legal to drink and smoke. Subaru, would be the right way to consider it, Petra? Petra, yes, that's right. But going into more detail, boys leave their homes and find work at 15, while some girls start getting married around then.
If they don't get married, it's also when they'll usually start working. Like me. Subaru, which means you left your home pretty early. You're a feisty girl, you.
Petra, I'm fesh.
I don't think that was a compliment.
Petra glares at Subaru, who heads over to an exhausted Beatrice. Mimi has released her, and her pigtails are in some disarray. She looks bitterly up at Subaru. Beatrice, after participating in your training and being manhandled by this cat, Betty is exhausted, I suppose.
Subaru, carry me, in fact.
Subaru, participating?
All you did was watch.
Beatrice spreads her arms out, reaching for Subaru, and he scoops her into his arms.
He's more muscular than he used to be, and since she's light as a feather, the weight doesn't bother him at all, though. He does sort of look like a dad cradling his daughter now, which is not ideal.
Mimi, ooh.
You're holding the baby.
That's awesome.
Hold me too. Me too.
Subaru, your boast be another story, but I physically can't do it.
Request denied. Mimi, what? That's no fair.
No fair. Unfair. Unfair. Mimi scampers around Subaru as he holds Beatrice.
For some reason Beatrice smiles victoriously.
Eventually Mimi grabs onto Subaru's tracksuit. Mimi, okay then.
I'll just climb up.
Subaru, idiot.
Stop, you'll topple me over. Petra, help me stop. What are you doing?
Petra, I'm not jealous or anything.
I'm not.
but would you mind if I climbed you, Subaru-sama? Subaru, yes? Subaru holds a little girl, with a kitten girl and a maid girl pursuing him incessantly.
The shenanigans in the foyer continue without resolution. When?
I thought you were taking forever to return, and here you are monkeying about in the foyer. The frigid voice makes Subaru and Petra stand up straight. Mimi's eyes sparkle with curiosity for the new speaker, while Beatrice sighs. The voice is coming from the stairway overlooking the foyer. Subaru glances up to find a girl standing there, where she can see the four of them. She has pink hair, and wears a shortcut-made outfit.
Her cerise eyes look apathetic, and though she is cute, there is nothing cuddly about her.
This is Petra's colleague, Ram, the head of the maids in the mansion. She gazes coldly at Subaru and snorts a breathy, ha. Ram, filthy. Subaru, you're the filthy one for reaching that conclusion. Maybe you can argue about how sound this is, but it's still a heartwarming scene. Ram, you always bend reality to suit your purposes. But, Barusu, you mustn't forget.
I judge only by what I've seen.
Subaru, maybe you could take off your weird filter before you start looking, please? Ram glances at him disinterestedly, apparently unwilling to hear him out. She ignores the stunned Subaru and looks over at Petra, who instantly starts to quake.
Ram, Petra.
I told you to drag Barusu here by the neck if you had to. Would you like to explain why you are playing with him in the foyer? Petra, sorry, Sister Ram. Ram, it seems you weren't listening, Petra. I believe I asked, why are you dawdling here in the foyer? Subaru, stop acting like the sister from hell.
It was just me screwing around. Petra's not to blame. Ram, of course she's to blame.
I'll pummel you, Barusu. Subaru, she's only a little to blame.
Pleased with that concession, Ram jerks her chin to the room behind her.
Ram, you mustn't keep Emilia-sama waiting. Barusu, to the upstairs parlor.
Petra, the dining room. Beatrice-sama, accompany Barusu.
Beatrice, of course, I suppose. Mimi, what about me?
Come on, what about me?
Petra regretfully lets go of Subaru's sleeve, but he remains caught in the energetic catgirl's firm grip. Ram brushes aside her hair, caught on her cheek. Ram, I ask you accompany Barusu to the parlor, dear guest.
I'm afraid that your companion is unsettled by your absence. Mimi, okay. Guess I gotta go back then. I done a no-do. Even Ram is polite when receiving guests.
Mimi laughs boisterously in reply, but Subaru catches something that he can't ignore. Subaru, companion?
But I thought you said you were alone?
Mimi, I did, and I am. Not Hetaro or Tivi or the boss or Julius or my lady are here.
But Joshua's here.
I'm alone being Joshua's bodyguard. Bodyguard? Subaru, bodyguard? Mimi, yes. Bodyguard. Mimi puffs out her chest, smirking. Subaru pats her head before looking back up at Ram.
Subaru, I'm sorry. I was so sure it was only Mimi.
I didn't realize I was making someone wait. Ram, so it seems.
It's fine, but do hurry.
Emilia-sama's patience will tire before long.
Subaru, can't have that.
Okay, see you later, Petra. Let's go, Mimi. Mimi, woo. Who is this mysterious Joshua? He must be someone from Anastasia's faction who Subaru doesn't know. If they're sending him as a messenger, and appointing Mimi as his bodyguard, he must have suitable rank. He could have an important post if Mimi refers to him without an honorific, but then again, considering how indiscriminately friendly Mimi is, it doesn't exactly indicate much. Petra, I'll bake the tarts once everything has settled down. You will taste them, won't you, Subaru-sama?
Whispers Petra before darting out of the scene.
Frederica must be waiting for her in the dining room. Subaru doesn't know whether they'll serve food in the parlor, but either way, it seems like it's going to be a while before he gets to eat Petra's tarts. Subaru, who else is in the parlor with Emilia-tan? Ram, Roswell Summer has not returned yet, which leaves her with Otto and Garf. If the visitor is an assassin in disguise, Garf will be enough to manage them. Subaru, doubt we need to be so worried about direct attacks. I already told Emilia Tan to use Otto as a human shield. Ram, if I ever feel in danger, that's what I'll do too.
There are no words for how they treat Otto.
Well, actually no, there are. Either way, if those three are the ones in the parlor, Otto must be stuck pulling more than his weight. Should they neglect to lessen the strain upon him swiftly, they are liable to lose their precious internal affairs minister.
Beatrice, he never gets his reward, I suppose. I don't understand why he's even friends with you, in fact.
Subaru, it might be invisible to others, but me and Otto are tied together with a solid bond of masculine friendship. Rock solid. Mimi, ooh. Rocker solid. Ram's sigh guides the three up to the parlor, the very first room after scaling the foyer staircase. Ram knocks on the door, which then opens from inside.
The face that peeks out belongs to
Garfield. There you are, Captain. You were taken so long I was thinking I'd have it a gun get ya. Subaru, it would have been funny if you all said you were leaving to look for me and left Otto there on his own. Garfield, crap, it woulda. Now I'm imagining him panicking everywhere and freaking out. Garfield, with his short blonde hair, sharp fangs, and characteristic forehead scar, shares a mischievous grin with Subaru. He jerks his chin, his arms crossed, apparently keeping himself posted at the door.
Garfield, get in here.
Fist saying you gotta be here if we're gonna talk. Otto and Emilia Summer would try and give him a welcome, but it all juice looked like a comedy.
Subaru, honestly I'd want to see that.
Ram, cease this foolishness and enter the room.
We're already delayed.
Subaru, ga. Ram drives her foot into the small of Subaru's back, and he goes stumbling into the room.
His odd posture as he bursts into the scene earns him stares from those in the parlor. The predominant emotions are relief, exasperation, and confusion, respectively.
Subaru suppresses his urge to make excuses to the relieved and exasperated parties about his tardiness, and turns to face the confused individual.
The
prim, handsome man gazes back at Subaru. A well-tailored outfit garbs his slender frame, and his long violet hair is tied in a ponytail. He exerts a scholarly air, and his monocle only supports that impression. His yellow eyes are rather sharp, and between that and his pout as he peers at Subaru's unfamiliar face, he looks displeased.
Neither party makes the best first impression on the other.
Man, and this would be?
The visitor is the one to speak first.
He looks away from Subaru, and to the two people seated before him. A beautiful girl, with silver hair flowing down her back, is the one to nod and answer him. Emilia, right.
I apologize that he arrived late.
This is my knight, Natsuki Subaru.
A tingle shoots down Subaru's spine. The words my knight are simply so wonderful that they captivate him every time.
Man, may I point out that he seems, enraptured? Beatrice, Subaru.
Stop making funny faces, I suppose. He's going to think.
Huh?
This feels quite forceful, in fact. No, you're holding too tight, Subaru. Ow.
Ouch, I suppose.
Subaru, sorry. Was tripping. He had almost unwittingly squeezed Beatrice to death to distract himself from his feelings. A Biko hug or also a bear hug. That's what it was. Anyway.
The guest looks on skeptically as Subaru clears his throat and puts down Beatrice. Subaru, as stated a moment previously, I am Natsuki Subaru. I serve as knight to Emilia Summer, who makes her presence before you.
It pleases me to make your acquaintance.
Man. The tracksuit makes it a little slovenly, but his manners align perfectly with courtly etiquette. He used to think cynically of the pretentious attitudes of knights, but now that he's trying it himself, he finds it works surprisingly well for him.
It's not a question of whether it suits him or not. It's that he feels himself being more of a knight.
The pressure, knowing that one misstep will leave him a laughingstock, gives the rigid seriousness meaning. Under the tutelage of Garfield, With his extensive knowledge as a knight fanatic, Subaru has fostered etiquette that disgraces him not as a knight. Subaru glances to the door to find Garfield watching him, satisfied.
Garfield notices Subaru's glance and flips him the bird. Subaru taught him the gesture, but he's using it wrong. While he may be a good teacher, Garfield is a failure of a student.
Man, you humble me.
I am.
I myself am Joshua Duarchelius, visiting you as an envoy on behalf of Anastasia Hoshin-sama.
Subaru, then you would be Joshua-san. What a fine name.
Still, I must apologize for my poor punctuality. Allow me to, Duarchelius. Halfway through the diplomatic fineries, Subaru finds himself tilting his head at the familiar word. Joshua nods with a yes, and adding onto that. Emilia, that's right, Subaru.
Joshua is Julius's little brother. And they're both supporting Anastasia together, it's so sweet.
Laughs the girl, her chaste demeanor gone, and her speech far more casual. Her face as she looks at Subaru is her true face, naturally. Subaru sighs, staring impolitely at Joshua as he seats himself opposite him. As he seats himself beside Emilia, like it's natural.
Subaru, what, so he's Julius's brother? Actually, now that you mention it, they are pretty alike. You have that disdainful,
or not, intense, gaze of his.
Or that mocking, or not, elegant, smile of his. Or that hellish,
or not, pretty, hair color of his. Otto, if you need force it every time, then would you care to refrain from commenting? Says Otto, unable to hide his sweat. He's the head minister of the Emilia faction's internal affairs, or more rather he's the only one capable of being said minister, so that's why he has the title.
But diplomacy terrifies him immensely.
Subaru, did you lose weight? Otto, life here is simply too exhilarating, yes. When things in this exact vein keep happening in constant succession, the mental fatigue leaves me too exhausted to exercise, and thus skeletal. Skeletal. Mimi, skeletal. Skeletal?
Cheers Mimi, unintentionally aggravating Otto further.
It looks like the only thing keeping Otto quiet is the fact that Mimi is the guest's companion. She disregards him entirely as she scampers over and leaps onto the seat, beside Joshua.
Beatrice also looks at the seats.
But Subaru, Emilia, and Otto are fully occupying the seat opposite Joshua and Mimi. They could scooch together to open room for Beatrice, but it would look lame. And so Beatrice promptly seats herself on Subaru's lap. Subaru naturally loops his hands around Beatrice's waist, making sure she won't fall. Subaru, now, finally getting to the main topic. Joshua, please wait. Who is this girl?
And Joshua winds up too flustered to talk.
He points at Beatrice, sitting on Subaru's lap, and leans forward so forcefully that his monocle slips. Apparently he lacks Julius's composure. Subaru decides that he prefers this to Julius, while Mimi instead speaks up. Mimi, geez, you're so behind, Joshua.
This is Biko, she's Subaru's baby. It's so obvious.
And beside him's the mommy, and beside her's the housekeeper. Otto, honestly I am far too unconfident about what my current standing is to be hearing that I'm the housekeeper, so would you please care to stop? Mimi, housekeeper. Housekeeper.
Wow. It's like a witch beast name.
Otto's pleas are entirely ineffective on Mimi, the embodiment of dumb innocence. Nobody bothers to react to Otto, who slumps his shoulders.
Subaru puts his hand on Beatrice's head. Subaru, sorry for not introducing her. We're just so used to sitting like this that I completely forgot to explain.
Emilia, Otto-kun forgot to mention it too.
And it caught me unawares as well.
Subaru, who says caught me unawares anymore? It's Emilia's usual phrasing, but Subaru agrees with the sentiment. And Otto must be getting so accustomed to this life that he's forgetting to interject with common sense.
It's a good problem to have. Subaru, this is Beatrice.
Mimi's right, she's the child of myself and Emilia Summer. Joshua, what? Joshua, aghast. Emilia, geez.
No she's not, Subaru. Look at how you shocked Joshua.
I know we kissed, but you can't make babies by kissing.
I've been studying.
Subaru, sorry, Emilia Tan. I think some private stuff just got thrown right into the open.
It was my bad, so I'll just introduce her normally.
Beatrice, this is what you get for using me for tomfoolery, in fact. You best regret it, I suppose. Subaru forces a smile at Emilia and Beatrice. Emilia's misunderstandings about making babies have only been rectified when it comes to making babies by kissing. Subaru couldn't go any further into the topic, and, anticipating the shock the subject would give Emilia, the faction's women decided to wait until she's more mentally mature.
Basically everyone is overprotective.
Joshua, So, Miss Beatrice's true station would be? Joshua fixes his monocle, overwhelmed with his initiation to Roswell Mansion and its people, but shouldn't the unruliness of everyone here be pretty close to Anastasia's faction, which has Iron Fang?
Subaru, I'm sorry that the conversation keeps slipping.
Beatrice may look like an ordinary, lovable little girl, but she is actually my contracted spirit.
She is a lily granny. Beatrice, exactly, I'm a spirit, in fact.
And I know that you're mocking me with that word lily granny, I suppose. Beatrice brushes Subaru's hand aside and digs her head into the underside of his chin. She has grown rather proficient in subaeruis, making verbal gaffes generally impermissible. Lily granny is just a combination of granny and lowly, a word that he has already explained to her, so of course she saw through this one. Joshua's reaction to Subaru and Beatrice's heartwarming exchange is extreme.
His prudish but charming face falls frigid.
Joshua, I see.
She's a spirit. Nobody who catches his whisper can decode his sentiment. It's not that he's hiding his emotions, it's the opposite.
The emotion is so convoluted and complex that it's impossible to tell what lies at its core.
But everyone can see that it was not a very friendly statement.
Garfield, hey, guest.
You got a problem with our captain having a spirit with him?
Garfield has inherited Subaru's old role.
Which is, practicing disrespect to anyone.
While everyone else deliberates on how to address the problem, he fearlessly dives right in.
Joshua promptly shakes his head.
Joshua, no.
It's nothing important.
It struck me that Natsuki Dono is a spirit knight.
As I myself am sure you already know, my brother is a spirit knight.
The title is so rare that you could call him the only holder in the nation.
Subaru, yeah, I know. When we were fighting the witch cult, he really hell.
Hell, GHK. Helped me, out a
lot, so.
Otto, are you truly so reluctant to accept that he saved you?
No.
But thinking back on his battles with Julius makes him feel awkward about what he's saying, and makes the old wounds from his beatdown sting. Beatrice, I heard that there was another knight who uses spirits, in fact.
What an odd turn of fate for it to be your brother, I suppose. Joshua, what do you mean by odd turn of fate? Spirit.
Beatrice, it's obvious what I mean, in fact.
Precursors are destined to be excelled, I suppose.
His best place is as an ornament on the glorious road that Subaru and I, nahaha. Subaru, don't pick fights with people we just met.
And I've got nothing on Julius. I'm never gonna beat him in what he does.
I don't beat people who are good at puzzles by challenging them to puzzles, I beat them by challenging them to Mario Kart. Subaru musses Beatrice's hair and bows his head to Joshua,
while pushing Beatrice's head into a bow as well. Subaru, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make a fool of your brother. Or really, I know that I'm less capable than him. This spirit here is just being a braggart.
Joshua, an admirable and correct judgment.
When comparing yourself to my brother, it's natural to recognize your inferiority.
Subaru, Subaru was looking to make a mature compromise, but Joshua's abrupt arrogance makes things precarious again. Heedless of Subaru as he furrows his brows in confusion, Joshua catches the light on his monocle. Joshua, yes.
My brother is amazing.
At the age of 20 is the second most capable of the Imperial Knights, the finest order of Knights of the Kingdom. His service to Anastasia Summer currently distances him from his station as an Imperial Knight, but once her wishes are fulfilled he will be secured a place as head of the Imperial Knights. He has a close, amiable relationship with the Sword Saint Reinhardt, and holds himself impeccably in both public and private contexts.
He is strict on himself and others, disciplined, ambitious, always seeking improvement.
His beautiful looks enrapture scores of women, and his personality is accordingly excellent. Yes.
My brother is amazing. You're nothing compared to him.
Subaru, ah. Joshua speaks with passion, his face red as he goes on and on and on. Subaru has no reply, and Beatrice recoils too. Garfield and Otto stay silent, unsure whether this could get deadly, and Mimi is too busy stuffing her cheeks with snacks to help him out of this.
There is only one person here who can counter Joshua's screed.
Emilia, he.
Joshua, you love your brother Julius so much. In this room exists an angel who will take anything positively.
Her words make Joshua realize what he just said, and his face reddens in shame rather than excitement.
He clears his throat, managing to compose himself. Joshua, my apologies.
I may have fired myself up.
I have some difficulty restraining myself when it comes to my family.
Emilia, no, it's okay.
I want to hear you talk about Julius more.
I've only ever seen Julius while in the capital here and there, so there's lots more I want to know about him. Joshua, oh really? Well, there are several memories of me and him that. Subaru, how about we save those for another occasion, and finally get to the point?
How does that sound, Otto?
Garfield.
Both, huh?
Subaru cuts in, forcing the other two into the conversation while they pleadingly try to stay out of it,
but they do promptly nod in agreement.
Joshua then notices that the conversation has strayed incredibly far, and Joshua, then, we will save the stories of my brother's magnificence for another time.
I must.
I myself must also fulfill my duties and reconvene with Anastasia Summer shortly. Emilia, right.
I'm so excited for them. So, it really took us a long time to finally get here. But what is this visit all about? Joshua's awkwardness lingers as he feigns calm, while Emilia easily enters royal selection candidate mode. The tone of their voices drop, bringing a tenseness to the parlor.
Emilia can establish tension like this because she has come to recognize her place as a budding politician. Joshua, I speak to Emilia Summer on the behalf of my master, Anastasia Hoshin Summer. The prickly tension makes Joshua's expression regain its former warmth.
He puts his hand in his pocket, withdraws a letter, and sets it on the table. He opens it, looks down at the letters and their black ink.
Joshua, Anastasia Summer wishes to invite yourself and all of your associates to the city of Pristella. Emilia, an invitation to Pristella City. Pristella is the Watergate city, yes?
The big city near the border between the Kingdom of Lugnica and the Kararagai city-states.
Joshua, you are correct. Anastasia Summer is presently sojourning there, rather than the capital.
And she wishes to invite you. Joshua quietly lowers his head.
Emilia looks away from him and glances to Subaru. Obviously, this gaze means, what are your thoughts? Subaru feels similarly to Emilia about the whole thing. Everyone knows that Anastasia is staying in a mansion in the capital's noble district while she's in Lugnica. When Mimi mentioned an invitation to a party, Subaru was certain it would be to that mansion.
Joshua, Pristella is a scenic place. The city is distinctive in itself, and makes for a popular tourist destination.
Anastasia Summer finds herself delighted and at ease there. Subaru, it'd be great if you were just showing us a nice place, but
you're not, are you?
Emilia and Anastasia aren't friends. If Subaru remembers this right, then Anastasia was particularly harsh on Emilia during the dialogues in the palace. The candidates most unsparing toward Emilia were her and Priscilla. Crush is simply not racist, and felt is in Emilia's debt. So, while Anastasia did help during the White Whale and Witch Cult fights, Subaru's personal opinion of Anastasia is not very good. So he doubts that this invitation is anything so kind-spirited. As if supporting Subaru's doubts, A grin etches itself over Joshua's face. And Joshua, Anastasia Summer invites you out of her beneficence.
She has noticed the valuable object you are searching for in Pristella.
Emilia, what I'm searching for? The instant that Emilia shows her interest, Otto's expression screams, he got her. This tells Subaru that Joshua snatched away predominance before they could stop it, but he still cannot see the crux of this deal. In that delay, the opponent takes full control of the conversation. Grinning, Joshua speaks on. Joshua, in Pristella City there is a shop selling spellstones, in which slumbers the high-grade colorless stones that you desire. I believe that you are currently seeking an anchor for the Great Spirit. The second that Joshua gains dominance, the Emilia faction are fated to leave for Pristella. Arc 5, Chapter 3, each gives perspective. It wasn't fair to Otto-kun that we decided so much on our own. After speaking with Joshua and returning to her room, Emilia speaks as she offers Subaru a seat. Subaru seats himself there and chuckles. Subaru, leaving Otto's panic aside as a legend for future generations, I basically always support your ideas, Emilia-tan. But if I'm gonna mention something to be worried about, it'd have to be the fact that they're ready and waiting for us. Emilia, I don't think Anastasia would take risks anyway, if she's sending messengers. Mimi-chan may have been there, but Joshua-kun still took control when I tried to take control. Subaru, she recognizes you as an opponent if she's sending her knight's family as her messenger. I always wondered why in Sengoku dramas, when they send important people as messengers, they don't just kill them.
But turns out there's all this background stuff. Didn't think I'd be learning that by experience. It's a question of trust between the parties and the people. If the people learn that the rulers acted unjustly, it harms the rulers' standing.
And each faction faces too many enemies to be acting disgracefully. Otherwise, since a group faces more clandestine enemies the larger it grows, it's simple logic to be careful when challenging influential people. The meeting with Joshua Duoculius is over, and night has fallen upon the new Roswell mansion. Since it would be awful to send them back on the same day they arrived, they offered to let Joshua and Mimi stay the night, and accepted the invitation to Pristella City. Joshua had been rather imposing when discussing the topic, but everyone saw his relief peeking through when their side accepted the invitation. His monocle was likely just a decoration to garner a certain impression from others, the earnest young lad.
Subaru, he's way more likable than his brother.
Emilia, you are always so insincere about Julius.
Do you still have a grudge from that time in the palace?
Emilia catches Subaru's mutter, and amusedly pokes fun at him. Just thinking about the affair used to make his face redden in shame, and his stomach burn with indignation.
But how about now that some time has passed?
Subaru, it's still too vivid for me to laugh and smile about it.
I was young back then. And I have reflected on my actions. Wish he'd do the same.
Emilia, but I heard you both apologized and made up. It's so uncool to give shallow apologies and keep simmering on the inside. Subaru, MNNGH.
But I'm only human.
Emilia looks at him reproachfully, but Subaru remains stubborn.
Subaru looks away.
Emilia frowns at him for a moment, but ultimately can't hold back her grin. Emilia, fine.
Subaru, you are just so stubborn. But you're not allowed to fight with Julius if we see him in Pristella. You're a knight now, and knights mustn't misuse their power.
Subaru, yeah you've bested me my liege. Subaru covers up his blushing with some jokes and rubs at his upper lip. He gazes absently around Emilia's room, before seeming to remember something. Subaru, oh yeah, Emilia-tan. I don't really know much about Pristella, is it known for anything? Emilia, HMP, you need to study more, Subaru. Pristella is one of the 5 main cities of Ludnica, on the Tigressy River that marks the border with Kararagai. It's famous for being built right on a huge lake, with canals flowing through the city. Subaru, okay, so leaving aside that that's all second-hand information, it's a floating city.
Well, you have Venice, so may as well be possible here too.
Venice springs to mind when it comes to aquatic cities. The town is surrounded by water on all sides, with lakes winding nonchalantly through the stone cityscape. It's one of those romantic places that everyone visits at least once, and Subaru regards it as a picturesque spot too.
And so that's the impression he gets of Pristella.
Emilia, no, Subaru. Pristella isn't a floating city, it's a Watergate city. Subaru, Watergate? Emilia, yes.
It's in the middle of a lake, so the city floods when it rains. They built huge walls around the city to stop that, and there's gates to regulate the water levels.
The gates are so amazing and famous that they don't call it the floating city, they call it the Watergate city. Emilia's explanation flips Subaru's pretty water town into an enclosed watery jail. The concept is also beautiful, and then they ruin it with these giant walls.
Subaru tilts his head, wondering why they built this whole mechanism.
Emilia, I think there's lots of theories behind the city's construction, like, they were testing the limits of their technology, or trying to conquer the floods without relying on magic or the dragon, or trying to trap a powerful, evil witch beast. Subaru, none of them sound sensible, but they all somehow feel possible, which is how you know humans did it. The average person wouldn't come up with the idea, but the geniuses of humanity are fundamentally liberated from the reins of common sense. And sometimes their ideas get realized.
Either way.
Subaru, but we still don't know what they're planning, doubt they're just being nice and directing us to what we're looking for. Emilia, are you sure? Have you ever considered trusting in people more, instead of being so suspicious? Subaru, sorry, but all the candidates have their faults.
And I don't trust what they're plotting for a second.
Crush herself is trustworthy, but Subaru doesn't know whether she'll stay a demure lady, and he has to keep wary of Felis. That problem is solved if Wilhelm reins Felis in, but the sword demon puts Subaru on edge too.
Knowing their circumstances, it's difficult to trust them when they're left to their own devices.
Subaru has no idea what Anastasia is thinking, or what drives her.
He cannot divine her motives for sending this invitation.
Julius may be the knightliest of knights, but Anastasia is ultimately in control. And the business lives of the members of Iron Fang are unrelated to who they are as people. Subaru can't dislike them.
Reinhardt and Rom from the Felt faction may merit trust.
But Felt's thoughts are unclear to Subaru. So long as she's willing to participate in the selection, Subaru must brace for the tricky, devious girl to be scheming something. If she seriously deploys Reinhardt, and he becomes their enemy, their chances of beating him in combat are a dream within a dream.
The Priscilla faction is hardest to read.
Subaru cannot trust either of them.
Al might also be from Japan, but he is surprisingly loyal to Priscilla.
So he will not stand up for Subaru, while Priscilla's capriciousness is already terrifying.
She could randomly visit to decapitate him with a smile on her face. That's her breed of absurdity. Even though a year has passed, no candidates know the motives of the others.
Subaru needs to probe deeper if he wants to know more than what he learned at the palace.
Which is one reason for accepting this invitation.
Subaru, honestly, I am terrified of being in Anastasia's debt. How did she figure out you were looking for a colorless spellstone anyway? Emilia, Puck showed himself in the palace, so I didn't want anyone to know he's limited.
I was trying to be so careful. But you just can't stop people from saying things. Subaru, that's what happens.
So even if we get the spellstone, it just means things are back to status quo from the other factions' perspectives.
The benefits are in establishing the debt.
That said, Puck's return will enhance Emilia's already significant combat strength. But no amount of combat power alone will secure Emilia's win in the selection.
It would just make their defeat of the sizable hare more convincing, if anything. The defeat of the sizable hare in Sanctuary.
This second achievement of the Emilia faction, unrelated to the defeat of Sloth of the Witch Cult, is unfortunately not recognized by the public.
There were no witnesses to the hare's defeat, and it is impossible to retrieve any corpses as proof. They threw the thing into another dimension never to return. It's the truth, but not believable.
The Al-Shamak spell that Beatrice used is forgotten in this era, and she lacks the mana to demonstrate the technique again.
So while they reported the hare's defeat to the capital, it has yet to be deemed as a legitimate achievement.
And if they go into detail, they will have to describe Sanctuary in detail too, and thus reveal that Roswell kept a hidden village in his territory.
Ultimately, they had to stop pressing the issue.
They were told that their claims would gain credibility if the hair remains unseen for the next decade, but by that point it's too late to be a useful achievement.
Though it doesn't bother Emilia too much, since it all happened extremely suddenly.
Subaru, but it's still annoying. Seriously, how much pain did those fucking rabbits put me through? Emilia, but we really did beat the sizable hare, even if they don't believe us. That scary witch beast won't hurt anyone else anymore.
Isn't that enough?
Subaru, Emilia-tan, you are way too positive and kind.
When you do something righteous, it ought to be acknowledged.
Emilia speaks magnanimously, making Subaru recognize how pathetic he is. How nice would it be if he could think the way Emilia does?
He will never achieve it. It just irritates him not to get recognition he deserves.
Emilia sees Subaru sulking, and her mouth relaxes into a smile. Subaru hasn't noticed that Emilia sometimes gazes at him with this tender look in her eye. Or that her expression during these moments lacks the maternal spark of a mother watching over a child, and is instead something indescribably complex. Emilia, and people already know that you've achieved things, Subaru. It's formally recognized that you fought the white whale and defeated Sloth.
Subaru, for those. It really feels like I only got the scraps.
People were doing a lot more than me for the white whale, and I just happened to snag the perfect moment at the end.
And I didn't have that goal in mind for Sloth. All he was thinking during the Betelgeuse fight was to protect Emilia.
Or, no, that's not quite accurate. What Subaru felt back then was both desire to protect Emilia, and hatred for Betelgeuse personally.
It's not a question of which is legitimate.
Both are, and both desires are Subaru's own. It makes him uncomfortable that a fight which was basically a personal grudge is deemed as being for the sake of the world at large. Emilia, but that's the same for the sizable hare. You defeated two of the witch beasts that had been tormenting the world for 400 years in such a short time span.
I know I'm not one to say this, but it's like you're doing so much more than you should, Subaru, yeah. And there I am involved in both.
Honestly, I think what I've done's excessive.
Let's just hope the last one doesn't show up.
Emilia, yes. Subaru trusts in the power of words and prays to never encounter the black snake.
But Emilia's response is rather wooden.
It's almost as if she has some personal thoughts on the black snake. Emilia, so anyway, about Pristella. But before he can address the shift in her attitude, she changes the topic.
Obviously she doesn't want to talk about it.
And, having grown somewhat wiser, Subaru decides not to force an explanation out of her. Though sometimes he forgets to pay attention to things like that and acts exactly how he used to. Emilia, we know we're going, but do we really want to go with the same people? I kind of wanted to talk with Roswell about it, too.
Subaru, I think we're fine.
You're going, so naturally your knight, that is me, and my partner Bika will be coming too.
But being serious, we bring Garth for combat and Otto too since he's so insistent to go.
I'd really like for Petra or Frederica to come too so all your needs are addressed, but… Emilia, it's too bad. Roswell's busy with the meeting of the Western Lords.
We've known forever that Petra needs to join him for her maid training. Though she's so angry about it.
Subaru, because she completely hates Roswell after the Sanctuary thing.
Roswell enjoys it, which keeps Ram quiet, but…
Petra is maturing justly and brilliantly as a maid, but her core is still dangerously childish. Her harshness on her master Roswell is particularly striking, and she conceivably would wring the water from her washcloth into his tea. But since Subaru is on Petra's side, he's ready to overlook it even should he hypothetically witness it.
Only time will mend broken trust. But it seems that a year was not enough for Petra to start listening to Roswell.
Subaru, which means Frederica should go with them as a restraint and a model of proper etiquette, which leaves Ram in the mansion.
Hold on, this is dicey.
Emilia, really? Anne will be going to the meeting too, so Klein-san will be there. I'm sure he'll be friendly with Petra, so maybe Frederica doesn't need to go.
Subaru, Klein-san. I don't really get him.
Subaru thinks back on the powerful butler of the Milord mansion, where the group stayed while their mansion was being prepared. He works with such incredible refinement that the eye can't catch it.
It's a mess of a compliment, but it's what describes him.
Subaru's training in parkour also began with Klein, who taught him the basics. He coached Subaru, who cannot exceed the physical limits of the ordinary man, when he was trying to figure out how to move without disregarding his boundaries.
Arnrose and Klein have visited the new mansion multiple times to hang out.
Subaru had Klein watch him practice his parkour, but then Klein defeated Garfield's obstacle course without breaking a sweat and without ruffling his clothes.
He's inhuman.
Subaru, but leaving aside who's staying in the mansion, we shouldn't worry about it. And anyway, I should be the one more concerned about being careful. Goes for you too, Emilia Tan. Emilia,
I do feel bad about agreeing without discussing it. I'll have to apologize to Otto-kun.
Subaru, he doesn't care about his dignity, but he does hold on to things for ages.
I'll tell him that I told you off so hard you cried.
Emilia, thank you. Subaru fires an uppercut into the air, and Emilia smiles. She puts her hand to her chest and touches the blue crystal pendant hanging there. Even now, the Great Spirit Puck sleeps in that crystal. Never mind his true power, this gem isn't even strong enough for him to communicate. If he even twitches, the jewel will break and he will be unleashed, or so Emilia and Beatrice say. Once he is free, Puck will inadvertently bring great destruction on the environment, eventually run out of mana, and disappear back to where he came. Emilia is constantly supplying the crystal with mana so that this doesn't happen, and preserving Puck. Now they just need to make a good crystal from colorless spellstone and they should be able to restore him. Anastasia is saying she has seen spellstones that can withstand this wear. Emilia, once I can talk with Puck again.
There are so many things I want to ask him. So.
Emilia closes her eyes, saying nothing more.
Her long eyelashes quiver, and Subaru quietly scratches his head. He can only vaguely figure what Emilia is thinking.
Subaru, you better get back here, cat spirit.
I got a mountain of complaints for you.
And, as her knight should, he agrees with her alongside his insults. Otto, you know.
I'm saying this with everyone's best interests in mind.
Otto Suin slams his glass to the table, clearly in a bad mood. After his conversation with Emilia and dinner, Subaru decided to see Otto before his nightly routine, and has been listening to him drunkenly complain for the past while. Garfield has been like this the whole time.
My amazing ears are sick of it,
says Garfield in exasperation, sitting beside Subaru as he listens to Otto complain.
He sticks his pinky in his ear and scratches his head, his sharp fangs clicking as he laps at his glass of milk.
Subaru is insisting that they not give alcohol to minors like him. Frederica and Ram agree, and he is trying to establish 20 as the drinking age in Roswell Mansion. Also one time naughty Otto encouraged Garfield to take a sip of alcohol and it turns out he can't hold his liquor at all.
Now just seeing a bottle of the stuff is enough to make him grimace.
Subaru isn't going to break the laws from the old world, so the only drinkers in the mansion are Roswell, Otto, Ram, and Frederica.
Which means that the only drinker in the room is Otto. Subaru, don't sulk.
Emilia's sorry about deciding everything on her own.
She knows she should have discussed it.
Don't think it would have changed anything though, Otto, but there is more to things than their outcome. The process is important.
You often get conversations where the conclusion is apparent from the very beginning, but the course you follow to get there is essential. Especially when we're unguardedly accepting their offer. You mustn't play into the opponent's hands.
Subaru attempts to smooth things over, but Otto snaps at him. He's completely correct, so Subaru can't rebut him, but...
Subaru, what the hell, you sound like an actual internal affairs guy.
After how hard you resisted it in the beginning?
Guess you weren't so reluctant about it after all.
Garfield, weird juice accepting a damn invitation, it ain't that complicated, Otto. Otto, it's almost invigorating how little you two have changed. Subaru and Garfield dig into Otto in concert and high-five. The three friends are around the same age, and often hang out together.
It is beautiful how naturally their conversations fall into this exact pattern. Who cares about what Otto thinks? He makes a wonderful internal affairs minister. He was well educated as a merchant's son, learned the ways of the world as a traveling merchant, and he's both smart and calculating.
This has to be a better fate for him than somehow getting swindled into slavery. Though, he still tilts his head, wondering how this even happened to him as he chips through mountains of paperwork.
Guy's stubborn.
Since he's seen Roswell's confidential paperwork, is accustomed to his post as Emilia's helper, and is neck-deep in managing the territory of Margrave Mathers, he has no hope of escape.
Otto, what is that pitying look? It's like you're gazing at a chicken seconds before strangling it.
Subaru, it's more like I'm gazing at a battery hen that only gets to live for its eggs. Otto, even worse.
Garfield, yo, be quiet now.
And stop teasing him so much, Captain. Rules are keep it T10 Ottos a day. Otto, how much is that?
How much is 10 Ottos a day?
Yells Otto, his face red, but neither Subaru or Garfield respond.
This is what it's like when he's drunk.
He's working a stressful job, so they give him his drinking time, but it might actually just encourage even more stress. Subaru, Otto vents best by yelling anyway.
Otto, clearly not.
Garfield, yeah, now quiet down and pour yourself another drink. Anyway, Captain, got something I wanna check with ya. Subaru, oh?
Don't get that often. Go ahead.
Otto grumbles as he refills his glass and quietly sips at it.
Garfield glances away from him, his mouth white with milk.
Garfield, it's about what the enemy's doing, obviously. The candidates ain't never got any scuffles going before, now she's up in our face looking for a fight. She gotta be up to me thin, yay? Subaru, you mean, you think she just challenged us to a duel? Garfield, course I goddamn do.
What she's thinking.
Forget that weedy Joshua prick, you see the cat kid who was with him? The cat kid is the same age as you. The comment is too tasteless for Subaru to actually say it. But what's his problem with Mimi?
Far as Subaru could tell, she was acting the same as usual, just reaching for her tea and biscuits. And she did the same thing through dinner too.
Garfield, that girl's damn tough. And she was starring at my amazing self, not just during the talk, but all through fucking dinner. She must have figured out I'm the strongest guy in the place. Subaru, are you sure? No, I mean, Mimi is strong, and she is kind of a battle junkie, but she doesn't seem marginally smart enough to have ulterior motives. Subaru can only see her as transparent, or actually just airheaded. Garfield, either way, SH is keeping an eye on my amazing self while she's here. Best we make sure you and Emilia Summer ain't caught on your own while we're over there, Captain. Otto's one thing, but we ain't ever recovering if we lose you. Otto, you do realize that this fief will be an absolute mess if I'm gone?
I wish that you would take that into consideration sometimes.
Garfield isn't trying to belittle Otto as he urges caution, it's just that he needs to make the comparison if he's going to get his point across to Subaru.
Though he doesn't pass up the opportunity to play with Otto.
Subaru, yeah, I'm definitely relying on you for that. Don't want to draw it out so this'll be short, but I'm counting on you, Garfield. Garfield, yeah, make sure you do. Count on the strongest of shields, aka the legendary Guardian, Garfield Tinsel.
Garfield proudly points at himself with his thumb. Subaru nods at him.
He takes a sip from his own glass of milk, regretting how awesome Garfield's titles are. He'll probably get even more titles once his might and valor resound all through the kingdom. Will Subaru's imagination be strong enough to provide for Garfield then? Subaru, I wonder if I'll ever have a stroke of genius like Invisible Providence again. Only Fortune herself knows when she'll smile upon me. Garfield, you're mulling over something again.
You ain't gotta trouble yourself, you get things done when it matters. I got faith in that.
Emilia's the same, but the trust in Garfield's gaze is incredibly convincing.
It instantly makes Subaru feel that he must match up to it.
He's trying not to mistake the self-improvement needed to meet that trust with blind, headless sprinting. Subaru, If we've got Garfield, then we don't have to worry about our combat strength. Emilia Tan's a pretty strong fighter on her own too, and I'm decent enough with Biko. The problem here's Otto. Are you seriously coming with us? Otto, of course I am. I don't want to know what insane arrangement you and Emilia Summer will land yourselves in if I don't go. It's also electrifying how little they trust Subaru when it comes to negotiations. Emilia is as honest and pure as she appears, and while Subaru is devious, he's also inexperienced. So naturally they look like sitting ducks to Otto. Otto, also, Pristella is the birthplace of Hoshin of the Wastes, the founder of Kararagai. It has contact with Kararagai since it's on the border, making it a highly significant place for merchants.
I find myself duty-stricken to visit it too. Subaru, I thought you washed your hands of being a merchant ages ago. The hell are you doing?
Otto, you are mistaken if you think that I will resign myself to being an internal affairs minister forever. My ultimate goal is still to be a successful merchant with his own shop. This is a necessary road to get there, a necessary road on the path to my goal. Garfield, possible that Throde leads to your death. That stuff about trapping him here is honestly pretty shallow, and if he yearns to go and can help them as internal affairs minister, it makes sense that Otto should join them. Everyone in the mansion knows, for all their banter, that they can't function without Otto.
And Otto knows it, too, which is why he can't leave.
Subaru, or you could just be a masochist, but we'll disregard that. Otto, did you just agree at me in an incredibly impolite way, or am I only imagining it?
Subaru, it's not important.
Anastasia's going to be there, and we don't know what terms she'll hit us with.
We're counting on you. You're on bureaucracy, Garfield's on military. And I'm there to make things fun.
Otto, do more. Subaru could try his absolute best, but he will never be stronger than Garfield.
He could study his
absolute best, but he wouldn't have time to eclipse Otto as a bureaucrat. Subaru, just gotta do what I can do. One of those positive steps to self-improvement that I've mulled over with Biko. Garfield, you're gonna be fine if Emilia Summer and Beatrice are with ya. Mean in my amazing self gotta cover for Otto.
Watch your back for me, yay? Otto, why does it feel like I'm the greatest burden here? I can't say that I agree with it.
Subaru gets serious, and Garfield accepts his post of babysitter. Otto grumbles and takes another sip of his liquor.
The night grows darker, the mood pleasant.
Subaru, now, we're gonna be busy tomorrow, so I'm calling it about here. What about you, Garfield? Garfield, I'll stay and drink some more with Otto.
Getting pretty close to beating him at Shatranj. Might pull it off now that he's drunk.
Garfield disregards Subaru and grabs a game board and pieces from the back of the room. The game is called Shatranj, with rules similar to shogi or chess. Subaru finds himself impressed that every world has these games. Otto is apparently quite good at them, and though Garfield has been trying his hardest, he has suffered losses upon losses. Also Subaru is outrageously good at Othello, but struggles at shogi and chess. Subaru, don't stay up too late.
It'll stunt your growth.
Garfield, yeah, said that before and so that's what I've been doing, but you're sure this fucking works?
Don't feel I grew at all this year.
Subaru, Frederica absorbed some of the growth, so your case is complicated.
Garfield, fuck you sis. Roars Garfield, baring his fangs as he slams the Shatranj board on the table.
Then he hunches over and starts meticulously arranging the tiny pieces. While watching Garfield go at it, Subaru waves to a red-faced Otto. Subaru, don't you get too drunk either. If you wind up hungover and useless, Petra will think even less of you. Otto, I feel like she's been rather harsh with me lately, but perhaps it's just me.
Could you have a word with her?
Subaru, you mean tell her to try harder? Otto, I was clearly asking you to tell her to be nicer to me. Subaru answers with a bitter smile, telling Otto that it's impossible, and leaves the two to play Shatranj as he exits the room. The crystallites in the hallway tell Subaru that it's almost past midnight. Usually he would be in bed by this hour, but Subaru wound up running late today. With that excuse, Subaru ignores the staircase to his room on the third floor of the eastern wing, and heads for the women's bedrooms in the western wing.
Where?
Subaru, mind if I come in? Subaru always knocks on the door.
He knows that no one will reply. So does he say it because he has hope? Or perhaps he confirms that there is no reply, so that he doesn't forget.
So that he doesn't forget the inferno, always blazing in his chest.
Subaru. Subaru opens the door.
A pitch-dark room welcomes him.
It's a simple room.
Its layout is identical to the countless other guest rooms in the mansion, but it plainly lacks in furniture. Just a bed in the middle of the room, windows, their curtains, a small table, and a vase with flowers. Subaru knows that no one will complain, but he still dislikes the austerity. Call it sentimental, but he wishes that the place had some human warmth. Perhaps the day will never come where he manages to disregard that wish as weakness. Emilia, if you could rationalize things that way, I don't think we ever would have found common ground to our arguments.
I like you so much just the way you are.
Beatrice, it is a vice to want beyond your means, in fact.
Subaru, you are reckless on your own, I suppose.
But you're not alone anymore, so I'll manage something for you even if you're being greedy, in fact.
Subaru, they're coddling me.
And Emilia Tan is tantalizing me with those provocative statements. Subaru wishes she would be more careful about saying I like you or you are so cool. He has told her how he feels, but Emilia is too immature for it.
Their relationship still has yet to go anywhere romantic.
But even supposing it did suddenly go somewhere romantic, Subaru is not mentally ready for it either. Give him 2 more years, no 3, or even more if it's possible.
That's the kind of loser he is.
Subaru, God, it's so rude of me to go on about Emilia or Beatrice while I'm here.
Petra'd beat me up if she heard this.
Petra might have the best grasp of romance and its subtleties out of anyone in the mansion.
Somehow everyone is terrible at relationships. Roswell leads the charge with his toxic obsession, with the others all having their foibles too.
Garfield's feelings for Ram are still a middle school crush, though Subaru has no place to talk. Ram's ideas about extreme loyalty dictating love are perplexing, and Frederica's love life is a complete unknown. Otto sometimes mentions while drunk things about being raked through the mud for philandering, but the consensus is that these claims are lies and pretense. It's a disgrace to these adults that a 13-year-old girl is beating them. Subaru, so how does that stand? I don't think that tendency will change much, even after you wake up.
Either because I'm a loser, or because you respect me.
Subaru pulls a chair over and seats himself beside the bed. Moonlight slips in through the crack in the curtains, illuminating her face as she sleeps. The light of the moon spills over her pale face, pink lips. She is a sleeping beauty with short blue hair, her curvy body garbed in thin negligee, her chest rising and falling in time with her breathing.
She has slept for over a year now. Subaru, got lots of things to tell you today.
Since some guests showed up uninvited, and with this crazy offer.
I started my day with my usual.
Subaru speaks calmly to her as she sleeps. He uses his same comedic phrasing as always, but his tone is incredibly gentle. He speaks as though lulling a child to sleep as he cheerily tells her about his day.
She doesn't respond.
Even so.
These trysts unfold every night. Tonight is rife with things to discuss.
Until the moon sits low in the sky, the tale goes on between Subaru and the sleeping beauty.
Arc 5, Chapter 4, On the Road. It takes them 3 days before they set out for Pristella.
Roswell, I respect Emilia Summers' decision, and there's nothing urgent for her to do here, so I'm amenable to it. Though it is worrying that their intentions are unreadable. The meeting of the Western Lords, a conference between Margrave Roswell and the other lords under that banner, will be taking place in the mansion of the most neutral lord among them. The lords are generally compliant to Roswell's beat, but some definitely do voice objection and unease about his support for Emilia. Most of the lords are copacetic to Roswell's policy of demi-human favoritism, or really, equality for demi-humans, but half-elves are not commonly regarded as demi-human. Over the past year, they have succeeded in getting some lords to superficially support her through discussions and deals. This conference is, in part, to establish a podium for her to speak with the lords who still stubbornly refuse her. Roswell is leaving the mansion empty to set up that groundwork. Emilia, I'm sorry. I honestly wanted to attend the meeting too, but... Roswell, it would backfire. The purpose of this meeting is so that you may speak with them later, meaning that it would be foul play to reveal you at this stage, however, if you could calm the confusion and silence the rebelling lords with some masterful piece of oration, that would be nice. Emilia, I don't think I can manage that yet.
Okay.
I'll behave. Emilia purses her lips and casts her gaze down in frustration.
Roswell nods at her, satisfied.
Subaru does want to object to Roswell's somewhat sarcastic tone, but at least it means the guy is speaking with her more sincerely. It's infinitely better than last year, when Roswell blatantly kept Emilia the accessory away from the political issues, or so Emilia divulged to Subaru after he complained about it.
Roswell makes a far more dependable supporter now that he's being proactive. But since his motives are questionable, it's only half as beneficial as it initially seems.
Subaru, assuming that Petra's definitely going to the meeting.
Who's left in the mansion?
Roswell, Arnrose and her associates will be attending. I doubt there will be any issues if Client Kun is present, considering his favoritism for Petra.
I was intending to leave Frederica here, since she gets along poorly with him.
What about you, Ram? Ram, I shall accompany you as you desire, Roswell Summer. Subaru, you say as you desire, but it's totally your desires talking. Ram is still an advocate for Roswell, but is less hesitant to insist upon her own desires now.
Roswell seems to be accepting it without thinking it strange. Their relationship of one-sided dependency looks to have changed.
The dependent atmosphere around them is gone, and it feels like they actually understand each other now. Though it's unclear whether it's beneficial to have someone around who empathizes with Roswell. Ram, what are you staring at? Say anything thoughtless and I'll mash your eyes to paste, Barusu. Subaru, sister, in your mind, just how incessant am I exactly? Ram.
Ram makes an extremely complicated expression. It's not because it's a tricky question.
It's just the expression she makes whenever Subaru calls her sister.
She doesn't dislike it, but it doesn't feel legitimate.
Since she has yet to recover her memories of Rem, those years of being worshipped by her little sister are still lost to the void. Roswell, it would worry me were it only Emilia Summer and yourself leaving, but I'm sure that you'll be fine with Garfield and Otto Kun accompanying you. Otto Kun will keep you from bumbling into any horrendously awful agreements, and Garfield resolves the worst of problems by pulverizing them while you flee. Emilia, but I think that'd cause so many problems too.
I'll do my best to keep it from coming to that.
Subaru, leave pressuring them to me, Emilia Tan.
I'll be right on them whether it's Anastasia-san or Julius.
There's this chatty which I know who's taught me all about people dodging important topics in conversation. Emilia, I'm not sure if that's something to brag about. Subaru shoots Emilia a thumbs up and grins, teeth sparkling. Naturally, Emilia knows that Subaru is joking around to relax her.
They have built enough trust over the last year for that much understanding, at least.
Roswell, no Beatrice. I can trust that you'll look after them?
Beatrice, of course, in fact.
You can't rest easy about any of these people were Betty not with them, I suppose. Beatrice's pigtails bob as she puffs out her chest.
Her adorable attitude puts a smile on everyone's face, though she herself just looks displeased.
Regardless, with this conversation over, they determine to leave for Pristella.
Joshua, ask for the Cecil Lodge once you arrive. That is where Anastasia Summer awaits you. Mimi, don't keep her waiting. On that note, Anastasia's subordinates leave the Roswell Manor. They leave for Pristella first to tell Anastasia that the invitation has been accepted.
Garfield, yay, take care. Mimi, you take care too, Garf.
I'm gonna be super on edge waiting, so you better come. Garfield, hell about you's on edge. But I get ya.
These guys ain't got a hope without my amazing self.
We'll settle this there. Get your neck ready first rope. Mimi, huh? Okay. I'll get it super ready. This cute little exchange between Mimi and Garfield was particularly notable.
Garfield had been so wary of the two during their stay, but going by Mimi's attitude, feels like his fears were misplaced.
Or rather, feels like Mimi is extremely affectionate when making friends.
She started calling him Garf out of nowhere, so perhaps Anastasia's invitation really isn't hostile. Joshua, you may have won Mimi over, but I
myself shall not yield so easily,
says Joshua, trying to stay stoic while following his cheerful bodyguard. Mimi keeps a tight grip on his arm, yanking him down and forward as she bounds ahead. His expression is dead serious during all of this, which is kind of comical. But even Subaru has fostered enough kindness over this year to not inform him of the fact.
Emilia, Joshua-kun, will you be okay?
You have such a lovely outfit, but the sleeves seconds from coming off. Joshua, please don't worry. There's no need for concern.
While Subaru can understand the poor boy's feelings, the attending angel cannot. Emilia speaks with sincere concern for Joshua, who mustn't raise his voice and instead tries to pry Mimi off, looking miserable.
But Mimi is expectedly stronger than Joshua and his efforts come to nothing.
Joshua, my brother may call you his friend, but I believe he is being far too kind.
Which is one of his virtues.
I believe it my job as his younger brother to compensate for that, so you best not expect any mercy from the Juokalias family. Subaru, what, you already stopped with the I myself thing? Joshua, please pay attention to what I'm saying. Trying to make a fool of me.
Not a very pleasant man, are you?
Subaru, I'm more worried about you and how you're forgetting your place as your master's servant. If you deride people in public, it'd probably wind up as a black mark on the Juokalias family. Joshua, dash. Joshua's face pales, but Subaru isn't trying just to criticize him. And Subaru's at far higher risk for insulting people in public anyway. Not that Joshua would know that, and Natsuki Subaru being Natsuki Subaru has reason not to tell him. Emilia, Subaru, stop bullying younger kids.
I'm so sorry, Joshua-kun. Subaru's. He can be like that.
Joshua, dash.
No. I was truly being impolite. I apologize.
Subaru, just I?
Ow.
Ow, that hurts, Emilia Tan. Subaru immediately starts criticizing Joshua again, when Emilia grabs his ear and yanks it. Joshua sees tears rise in Subaru's eyes, and, satisfied, decides to leave the conversation there.
With a deep breath, Joshua files into his dragon carriage. But since ligers are pulling the vehicle rather than dragons, it's really a dog carriage, which he files into.
Perhaps dog races are a thing here? Subaru, might be worth it to introduce some forms of entertainment, like horse racing and stuff. Subaru's ideas that use his unique knowledge from the 21st century never graduate from his imagination.
But maybe he should more seriously consider utilizing his knowledge.
First he needs to judge what the pros and cons of popularizing horse racing would be, and… Emilia, what's up, Subaru?
You look like you're thinking of something so devious.
Subaru, got a rare flood of ideas from my unique knowledge from the 21st century. Like a burst of Subaruisms. Emilia, oh, you thought of another new topping? I like the mayonnaise, and I like the tartar sauce too. Subaru, this time I'm thinking unique in a way that the populace would never conceive. Incidentally, the Roswell mansion carries a stockpile of tartar sauce, just like it does mayonnaise. Basically everyone here likes it, but it doesn't entirely satisfy Subaru. While all this chit-chat is going on, Joshua and Mimi get ready to leave and their carriage begins to move. They aren't sitting on the coachman's seat to drive. Mimi just mounts one of the two ligers and controls their course directly. Her white robe flutters as she smiles cheerfully.
Mimi, okay. See you two and Garf later. They pleasantly see Mimi off, and wave goodbye to a wary Joshua through the window too. 2 days after seeing them off, Subaru and the others leave for Pristella.
Otto, it will take us over 10 days to get there, even if we hurry. We have no real need to hurry, either, so let's relax and take our time.
Nobody has any objection to Otto's plan.
He is the one most accustomed to traveling among them, and he probably holds the median value in their group for physical resilience. If they travel at a pace that puts no strain on him, then everyone should enjoy a safe journey. Otto, considering the carriage's load, we will have Frou-Frou and Patrash-chan pull the carriage. And since we plan not to camp anywhere, we should be fine with only the bare minimum of emergency supplies. Garfield, it's no good furthbody just sit there in a carriage the whole time, Otto. Otto, if that's what you think, you're always free to leave the carriage and run. Garfield, yup, that's what'll do. Emilia, that's what you'll do? With this little scene where Garfield and Otto's usual banter shocks Emilia, the journey to Prestella begins. But, having said that, the journey itself proceeds without issue. They have some trouble when they cross borders into non-Mathers territory, or when passing through other lords' gates, but the issue is more or less resolved by flashing the Mathers family crest or showing Emilia's presence. This itself is liable to stir up trouble too, but they come across no one plotting anything nefarious because of this journey. When wild dogs or witch beasts appear on the road, foolishly trying to attack the carriage. Garfield, perfect.
Bin wantin' smack some critters around.
Garfield violently tears through the group, scaring away the instigating animals. His perfect work as a bodyguard actually makes the poor witch beasts sympathetic. But even terrifying Garfield has to kill Downtime by chewing on a knife he brought, giving him a trace of Gap Mo.
Also, it's always unnerving to see him chew the hard steel to bits. Beatrice, this dragon isn't bad, in fact. I'll concede that much, I suppose.
Says Beatrice, seated next to Subaru, who holds the reins. Perhaps it's a surprise, but Otto isn't the only one tasked with driving. It took a year of trying, and a dragon that knows Subaru's idiosyncrasies, but he can drive a carriage now. Is one thing you could say, but this is Patrash and Otto's dragon Frou-Frou.
Though, the only other dragons that the Roswell mansion keeps are Rascal and Peter. Of course Subaru's familiar enough with them to name them.
Subaru, how about less condescension, and more helping me with the reins? Patrash is abounding in maternal spirit, I'm sure she'll be nice to you too, Biko.
Beatrice, I'd rather not, in fact.
Actually, that dragon is quite plainly glaring at me, I suppose.
She doesn't consider me a friend, in fact.
What are these horrendous lies about maternal spirit, I suppose?
Subaru, hey, there'll be no bad-mouthing Patrash.
I'll never let anyone insult Emilia Tan, Rem, you, or Patrash. Beatrice, you include me in your list, but still won't let me, I suppose? Subaru, when it's someone on the list, they're being naughty. Beatrice tries to escape, but it's impossible on the narrow driver's platform. Subaru grabs her by the scruff of the neck and draws her near, setting her on his lap as she struggles. He attempts to sentence her to tickle torture, when a strand of her hair brushes across his nose, making him sneeze dramatically, and the carriage swerves. Otto, Natsuki-san.
Don't let them do anything odd.
If they exit the windbreaker blessing, we're all going to have a terrible time with the motion sickness. Subaru, sorry. Biko was being so much fun that I just... Beatrice, don't you try to make this Betty's fault, in fact. Subaru just went and...
Stop tickling me, I suppose.
Stopp for hee.
Otto sighs at the two as they play.
Emilia giggles. Emilia, they really get along so well. Not too long ago, I never would have imagined that Subaru and Beatrice would be so close. Otto, personally, I can't believe that they were ever apart. It's almost sickly how sweet Beatrice-chan is and how doting Natsuki-san is. Emilia smiles solemnly, looking something like a mother or older sister to Otto's eyes. But Otto isn't tasteless enough to point it out, or to encourage Subaru's antics. Otto, we'll leave them to their merriment while we discuss something more important. That is, we will discuss the goals of Anastasia's faction, and how we will respond to them. Emilia, they're not trying to just put us in their debt. Otto, the first of the 3 years in the selection has passed, making this the final opportunity to establish definite groundwork. Once we establish our footing here, We will secure our support base at the meeting of the Western Lords. If you ignore that the other factions had that issue resolved from the beginning, we should be about equal to them in our progress. Emilia, where is Anastasia sitting right now? Emilia has been estranged from the exact movements of the other factions for a while. Because they needed to train Emilia from scratch on how to be a politician, and let her acquire the skills she needs, rather than panic her with unneeded information. Roswell and Otto, the internal affairs duo, understood that as her reasoning for focusing her attention elsewhere, and also understand that it ought to be safe to remove some of those restrictions on this journey. So Otto nods to Emilia and begins mentally organizing the facts. Otto, first we will discuss the support for the candidates as of the present. Initially, Duchess Crush Karsten and Anastasia Hoshin were generally understood as the sure winner in the competition.
The other three factions, including yours,
if you'd allow me to be blunt, they're somewhat seen as space fillers. Emilia, I can't deny that.
But from what you're saying, Otto, exactly, common opinion has changed over this last year.
Because the other three factions, starting with yours, have made notable achievements.
The most conspicuous achievements from the Emilia faction, predictably, are the defeat of Sloth and the White Whale.
Crush's faction was the one leading the offensive against the whale, but Crush herself has publicly stated the greatness of Sir Natsuki Subaru's contribution to the effort. Though the other factions were helping, Subaru headed the Sloth offensive.
Both achievements instantly drew public attention to the previously disregarded Emilia.
Emilia also stands out negatively due to her heritage. For better or for worse, Emilia is widely acknowledged as the topic of much gossip and rumor. The other unknown candidates, Felt and Priscilla, have also been given similar benefits. Priscilla Bariel has done remarkable work. After inheriting land from her deceased husband, Light Bariel, she used Ludnika's unfortunate position as a nation bordering the long hostile Walachian Empire to her advantage, and instantly made allies of the neighboring territories in the confusion. Almost like magic, she pacified Wallachia and made allies of the lords. Then she revitalized lands that had been ruined by war.
In this short time frame, she has definitely shown good prospects.
She also has her overwhelming attitude and her looks going for her.
Southern Ludnica grows more and more supportive of her by the day. Meanwhile, Felt has Reinhard van Astria and the territories of the Astria family. Relative to the other candidates, she is stuck in the shadow of her knight.
The title of Sword Saint, as overwhelmingly famous as it is not especially useful when choosing a new ruler.
The attitudes of the local lords, including those in the Astria domain, veer closer to distrust than caution.
But Felt overcame this poor situation quite unexpectedly. Rather than consult the powerful nobles who could stymie the other candidates, she assembled those who had resigned from office and commoners on the streets. Felt is stupidly good at picking out those with hidden aspirations, or talented people who were never given a chance. Never mind the rumors about her having royal blood, she can identify people's talents and assign them to a post, which is perhaps the most important quality in a leader. From that small trigger, the Astria household and its surrounding territories burst into activity, while the onlooking lords began to slowly change their tune. It's still just a small spark, but she is definitely carving herself a place in history.
Nobody important in this nation is ignoring her.
Otto is where each faction is now. Our faction is quite notable for its achievements, but the other two parties have a more stable foundation. Though, I believe that we could disregard that if the sizable hair offensive were officially acknowledged. Emilia, Otto-kun, you're saying the same things as Subaru.
But maybe this means it's safe to take a narcissistic view, and say that we're about in the middle. Otto, for now.
Yes.
But there have been some changes on Duchess Karsten's front. Ones that are to our benefit.
Emilia, to our benefit? Otto, yes. Duchess Crush Karsten, as if she's a different person, has lost some of her luster over this year. She used to be stern in both public and private affairs, someone that the supporters of the previous Duke Karsten couldn't help but accept.
Something has changed in her politics and policies.
She has become less decisive, and plainly gives a soft impression. Rumors have spread that she attempted her best to serve the unwomanly role of Duchess, but finally her true colors have come through. She's apparently busy dealing with unsatisfied subjects and lords, even calling upon the previous, retired duke's assistance. Otto, people were certain that she'd win the selection, being that she secured the first achievement with the White Whale offensive. But it's unclear what exactly led to her downfall. Emilia Summer, be sure to keep vigilant. Emilia, I see. Emilia lowers her eyes, full of gloom. She can't help but feel sympathetic for her rivals, but Otto finds that stance dangerous and fragile.
They're eventually going to oppose each other. It's disadvantageous to be unduly supportive.
This last year has taught Otto that the truism applies in both commerce and politics. Otto, try not to brood on it.
More conversations like this will have to happen in the future.
Emilia,
Thank you. I know you're just looking out for me.
Otto, excellent. Now, let's finally get onto the topic of Anastasia's faction. They have nowhere to call their base in Ludnica, but have the backing of important merchants in Kararagai. Stores that had originally been considering the idea are now springing up across Ludnica, all with Hoshin Enterprises' backing. Emilia, but what does that mean? Maybe there are lots of new stores, but that doesn't mean lots of new supper. Oh, there's more people who know her, so she's more visible? Otto, that would be a side effect, I think.
Her goal is more simple than that. She can use far much more money. And since money is so simple, it works on anyone.
There is no creature of society out there who lives in peace after economic downfall. Making allies of merchants means making more friends in the world of business. And being that economic supports society, holding economic power means she can attack and defend that society. She's making allies all over the place, making it nigh impossible to counter her, a businesswoman who prioritizes her economic strength. Otto, I believe that Anastasia's faction is the one we must be most cautious of.
And then we get an invitation from them. And it all feels like we're going to wind up in their debt. Do you understand how immeasurably troubled I am?
Emilia, it's finally sunken in so deep.
I'm sorry for acting so rashly.
Otto, nothing to worry, just as long as you understand.
You'll never do anything careless again, I'm sure. I'm sure. Because I'm sure that you understand.
Emilia bows her head, and Otto shakes his in submission, then sighs. Otto's clear explanation of matters makes it very easy to understand. Emilia nods over and over.
Indeed.
The world of politics is complex and tricky. She already knew that her thoughts of "I'll do my best and let's do our best" wouldn't secure her the victory, but it dizzies her to think that she has to pay mind to what the others are doing. She's glad that he's revealed these secrets to her, but it also makes her far more uneasy. Otto, you don't have to agonize over it alone, says Otto, imagining how Emilia must feel. Emilia looks up.
Otto fiddles with his grey hair.
Otto, you may be the central figure, but that doesn't mean that you have to do everything yourself.
You have this whole carriage with you.
Emilia, this whole carriage? Otto, Natsuki-san is at the reins. Beatrice-chan is on guard to make sure he doesn't slack off. Garfield is keeping lookout atop the carriage, and I am the one who planned our itinerary.
What you do is thank all of us for our work, and we'll bumble our way to Pristella.
Emilia's eyes widen, comprehending what Otto means, and it's funny, because this indirect phrasing reminds her of someone else. Emilia, Otto-kun.
You sound so much like Subaru.
Otto, what? Truly?
Oh no. He must have infected me over all this time spent with him.
No, please no, this terrifying thought just. Subaru, hey, Otto. What are you talking so cheerily about with Emilia Tan? Emilia Tan smiles are my diet, so you better not steal any. Otto's shoulders hitch up as the person in question butts into the conversation. Otto's reaction makes Emilia smile, and Otto smiles back, looking defeated.
Subaru, come on.
What's so interesting? This isn't fair.
Beatrice, take the reins. I'm busting in.
Beatrice, or...
No, in fact. Stop, I suppose. I can't.
It'll flip over. It's going to flip over, in fact. Look, she's going to flip it over, I suppose.
Hearing the yells from the driver's seat, Otto resignedly gets to his feet. A certain impatient knight must be hitting his limit. Time to swap places and visit the dragons.
Emilia, Otto-kun. When Emilia calls Otto from behind as he prepares to move to the driver's seat,
he glances back at her, and his breath catches.
Emilia's trusting smile stabs him through the chest. Emilia, I know I'll cause some problems, but I'll still do my best.
I'm counting on you.
Otto, yes, please do.
I'll take my own enjoyment in the scraps.
Emilia, that also sounded kind of like Subaru. With a bitter smile, Otto steps over to the driver's platform. Subaru and Emilia are both devious. For Otto, stricken with an illness where he must answer to the expectations upon him, they're a lethal combination. While all this banter unfolds, 12 days pass from their departure. Emilia's group safely arrives at the Watergate City, Pristella.
Arc 5, Chapter 5, The Watergate City Pristella.
Upon their arrival, Subaru and the others are greeted by towering, grand walls. Subaru, yeah, this looks exactly like the prison I expected it to.
Mutters Subaru as he pokes his head out of the carriage window, Otto at the reins.
Beatrice captures Subaru's muttering, her head also out the window beneath Subaru. Beatrice, Joshua said it was a sightseeing spot, but Betty doubts that, in fact. It looks far more depressing than relaxing, I suppose.
Subaru, agreed.
I mean, I guess the bridge and gates and stuff are kinda cool.
Subaru nods in agreement to Beatrice and looks down.
Their carriage is traveling across the massive, stone Tigrisy bridge, which leads to the front gates of Pristella. Subaru stretches slights and looks over to the horizon, where he sees sunlight glinting on the water.
To him it looks like an ocean, but since oceans don't exist in this world, it has to be a lake or a river.
Beatrice, Pristella is a city built upon a lake, in fact. The land inside those walls becomes so flat that it forms a basin in the center, I suppose.
If you envision the city as an old trap, then of course you'd expect the center to easily flood, in fact. Subaru, you mean that thing about it being a trap for some nasty witch beast?
Emilia mentioned that too. Is it actually true though? Beatrice, this is my first time seeing this place, and I don't know what the specific purpose of it was either, I suppose.
But I suspect it is true, now that I've seen it, in fact.
Beatrice's bluish eyes gaze at the city's gates beyond the bridge. The walls keep her from peering inside, but she must be imagining what the city looks like. It's unclear how precisely the books in the Forbidden Archive spoke of the world, but Beatrice's extensive knowledge has helped on more than a few occasions. Beatrice, why are you stroking Betty's head, I suppose? Subaru, because it's there.
I want to spend all the time patting you that I'm able.
Beatrice, utter nonsense, and patronizing, undesired nonsense at that, in fact. Nevertheless, Beatrice neglects to swat Subaru's hand away and he proceeds to pat her more while gazing past the bridge railing, at the lake. The pristine waters give him a clear view to the bottom of the lake, with not a single piece of litter or pollution in sight. If the whole lake is like this, it's an example of incredible ethics. Subaru, actually I didn't notice any litter or illegally dumped industrial waste on the road either.
Probably 'cause people don't have much stuff, but still it's nice.
Otto, Pristella is particularly strict on littering since it has to preserve its landscape. There will be a simple border check once we enter the gates. Please don't get weirdly assertive and reject the binding paperwork they give you.
Warns Otto, having caught Subaru's muttering. Subaru tilts his head.
Subaru, paperwork? Emilia, I think you're usually exempted from it if you have a crest on your carriage when you're going to the capital, but absolutely everyone has to fill out paperwork to enter Pristella. Subaru nods, impressed, and more or less accepts it as a passport and customs check. But once again he tilts his head at the words binding paperwork. Subaru, is it written on paper that makes you guias yourself? Like it does something to your odd once you sign, and the second you break the terms your gate stops working or something. Emilia, eek, that'd be so scary.
There shouldn't be anything that forceful.
The paperwork is just a statement that you won't do anything bad.
But it means your conscience will be keeping a close eye on you.
Subaru, we'd have world peace if everyone were as strict on themselves as you, Emilia Tan. Subaru smiles wryly, aware of his own scummy personality, at Emilia's idealism. Either way, he understands that there is paperwork, and that it is not actually binding. Otto, there are nationals laws that must be upheld, but the mayor and lord who manage the city have rather extensive authority there.
There are many things about Pristella that simply differ from national law.
The paperwork will surely mention what they are, so please refrain from mocking it and actually read it.
Garfield, it's a goddamn pain. How about you read it and tell us what it said when you're done?
Otto, you'll never mature with that attitude. It's necessary for you to learn how to at least skim paperwork, what with your social position.
You can't just stockpile bizarre trivia from the books you like.
Garfield, it ain't bizarre trivia, the man's lust for dramatic.
Yay, Captain.
Subaru, you got it.
Garfield balances precariously on the carriage roof as he peeks his head over and down.
Subaru nods firmly in reply, Otto sighs, and Emilia watches happily.
Beatrice shakes her head in lamentation.
Beatrice, you two children are just impossible, in fact. Otto, they are a nightmare to herd.
Who could guess how Beatrice's statement resounded with him?
Unfortunately for him, no one else in the carriage is capable of empathizing with his grief and exhaustion.
Patrash roars, and everyone directs their attention to the front.
The gates of Pristella stand directly before them. The border inspection ends with underwhelming ease. Emilia and Otto were right. The paperwork described the terms they would have to follow to enter the city, and the rules by which they needed to abide once inside. That said, every term was practically impossible to accidentally violate, so there's no need to pay that much conscious attention to them.
All you have to do to enter the city is read the paper, sign your name, and get the officer's approval.
The officers did panic a little once Emilia introduced herself, but being that Anastasia passed through here too, they probably figure that something is going on. Subaru, guess it is pretty big news to have two girls with the right to the throne in one place. Emilia, there wasn't too much fuss, so I think Anastasia let them know beforehand. Or maybe it was Joshua-kun or Mimi-chan. Subaru, Joshua feels possible if you ignore his clumsiness, but I seriously doubt it was Mimi.
It doesn't feel like the cat girl has that kind of sensibility. But not because she's selfish or anything. How to describe it? Subaru, 'cause she's cute. Emilia, yes, because she's cute.
And it's so mysteriously persuasive that it makes Emilia nod. Subaru crosses his arms, finding that no other word fits.
Also for some reason Beatrice stomps on his foot.
Subaru kills his time by placating a displeased Beatrice, until Otto and Garfield finally finish their drawn-out inspection and join the others beyond the gates.
Subaru, hey guys. What held you up?
Otto, Garfield did.
I've been constantly telling him to practice his writing, and still.
Subaru, Garfield, you can't write? Garfield, I can. It's just, put in it how you would you'd call it avant-garde or, whatever. Meaning his handwriting is so horrendous that the officers couldn't read it.
The officers must have offered to write for their illiterate client, but Garfield's pride would not allow it.
Subaru, I won't say anything against you, but you better study if you don't want this to happen again. I know you write letters to Louis-san, and those ones have to be legible.
Garfield, now there's a joke, Captain. Me and Granny go way back.
My Nana can read anything my amazing self writes, even if it's with my left hand. Subaru, you aren't thinking to improve at all, are you? Says Subaru, sighing in exhaustion, to a proud Garfield.
Garfield's grandmother Louis is not living with him in Roswell's mansion. She and the 24 duplicates have been tasked with duties in various forests in Roswell's domain.
Emilia and Garfield still hold the command right for the doubles, and their orders still reach the doubles from a distance. The team is trying to utilize this and have the girls serve as middlemen for communicating orders. Subaru proposed the idea, and Lewis carries the responsibility for the work.
Garfield opposed it all at first, but generally agrees with it now. And so Lewis and the doubles are living in Arlam village.
The plan is to go girl by girl, teaching them everything they need to know, and sending them to towns and villages once they're ready. Subaru, it's like a huge spy operation, which kinda makes it sound bad. But he loathes to simply leave them there, hanging around without any role or purpose. Perhaps Subaru's guilt from discarding them in a previous loop is what spurred the idea. Emilia, Subaru? They finished the bag check for the carriage, let's go? Emilia calls Subaru out of his reverie, and he hurriedly glances up. He gives a strained smile as she looks curiously on, and grabs Pastaski's reins. As if sensing Subaru's unease, the smart black dragon nuzzles her snout against the back of his neck. It mystifies Subaru how relaxing the rough sensation is.
Subaru, thank you, for everything.
Subaru replies to her silent compassion by stroking her hard scales. Patrash responds with her snout, and Subaru finally tugs the reins to set off for Pristella proper.
They exit the front gate to find a river flowing between the exterior gates and the city.
They cross the stone bridge over the river, the inner gates open, and Pristella reveals itself.
Subaru, whoa.
Subaru sighs in admiration at the sight unfolding before him.
And he isn't the only one reacting like this.
Emilia and Beatrice, seated on either side of him, also express their wonder.
He must apologize for using the word jail on this aquatic city.
When Subaru first heard about Pristella, he envisioned something like the old world's Venice.
He was correct to do so.
The city is circular, enclosed in turn by the circular walls.
Ignoring the fact that its size is that of a city, its shape is essentially that of a sports arena. The outer rim is the most elevated, elevation dropping the closer you get to the center.
Dense rows of stone buildings line the tiers of the city, the most Western-seeming architecture that Subaru has seen yet. Large canals run through the town, with notably massive canals, waterways, dividing the circular city into 4 even sections. Subaru sees several gondolas paddling on the water, and a tingle shoots down his spine at the thought, gondoliers. The Blue City, the City of Water, the Watergate City Pristella.
Each one rings true. The sight brings nothing but wonder.
Subaru, amazing.
He says, and no one can deny him.
The guardsmen at the gate smile in satisfaction at the group's astonishment. Most likely, everyone who passes through these gates reacts exactly the same way. That reaction both fulfills the guardsman's office-bound obligations, and is the greatest of rewards to them. Definitely is.
Right into their trap.
Garfield, yeah, this is stunning. So Otto wasn't just spouting bullcrap. Garfield recovers from the shock first and rubs the tip of his nose.
But his excitement has not faded, for his cheeks remain slightly red.
His masculine passion for the dramatic must have been set alight by this amazing place, which falls under the heading of things that are gigantic. Otto, I've always wished to visit this place, connected as it is to the god of merchants, Hoshin, but this is stupendous.
It was worth visiting regardless of Hoshin.
Otto fidgets with his hands, looking incredibly emotional.
The mention of Hoshin reminds Subaru of the name, Hoshin of the Wastes.
Subaru, Hoshin's that guy. That one merchant guy from ages ago who made crazy riches from a burnt wasteland. Otto, you're a little off, but overall correct. 400 years ago, Hoshin traveled the yet untamed lands of Kararagai unaided, transformed it into an economic infrastructure using solely his own wits, and made a fortune.
The man is a paragon.
Solely because it's about a merchant, Otto's eyes blaze with passion as he tells the story of Hoshin. If he built the foundations for one of the 4 great countries, the Kararagai city-state, then Subaru can agree with the legend being passed down. Subaru, Anastasia calls herself Hoshin after him too.
Otto, it's very bold of her.
I doubt there is any way to more plainly state her enthusiasm and goals, but everyone alive is going to be skeptical.
Though I do presently think she has achieved enough to warrant the name. Subaru, if she's seriously doing something to warrant the name, then.
Well, snagging Ludnika's thrown works, just marching toward her goal. Sincerely impressed, Subaru manages to pry himself from the beautiful scenery. He strokes Beatrice's head and tugs Emilia's sleeve to pull them away from the mesmerizing city.
Subaru, so, Anastasia's waiting for us at the Sea Sylph Lodge. Dunno where it is, but considering who she is, doubt it's someplace cheap.
Emilia, right. I think she told the gate officers about the visit too, so it's going to be a nice place.
I think Otto-kun investigated more into that.
Otto nods and hops onto the coachman's platform. He jerks his chin, gesturing to the carriage. Otto, I've supposed the route, so allow me to lead.
We won't be able to rush since boats have higher priority than carriages in this town.
Which I note because I suspect Natsuki-san still struggles with leisurely carriage rides. Subaru, oh yeah? If it was just Patrash, I wouldn't even have to say anything, just stare at her in my trembling boots, and she'd have the carriage doing whatever I want, right? Subaru boldly gazes at Patrash and winks.
Patrash looks away. Somehow, it feels like she just sighed at him. The unexpected reaction dejects Subaru.
Emilia consolingly pats his back, while Beatrice takes his hand and files him into the carriage.
Garfield, and we're off,
announces Garfield from his new, dedicated perch on the carriage's roof. Otto smiles wryly as he whips the reins, and the carriage rolls into motion. Their pace is truly slow, so sluggish that the drop in speed from the uphill inclines cannot feasibly explain it. Subaru, but going off what I'm seeing out the windows, there really aren't many carriages. Emilia, there aren't. And look how all the roads wide enough for carriages aren't straight, they're windy, because the canals have higher priority than streets. Subaru, you're right.
Emilia is right.
Footpaths and carriage roads make winding detours around the canals, which cross through the city. It is inconvenient, but stops feeling that way once Subaru watches the canals alongside the carriage, and the gondolas passing by. Subaru, carriages have the windbreaker blessing, but do boats have anything?
Like a blessing of no capsizing, or a sea breeze blessing, something.
Emilia, I don't really know, but I don't think the boats themselves have blessings.
But maybe the boatsmen have a blessing of lakes or blessing of ferrying.
Beatrice, though this knowledge isn't particularly widespread, water dragons have blessings, in fact. One that protects them from the effects of water, much like those of earth dragons, I suppose. Subaru, water dragons.
Wouldn't mind seeing one. And just one. Beatrice, I'm sure there's bound to be some in this city, in fact.
Though she answers Subaru's question, Beatrice's reply is not proactive, what with her dislike of animals. Her strange awkwardness does not end merely with Patrash, but apparently extends to water dragons. Subaru, I don't think hugging, say, a league'd be that unpleasant. Beatrice, it doesn't kill me not to touch animals, I suppose.
Betty is cuter than them, in fact.
Subaru, doubt fighting an animal in a match of cuteness go anywhere. Actually, you might lose a few points if you fought on the same terms. To Subaru's eyes, even Patrash looks a combination of cool and cute.
But a different kind of cute. Emilia, Rem, and Beatrice is cute, of course.
Beatrice looks on suspiciously, while Emilia jumps excitedly on the word Liga and gazes at Subaru. Emilia, me too. Do you think they'd let me touch them if I asked? Subaru, you could have asked when Mimi was at the mansion.
You get weirdly considerate about things like that.
Emilia, they're riding dogs, I can't just do whatever I want with them.
I've been missing the feeling of fur, since Puck hasn't been around.
It seems that even Emilia, who loves Puck like family, has been enchanted by his fur. Subaru agrees to ask about it and Emilia starts humming happily, while hideously tone-deaf. Listening to her shoddy humming, Subaru puts his hand to his cheek and leans on his elbow as he gazes at the cityscape. He leans on the window frame. Beatrice gazes out the window's glass, kneeling on her seat. Subaru deliberates whether to tell her that it's bad manners to do that, when Beatrice, oh, Subaru.
Here's your chance, in fact.
Subaru, whoa. Subaru looks over to see a giant spray of water from the canal as a passing fish, or no, it's not a fish. The creature has a long, serpentine body, alongside stubby but present limbs.
It's a water dragon.
Its blue, slippery skin evokes images of snakes, but its head is clearly a dragon's.
Sharp fangs crowd its mouth, and catfish whiskers extend from its snout.
The earth dragon looks like a bipedal lizard, while the water dragon is more oriental. Subaru almost wants to call it Shenlong. Subaru, but it looks kinda stuck up, or unfriendly. Beatrice, that's what it looks like to humans, I suppose. Water dragons are much more bothersome to domesticate than earth dragons, in fact. You must raise it from hatchling to adult before it recognizes you as its master, I suppose.
Subaru, so they take time. Me and Patrash bonded the second our eyes met.
Beatrice, it baffles me how she's so attached to you, in fact.
It baffles Subaru too. Though she is originally from Crush's faction, she grew extremely attached to Subaru from the moment he picked her for the White Whale offensive.
Subaru believes his choice back then, picking the highly assertive Patrash, was the correct one.
There are so many times where he would have failed without her.
Subaru, HMPF.
The visage of our Patrash abounds in refinement far the superior.
Emilia, Subaru.
How come you're suddenly talking like Anne?
A strange rebellion against the water dragon, dancing through the canal, overtakes Subaru.
And though the dragon couldn't have noticed his gaze, it turns to glance at him.
The dragon pokes its head out of the water and screeches. For some reason Subaru hears the eyes off, interlopers, loud and clear. Subaru, I think this asshole just insulted us.
Which means it's time for dragon.
As revenge, Subaru decides to mimic the roars of the giant black witch beast he saw when the mansion was burning down. When a sharp, dignified roar cuts through to the water. Patrash's roar.
She perceived her master's belligerence toward the dragon and got him revenge.
Subaru doesn't know what she meant with that bellow, but her voice and glare terrify the water dragon, which squeaks and slinks back underwater.
Then it speeds up and carts its boat swiftly away.
The boatsman panics at the sudden speed while Subaru watches on, dazed. Subaru, what just happened? Otto, Natsuki-san, please keep Patrash-chan from doing anything too strange. I'd truly prefer that we didn't make a scene so shortly after entering the city.
Scolds Otto from the driver's seat.
Subaru waves at him dismissively and whistles through his fingers so that Patrash can hear him. They can't exactly communicate by whistling, but hopefully it lets her know that he's grateful. Subaru, water dragons are pretty cool, but Patrash is the coolest. Beatrice, ours is better than that undignified water dragon, in fact. Beatrice begrudgingly agrees with Subaru, perhaps because he spoke so happily. While they cross a canal by bridge, Subaru thinks of the panoramic view of the city he saw from the gates. Subaru, feels like these canals split the city into 4 or something. Emilia, they do.
The giant waterways in the middle of Pristella divided into districts.
Going clockwise from the main gates, they're District 1, District 2, District 3, and District 4.
Subaru hums. Subaru, pretty uncreative naming scheme. They could have gone for something more like East Blue. Don't you agree? Garfield, that I do, Captain.
Beatrice, no one cares about your tastes, I suppose.
Says Beatrice icily at the happy pair.
Emilia smiles as she watches on and raises her finger, speaking as if she has read this in a book. Emilia, the numbered districts all have different stores and occupations, and the residential areas are concentrated in Districts 2 and 3, which are farthest from the gates.
The Sea Sylph Lodge must have lots of visiting travelers, so it'll be in District 1. Subaru, which means we should be hitting it soon. Or now. The slow carriage comes to a stop during their conversation. Apparently they've reached the inn.
Otto loops around from the driver's seat and into the carriage. Otto, we've arrived. I'll speak with the employees to have Frou-Frou and Patrash-chan moved to the stables, so feel free to.
No, actually, please wait by the entrance. Subaru, what changed your mind?
Is it really that bad for us to go in first?
Otto, it is. We don't want you to encounter Anastasia-san, and for me to come back and find she's hooked you.
Subaru frowns at Otto's lack of trust, but nobody can refute him considering their track record. They take their hand luggage and leave the carriage while an employee escorts Otto behind the establishment, out of sight. Subaru watches them go, stretches, and finally directs his gaze to the Seasylph Lodge. Subaru, now, just what kind of lodgings have we?
We.
Subaru's jaw drops. Emilia puts her finger to her cheek, tilting her head. Emilia, the building looks so funny.
I don't think I've seen one like it. Garfield and Beatrice share Emilia's candid thoughts. But Subaru gets a different impression from the place. Of course he would. After all.
Subaru, an inn?
This is a ryokan. Built of smooth wood, with sliding glass doors.
And hedges, and a gravel path from the gates to the entrance, and a tiled roof, leaving no room for doubt. Right there in the middle of such a western city, and entirely out of place piece of architecture. This is the day that Natsuki Subaru meets the Waifu structure called the Seasylph Lodge.
Look at the surprise on you. Was a good choice I made, hand-picking this hotel. When a calm, cheerful voice cuts into his stupefaction.
Still stunned, Subaru slowly redirects his gaze, beyond the hedges, to where someone peers over at their group. She has a white fur dress and an eye-catching fox scarf. The cold season has already gone, and the dress has fabric thin enough to call in season, but the scarf could be important since it's exactly the same as ever. A slight frame and long, wavy violet hair. A pleasant smile on her charming face, and an indecipherable glint her aquamarine eyes. No doubt about it. This is the one who invited them here. A direct, face-to-face welcome from Anastasia Hoshin. And Anastasia, been some time since I last seen you. Many thanks to you for coming all the way. Figures to me the journey's worn you out. How says we spend time relaxing inside, then chat? Before Otto can return, she easily takes the lead. Everyone present can see so. Arc 5, Chapter 6, 2 Spirit Knights, 2 greedy merchants, and 1 selfless angel. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Anastasia seemed to be striking a preemptive blow. The atmosphere in the water plumage pavilion tensed. Emilia, thanks for welcoming us in person, it really makes me feel at ease. Coming out to meet Emilia was certainly calculated. While Subaru was lost in thought, a slightly confused Emilia voiced a reply, grabbing his attention. Anastasia cast a frown at Subaru, probably pondering the origins of Garfield, who was standing next to him, and Beatrice, who was clinging to his sleeve. Subaru, having spent many days frolicking with them in the mansion, was steadied by their presence. Anastasia, the same face as always. She has a Kansai dialect. Her gaze left Subaru for Emilia as she murmured to herself, her light green eyes bearing a hint of ridicule. Her relationship with Emilia had changed little in the year past, a small conflict between them wasn't unexpected. Subaru, well, she's just as cute as. No, she's even cuter than before. Emilia, Subaru, don't kid around with such a serious expression. Hearing her response, Subaru rubbed his nose with an air of awkwardness, noting that Beatrice was paying close attention to the proceedings. The corners of Anastasia's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Anastasia, Natsuki-kun, I heard that after the subjugation of the white whale things went a bit awry. Are Roswell's border territories doing well? Subaru, sorry you had to catch such unpleasant news. Thanks to your troops, we survived the aftermath. As companions, we'll mutually support each other, right? Anastasia, is that so? I'm glad you think so, too. The two of us were glad you could come. It's been a while since you've seen Julius, yes? Anastasia clapped her hands together, taking an opportunity to tease Subaru, who immediately caught on and frowned. Emilia and Anastasia laughed simultaneously, as Subaru grew uncomfortable, thinking that neither of them understood his complex relationship with Julius. He tried to explain it over and over to Emilia, but each attempt inevitably ended in failure.
Garfield, a bit strange.
Guess the woman's one of Emilia Summer's enemies?
The previously silent Garfield voiced a question, making no attempt to conceal his hostility.
Subaru scratched his head in helpless embarrassment, and Anastasia's round eyes grew rounder. Emilia, Garfield, you're not wrong, but you're putting it in a pretty extreme way. After all, weren't we invited here? Garfield, yeah, but still, won't you hot stab each other in the back one day? Is gonna sting after acting all buddy-buddy. Emilia, that's true.
Garfield's a gentle person, so I'm worried about that.
Garfield, HK.
Who's gentle? What are you talking about, Emilia Summer?
As expected of him, Garfield hurriedly tried to deflect Emilia's words. Anastasia eyed him curiously, wondering why he seemed so embarrassed, when ?R. Garf is here.
Miss, why didn't you tell me? The wooden door of the inn was flung open with a bang.
The racket was caused by Mimi, a cat girl whose lovely face shone brightly as she saw her audience. She flew into the room and surprised everyone by firmly grasping Garfield's arm. Mimi, welcome. You're tired, so Mimi will guide you to your room.
That's where you'll be staying.
Hey, you're not budging at all. Garfield, oh, oi, wait.
My amazing self hasn't agreed. You're strong. What? Mimi, this way.
That way.
Hurry. The petite Mimi clung to Garfield's arm and, though he should have been strong enough to break free, he was dragged along helplessly, nonetheless.
Perhaps she was using secret technique, but it's more likely that Garfield didn't want to distance Mimi by shaking her off. After all, despite appearances, they were supposed to be the same age.
Anastasia, Garfield allowed himself to be dragged away with little resistance, and Anastasia had a rare troubled look on her face, as did Emilia.
Anastasia, Mimi has always been lively, but even so, I was a bit surprised just now. Emilia, that's right.
That's good. I thought you might have felt she left you alone. Anastasia, not at all, that wouldn't be a problem. However,
after their exchange, Anastasia's briefly softened gaze sharpened into a freezing calmness, and Subaru unconsciously moved to stand in front of Emilia. Anastasia, I'd like you to tell me what kind of a child he is, the one who has attracted Mimi's attention.
The dangerous question was loaded with the quiet, burning rage a woman would hold toward pests who surrounded her cute daughter or little sister.
It subtly conveyed that Mimi was loved, and, although they'd arrived early, the thought of dealing with this left Subaru exhausted. Why is it, Natsuki-san, that you suddenly have such a tired face? At that moment, Otto, who had returned from securing the ground dragons and their carriage, found Subaru in an exhausted state and joined their gathering. Pristella's famed hotel, the Water Plumage Pavilion, was tiled with wooden floorboards resembling tatami mats. This place was clearly geared toward exhausted pedestrians like Subaru, who immediately seated himself on a cushion. Beatrice calmly took a seat next to him, but Emilia and others seemed puzzled at the notion of sitting directly on the floor. The long wooden desk in the large hall were all reminiscent of a Japanese style inn, excluding the lack of an actual tatami floor. However, a true expert like Subaru found places to detract points. Subaru, for example, this place lacks a sliding door and a paper door, and, unfortunately, the employees are not dressed kimonos. It's poor taste to outwardly resemble a ryokan when the atmosphere is not faithfully reproduced. Ultimately, Subaru can't shake away the uncomfortable feeling that the setting is straight out of a fantasy in spite of the employees' clothing and hospitality. Subaru, so, my grade totals to 70 points. This place is barely acceptable, but what is good, is how I would grade it.
I hope you will work hard to improve in the future.
Beatrice, what are you talking about, in fact? Subaru, it's a kind, cheap, spirited, and light-hearted kind of fun that relieves my frustration.
So I'll be fine even if you let go of my hand.
Beatrice, just to be sure, I'll hold it for a little while longer, I suppose. The grip on Subaru's left hand slightly strengthens, and he said no more, instead turning to face Emilia on his right. Emilia, who had been examining the strange surroundings, noticed his gaze. Emilia, it's so amazing, isn't it? It's only a little strange from the outside, but as soon as I enter it I feel so odd, sitting on the floor and taking off my shoes. Subaru, I didn't have a bed in my bedroom, I had a futon on the floor.
I'd be surprised if this place doesn't have any. Would the employees let me have one?
Otto, what an unusual and unnecessary proposition. Or, rather, is Natsuki-san familiar with Kararagai-style customs? Otto, sitting opposite Beatrice, joins the conversation. The phrase Kararagai-style caught Subaru's attention. Subaru, Kararagai-style?
Is this building a product of it?
Otto, that's right. These Wafu architectural styles are designs taken from Kararagai, although their use isn't widespread here. In Kararagai itself, designs similar to the water plumage pavilions are considered traditional. Subaru, so why is this hotel in that style?
Is it a diplomacy thing? This building was doubtlessly of Japanese design.
Subaru wanted to confirm his suspicions on why that was. As if to supplement Subaru's thoughts, Otto raised a finger and spoke. Otto, that would be because of Pristella's history itself.
Hoshin of the Wastes was responsible for its construction. I trust you've heard of him?
Subaru, really, I've heard a bit about this Hoshin of the Wastes. Otto, despite being born in such a dark age, he managed so many achievements.
Even calling him a sage wouldn't be a stretch. However, it was due to how dazzling he was that disputes ended up happening.
Otto's story took place just over 100 years ago, when Pristella was split between Lagunican and Kararagian cultures. Pristella was geographically Lugnican, but its founder Hoshin considered himself and was considered Kararagian. Lagunica disliked the cultural influence of Kararagai and tried to eradicate all traces of its culture, but the locals took offense and protested, which led to several territorial disputes between Lagunica and Kararagai. Eventually, diplomatic relations deteriorated to the point where both countries were on the verge of cutting off their relationship. Otto, fortunately, this didn't last. Gradually, regulations became more relaxed, and Lagunica and Kararagai mended their relations. During that period, the import of the customs of Kararagai slowed. It was probably due to that Luguncia felt secure in letting its security measures become more lax.
Subaru, in any case, it's good the problem was solved.
So Kararagai customs can be traced back to Hoshin? Otto, it seems so. Hoshin was a person with innovative ideas from the start. His influences on ideology, technology, and legislation were immense. Subaru, I see.
Subaru had received his answer.
Otto's story confirmed that Kararagai's founder, Hoshin of the Wastes, had the same identity as Subaru and Al, a person summoned from a different world. Subaru now knew of 3 people who had been summoned at various times, Hoshin from 400 years ago, Al from 20 years ago, and himself from 1 year ago. Subaru didn't understand the time gap, or why he was chosen, and it was meaningless for him to speculate wildly.
But he certainly wasn't alone. Just knowing that granted Subaru's heart some small salvation.
Anastasia, it would appear that everyone's enjoying the inn. A thin sliding door made of wood slid open quietly, and Anastasia, entering with perfect timing, stood at the other side with a smile.
And, standing next to her.
Long time no see, Emilia Summer.
I sincerely apologize for being late. I should have been the first to welcome you. A man with an apologetic face, and a sweet, soft-spoken voice.
Just from hearing it, many women would assume it to be the voice of an angel.
An amusing pipe dream, but the voice did have the necessary color, beauty, and strength.
This was the voice of the Knight of Knights, Julius Juacalius, which existed solely to vex.
At least, that was how it felt to Subaru.
Emilia, it's been a while, Julius.
You look like you're doing well. Julius, I am grateful for your consideration.
Likewise, Emilia Summer's kindness and beauty are ever the more polished. It's as if the shade of your gaze alone strengthens this kingdom, While the rest of the world suffers a loss, Subaru found his speech, as always, pretentious and disgusting.
Julius turned his gaze to him. Julius, it's been a while since we've met face to face.
You seem lively as always, Natsuki Subaru Dono. Subaru, stop with your phony attitude, it sends shivers down my spine. Subaru Dono, my ass, you're so transparent. Julius, it's a well-known fact that you were recognized as Emilia Summer's knight.
Your former disrespect of the position should now be disregarded by both of us.
First and foremost, as a knight, are you trying to behave accordingly?
Watching Julius's virtuous attitude, Subaru scowled. Subaru, yeah, I'm her knight now. No one thought I could do it, but here I am.
Julius, I see. Although your position has changed, your attitude has not.
In that case, I will make do without the courtesy.
Julius dropped his formal attitude and gave a slight smile before approaching and looking down towards Subaru, who was sitting on the floor.
Julius, then, once again. Long time no see, Natsuki Subaru. Do you work hard every day to be an honorable knight?
Subaru, do you even need to ask? After all, I was beaten horribly by someone who thought I was dishonorable, or whatever. Julius, it seems my reputation is being attacked.
I recall it being an honorable duel.
Subaru, don't oversimplify, you bastard. However, the one at fault was Subaru, and even if he tried to say otherwise it would only make himself look worse. So Subaru, rather than futilely defend himself, insulted Julius in a light exchange of banter. Seeing this, Julius narrowed his eyes as if to say Julius, it seems that your shortcomings have been rectified somewhat.
If you learn to see things with a knight's perspective, you would go far.
Emilia Summer and Roswell Summer have an eye for potential, it seems. Even so. Julius, dash? After appraising Subaru, Julius has looked around until his yellow eyes stopped on Beatrice, who met his gaze steadily with her own pale blue eyes.
Beatrice, what is it?
You shouldn't stare too hard at a lady, I suppose.
Julius, that was terribly rude of me.
I did not expect that a high-level spirit like you would be present here. Beatrice, because Betty is Subaru's partner, it is natural I appear here.
I am on a completely different level than the quasi-spirits who you have brought in. I wonder if you are afraid of me, in fact.
Beatrice stands with her hands on Subaru's shoulders and her chest puffed up. That grumpy attitude is based on Julius's attitude towards Subaru, who is inferior to Julius in every way except one. Both are spirit knights, but Subaru's contracted spirit is of a higher grade. Julius was accompanied by his 6 quasi-spirits corresponding to the 6 attributes. Greater spirits were stronger than quasi-spirits, who were stronger than lesser spirits. Taking that into consideration, it could be said that Subaru and Beatrice were the stronger team.
However,
Subaru, if you're comparing actual ability, we have so many faults and are such a waste of potential that we can't even compare to his quasi-spirits.
Beatrice, humph. If he does not stop disrespecting Subaru,
I will tell you what will happen if you disdain Betty's partner, even if you are a handsome man who causes Betty's heart to waver, I suppose. Subaru, a handsome man who causes your heart to waver? That was hardly what Subaru wanted to hear, but it was Julius himself, the cause of the crack in their relationship, who caught the reason for it. Julius, do not misunderstand, your spirit is not going to betray you. Her instinct is merely being shaken by my divine protection.
Subaru, your protection?
Seriously, you also have one?
What kind of protection? Julius, the protection I have is the blessing of gathering spirits. Simply speaking, it is a kind of blessing that garners the favor of spirits. I also have a contract with quasi-spirits of 6 attributes.
Only with the power of that protection am I able to maintain them. Beatrice, Betty will not lose.
Subaru is better than you, I suppose. Subaru, thank you. Please, don't hurt me any further.
Although the bond of trust between Subaru and Beatrice was unbreakable, he was still disappointed at his lack of a firm response. Whenever Subaru faced Julius he would, without fail, become worked up over any of his own shortcomings.
That was the main reason for his former hatred of Julius.
Anastasia, as usual, our knight is attentive to Natsuki-kun.
Julius, not at all. I am merely discussing the attitude of a knight as his senior.
The knights of the kingdom of Lagunica may be judged from his behavior. Anastasia, well, Natsuki-kun already has a reputation as a knight, doesn't he?
That Julius really is dishonest.
In response to Anastasia's teasing, Julius lowers his head and nods silently. Anastasia probably would have won anyway, only to be smug about it later.
Their motions had that air of familiarity.
Beatrice patted Subaru's left shoulder, while Emilia his right. Beatrice, don't be too worried, in fact.
Looks aren't everything, I suppose.
Emilia, I'm glad that Subaru and Julius are getting along. I'd be happy if you two became good friends.
How would other people view this?
All Subaru could receive from them was unhelpful comfort. He scratched his cheek with frustration as Anastasia took a seat across from him.
Subaru, come to think of it, why are only the two of you here? Mimi and Garfield are probably on a date, but...
Anastasia, it's like you said, Mimi is with the blonde child right now. Hetaro adores his sister and is probably keeping an eye on them, and Tivi is probably keeping an eye on Hetaro.
That's why they're not with me at the moment.
Subaru, did Ricardo not come? I know that the kitten triplets are pretty strong, but isn't it comforting to have a full-grown knight around? It was odd that the triplets were here, but Ricardo, who usually handled their antics, was missing, as was Julius's brother Joshua.
Julius, unfortunately, we're not just in Pristella for fun. Ricardo and my brother Joshua have business elsewhere.
You should have met him by now, yes?
Subaru, yeah. And he's a lot like you. If his frame were a little steadier, he could play you perfectly. Actually, he should do that anyway. You can leave now.
Julius, I'll keep your interesting opinion in mind, but that would be difficult for Joshua.
He's not a child well suited for excessive travel.
Frustratingly, I hold several concerns about him, as his older brother. To Subaru's annoyance, Julius took him seriously and began worrying about Joshua. Otto interrupted Subaru's awkward silence by clearing his throat. Otto, I don't mind this casual atmosphere, but now that almost everyone's here, could we all give introductions? Anastasia, I'd like introductions too, since the only people here I really know are Emilia-san and Natsuki-kun. I especially want to hear more about this competent seeming officer and the powerful Great Spirit Chan. Otto, oi, it's really not like you to be lacking information, Anastasia Summer. Is something amiss in your reports? Anastasia, I can imagine why you would have that impression, but I think it would be best if we don't get into whose information is accurate. Dodging a question by the competent seeming officer, she gives a nod to Julius. Julius, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Julius Duacalius of the Knights of the Kingdom of Lagunica, although presently I am only serving as Anastasia Summer's knight. Julius gave Otto a slight bow, who nodded in response to his elegant gesture.
Julius then moved on to an introduction of his master, Anastasia.
Julius, I present the candidates for King of the Kingdom of Lagunica, Anastasia Hoshin, the gifted businesswoman who runs Kararagai's Hoshin Company.
Otto, right.
Right, yes. Subaru, don't bow to just an introduction. Otto, HK.
It was a mistake, the momentum was overwhelming.
Subaru gave the back of Otto's head a whack, as Anastasia watched, pleased with Julius's introduction. Subaru, don't be intimidated by titles. Our Emilia Tan is a wonderful candidate for the same throne, and she won't lose to Anastasia. Emilia, that's right. I'm also a candidate, so I'll do my best.
Subaru, you're so cute.
I can't help but say EMT. Emilia, I'm somewhat troubled that I find your antics calming. Seeing their typical, pointless, banter, Otto regains his composure and faces the opposing camp. Otto, thank you for your detailed introduction. I'm slightly late in saying this, but I'm Otto Suwin, Emilia Summer's Minister of Internal Affairs. Yes, thanks to a certain circumstances caused by a certain someone, A Minister of Internal Affairs is indeed what I am. Subaru, there seems to be bitterness about that decision. Otto, originally I was going to be a simple merchant, but now what has become of me? Although his voice echoed with lament, Subaru stood firm, refusing to give Otto the opportunity to escape. Anastasia stuck her tongue out, in a show of sympathy for Otto.
Next, everyone turned to Beatrice.
Seeing their gazes, she presented her small frame openly and squarely, then declared. Beatrice, Betty is the great spirit Beatrice, I suppose. I am Subaru's contract spirit, I suppose. As you can see, I rank highly both as a spirit and in cuteness. In fact, I would appreciate some delicious tea and a sweet snack, I suppose.
Subaru maintained dignity until the end. It would always be in Beatrice's nature to be a mascot character.
Subaru pulled her into his lap and began stroking her hair while she glared, displeased.
Subaru, well, that's why she's in a contract with me.
Julius, I did believe you had a good compatibility with your spirit, and I wouldn't call this unexpected, but I didn't imagine a contract with a great spirit like Beatrice Summer would resemble this. Subaru, don't praise my Biko too much.
She's just like her family, anything nice will just go to her head. Beatrice, humph.
I'm declaring my displeasure with that hasty treatment, in fact. Beatrice gave him a look suggesting that she barely accepted him, and Subaru patted her cheek in response.
Now that things had calmed down.
Otto, well, introductions are over and the atmosphere seems to have calmed down for time being, so, let's talk business, yes? As Emilia's Minister of Internal Affairs, it was Otto's role to take the lead in conversations like this and prevent them from being derailed. Anastasia answered while fiddling with her white fox fur scarf. Anastasia, eh? Well, it is our job as the hosts to entertain our guests.
If you like. Otto, well then.
First of all, what are your reasons for inviting us to Pristella? Anastasia, don't worry, you don't need to be so on guard.
I'm not planning anything.
A year has passed since the king's election started, and we haven't had opportunities to see each other recently, so I thought I'd just set one up. Most people would be easily misled by her gentle demeanor, but Otto was a veteran at negotiating.
The conversation had turned into a battle between merchants.
Otto, taking our situation into consideration, we're here because you lured us with bait.
It's only natural that we would be cautious. Anna, well, we did invite you here for a reason.
There are souvenirs in Pristella that you would want, aren't there?
Think of this as a gift. Subaru, how did you know which gift we would want?
Anna, it's sort of company secret, Natsuki-kun.
We'll just say that I'm an inquisitive gal, and leave it at that. Anastasia covered her mouth while laughing. It would be a stretch to say she was making fun of Subaru's frustration, but that was how it felt.
Aware of his angst, Beatrice could not help but sigh, while Subaru wondered how Anastasia learned of their circumstances. Emilia, it's not something I was hiding, so it was inevitable for that information to leak. Emilia's frank admission assuaged a part of Subaru's worries, and Anastasia blinked in Emilia's direction, who responded by tilting her head. Emilia, from this point onwards, I think that it would be better if everyone would appreciate what Anastasia's done, instead of being suspicious of her.
Anastasia, to respond to your enemy in such a well-intentioned way. Besides, I'm not helping you purely for your benefit, Emilia-san.
Emilia, but, thanks to you, I have a way to find what I've been looking for.
Thank you. I don't know how I can repay you, but I truly do thank you.
Anastasia, dash. Anastasia's eyes widened at Emilia's smiling response. To her surprise, Julius, seated next to her, softened his gaze, earning himself a glare. Anastasia, is something strange, Julius? Julius, no, it's merely that your surprised expression is so rare. I think that it is just as beautiful as your natural, unaffected face.
Anastasia, trying to escape with flattery.
Well, I still appreciate those sweet words. With the help of Julius's words, Anastasia shook off her surprise and regained her usual tone. Then she fixed a sharpened gaze on a curious Emilia. Anastasia, Emilia-san, it's been a year and you still have a disadvantage that you need to work around. Emilia, I'm lacking in many areas and causing everyone so much trouble, so I'm trying hard to catch up as soon as I. Anastasia, one correction, your greatest disadvantage isn't that.
It's that you resemble the terrifying witch from the stories.
Anastasia exhales deeply and smiles, causing Emilia to stiffen in shock at her sudden change in attitude. Disregarding her, Anastasia turned to Subaru and Otto.
Anastasia, what about you two? Will you continue to support her? If you do, her reputation will affect your own.
Subaru, I will, and I'll do my best to, because it's my policy to praise and support her no matter what. Otto, because of that, most of the burden lands on me. Funnily enough, I have no way out either. Subaru throwing a thumbs up, Otto glaring with a bitter gaze. Seeing their conflicting attitudes, Anastasia readjusted her scarf.
Anastasia, well, it's fine. You surely understand the value of gratitude, after all.
Otto, gratitude, huh?
Gratitude is great.
You don't have to keep it in the inventory, and there's no deadline attached to it. Anastasia, yep, isn't that right?
And most importantly.
Otto's words matched Anastasia's as the two each revealed the face of a merchant. Anastasia and Otto, you don't have to put a price tag on it.
They spoke unanimously.
Anastasia clapped her hands as Otto drooped his shoulders.
It seemed that this was an established saying. Their perspectives on gratitude were chillingly identical.
Anastasia, now, back to what Emilia-san needs. A colorless magical ore, one of the highest possible grade of purity. Emilia, yes, that's right, can you tell me what you know? On the way to Pristella, Emilia, having consciously realized that she had been acting out of selfishness, had felt guilty and hadn't wanted to involve Subaru and Otto and the others. Nevertheless, with the opportunity right in front of her, she of course needed to act.
She was closer than ever to seeing her precious family again. Anna, the best supplier of high-density ore is Muse Company. The person responsible for it currently resides in this town, Kiritaka Muse, a man whose heart was stolen by a songstress. Arc 5, Chapter 7, The Sinful Man Sets Sail.
Subaru, his heart was stolen by a songstress. Is that a nickname?
It doesn't sound cool at all, but he's using it as if it is.
Upon hearing Subaru's response, Anastasia laughs before playing with the tips of her soft hair. Anastasia, you're right, it sounds more like a nickname than a title.
But, that's what he claims.
My heart was stolen by a songstress. Subaru, what does that even mean? Anastasia, his heart was stolen by a woman, and he proudly and publicly announces it. Doesn't that remind you of what happened during the royal selection in the capital? Subaru, leave that dark, embarrassing history out of this. Subaru's face twists just thinking of the humiliation at Julius's hands.
It made him want to grab his head and roll on the floor.
Even though he still believed he was in the right, his way of expressing his thoughts left much to be desired.
Anyway. Subaru, I see what you mean though.
Although I regret to admit it, I can actually relate.
Then, what's he like?
Anastasia, the nickname is rather excessive, but the man himself is both responsible and flexible.
Being named heir to Muse Company takes more than just being the eldest son. There's no need to doubt him as a businessman.
Otto, I can also guarantee that, Natsuki-san,
the young master of Muse Company,
Kiritaka Muse, is famous indeed. His skill is astounding, even without Muse Company's already famous reputation for dealing with magical ore.
As a merchant, Otto also knew of Kiritaka.
However, after agreeing with her appraisal, he cast a sharp glare at Anastasia. Otto, indeed, Emilia Summer needs pure magical stones from a professional supplier, and we sent inquiry to Muse Company.
But they weren't open to negotiation.
It does make one wonder how and why Anastasia Summer is securing their aid. Anastasia, perhaps it is a matter of trust?
Maybe it is a matter of sincerity.
Whatever the case, one side must be willing to approach the other in order to establish a working relationship, don't you agree? Otto, I guess you could say that. Otto gave up on challenging the impassive Anastasia, who had been feigning a poor understanding of the situation.
He moved on to discuss the magical stones themselves.
Otto, first of all, do they actually have the rare magical stone we're looking for? Anastasia, I can understand your suspicions, but I'm sure you realize it would be obvious if we were simply lying about a prominent trader. Otto, I see.
Then, are there any other conditions, or is it all right for us to negotiate with him? Anastasia, you're quite worried, but it's fine.
Remember, I was simply aware of the location of the magical ore that Emilia San's faction was looking for, and I've already explained why I gave you that information. As Anastasia had said, gratitude required no price tag. Otto, understanding this, relented his questioning of Anastasia. Seeing their conversation draw to a close, Emilia raised a nervous hand.
Emilia, is it okay if I ask something?
Anastasia, please, go ahead.
Anything involving our business and personal relationships are a matter of trust.
Clearing doubts will give us peace of mind. Emilia, it seems this doesn't have much to do with money, does it? Anastasia, this is more than just a matter of hourly wages, after all.
Well, that's to be expected.
Don't you agree, Natsuki-kun? Anastasia smiled at Subaru, who gave an indifferent shrug in response. Emilia continued to ask her questions. Emilia, you've told us a little about Kiritaka-san, but I'm still curious about the songstress you mentioned. Is she someone famous? Although it was a simple question, Subaru also wanted an answer. As far as he knew, Kiritaka's surname, Muse, was something like a goddess of song in his world's mythology.
It was an odd coincidence, but it could simply have been his fate to fall for a songstress.
Subaru, I wonder if she's supposed to be some kind of mythical figure. Of course, she's not as influential as Hoshin of the Wastes.
Actually, if Hoshin had fallen for someone mythical, it would have probably been a disaster.
Julius, rest assured, the songstress Liliana-san is very real and currently remains in Pristella.
Having been taken in by Kiritaka-san. That's what her position is like right now. Subaru, currently.
Is that different from her normal situation? Julius, I heard that she was originally a poetic bard who sang and traveled. Kiritaka-san saw one of her concerts, and the situation became what it is now. Listening to Julius' answer, Subaru pictured a bird caught in a birdcage. Birds were animals who could live freely until they caught the eye of a master who would entrap them.
Was that what Liliana's situation was like? Did Kiritaka's paranoid affection keep Liliana trapped? Subaru, that's an unpleasant story. Her singing shouldn't be meant for just one person, she should do it freely.
Julius, I do agree with that, but there may be a misunderstanding here. Although, given Kiritaka-san's obsession with Liliana, it may be an inevitable conclusion. Subaru, my opinion of this Kiritaka guy just lowered somewhat.
Will the negotiation really be fine? It's hard to imagine communicating with someone like that.
A greedy and disgusting rich man comes to mind, one who was gluttonous and lustful. As Otto had mentioned earlier, it was strange of him to turn a blind eye to Emilia's seemingly innocent search for magical ore.
Subaru's impression of the man was poor indeed.
Subaru, I'm not looking forward to showing my pretty Emilia Tan to such a person. Julius, him seeing Emilia Summer shouldn't be a problem. Kiritaka-san is a little difficult to handle, but he wouldn't be so indiscreet.
However,
Julius broke off, as if unsure how to continue, leaving Subaru puzzled at his rare hesitation. Finally, Julius sighed quietly and shifted his gaze from Emilia to Subaru.
Julius, it might be best not to bring Beatrice Summer with you. Subaru, what's that supposed to mean?
Anastasia, well, Kiritaka-san and I are on good terms, so I've spoken with him enough to imagine what he would think. Julius's and Anastasia's words.
They lead to only one conclusion.
Subaru stands up and. Subaru, he's a lolicon?
Julius, it's something that people can only speculate on.
In other words, it's an unconfirmed rumor.
In any case, his tastes don't change how charming Anastasia Summer is.
Anastasia, Your words lack elegance.
Elegant or not, Anastasia didn't seem to mind what Julius said.
Subaru's theory wasn't refuted and he accepted that it was true.
Even so, he thought to himself, are you serious?
Subaru, more annoying lolicons, as if Klein-san weren't enough trouble.
Recalling the universally competent butler, Subaru wanted to bury his head in his hands.
However, there was definitely a difference between Klein and Kiritaka's tastes. Klein would probably show no interest in Anastasia. What Klein sought was inner youth and it was reflected by his attitude toward Emilia.
He saw her inner immaturity and respected her as a lowly in spirit.
On the other hand, Kiritaka was a person who places emphasis on external appearances. Anastasia was probably around the same age as Subaru, but she looked significantly younger. Since her body has little potential for further development, she could be considered a legal lowly. Kiritaka's inclination to like her was obvious.
And Beatrice.
Subaru, our Biko is a versatile lowly that can accommodate the tastes of both Klein and Kiritaka. Beatrice, I did not quite understand that, but I feel like it was a very rude comment, in fact. Subaru, idiot. Ugh.
I'm worried about you. You have a dangerous appeal. You'll make me worry if you're not more aware.
Beatrice,
If you're that worried, then I suppose you're not doing anything wrong.
He. Although she didn't share Subaru's panic, Beatrice happily grabbed onto the hem of Subaru's sleeve. For the time being, Subaru was going to hold onto her tightly. As long as they were in this city, it would be a good idea to keep an eye on her. Emilia, does he just like short people?
Anastasia, such an innocent response.
No, it's more like he's the type of person who likes eating fresh, immature fruits. Subaru, Stu-whoop. Don't say such dirty things to my angel.
I understand now. No more is needed.
Yes?
Stop.
Subaru guarded Beatrice with his left hand and Emilia with his right. Anastasia laughed at Subaru's overprotectiveness while Julius showed a wry smile. Otto, setting aside Natsuki-san's attitude, we accept your conditions. If possible, I would like to meet Kiritaka-san. Would I find him in Pristella's Chamber of Commerce?
Anastasia, that's right.
Well, Kiritaka-san is pretty busy, seeing as he has to run many of the city's functions.
I wonder which building you would find him in.
Anastasia responded to Otto's serious question with light teasing, who could only helplessly accept her answer. Otto brings his hand to his chin, then turns to Subaru. Otto, as expected, even the first step will be difficult. I would like to set up a safe place to calmly talk things through beforehand, but…
Where should we go? Subaru, that's right.
Well, to be honest, I have no idea where anything is,
so I was planning to just wander around.
From the main gate, Pristella didn't appear too large, but as an outsider, navigating the unfamiliar townscape would be a nightmare. Subaru is confident in his sense of direction, but how useful was that confidence in a town where travel was conducted by waterway? Otto, perhaps, there are people giving tours along the waterway. After all, many tourists come here, and there are probably people who are giving tours to capitalize on that. Subaru, that wouldn't work, I'd definitely get seasick. Once in elementary school, I got so seasick crossing a lake on a field trip that people made fun of me for being drunk. Beatrice, I don't quite understand what that means, but you look like you have bad memories of it, in fact. Looking at a reminiscing Subaru, Beatrice voiced her pity. In any case, Otto's suggestion was probably the best, so Subaru would have to accept it.
When?
Julius, forgive me for interrupting your discussion, but that worry is needless. Emilia, what do you mean, Julius? Emilia turned to look at Julius, who smiled faintly.
Julius, it's simple. We've already sent messengers to correspond with Kiritaka-san.
Emilia, messengers? Julius, my younger brother Joshua, of course.
Ricardo is accompanying him.
Subaru was glad to finally know where those two were, but he was also somewhat annoyed. Although they were addressing a natural obligation.
Subaru, It would have been nice if we were here to welcome us.
Julius, since we invited you, it's our duty to handle these arrangements. You don't need to be worried about the finer subtleties.
They're not worth mentioning.
Subaru, don't bring them up then.
Their banter was the same as always.
On one hand, Subaru's respect for Julius's faction grew, but on the other, he was deeply troubled by his own faction's lack of preparation.
Anyway.
Anastasia, in that case, you're probably all anxious, but we should probably wait for the two of them to come back.
Speaking of which, my personal bodyguard hasn't returned. Subaru, oh, right.
Subaru assumes a more relaxed posture and sits down.
He prepares himself to answer questions about the absent Garfield. Anastasia immediately follows that lead.
Anastasia, as you can see, Mimi is absent. What's she doing?
That child accompanying her. The one named Garfield. Tell me about him. Subaru, his name is Garfield Tinsel.
He's 15 years old, the age where kids dream too much. He's in the habit of biting things and snoring loudly.
But, other than that, he's an honest, straightforward kid. Even if his feelings are battered, his naive way of looking at things won't change.
He's that kind of pure youth.
Anastasia, that's likely true.
I don't want my cute little sister stolen from me, seemed to be what Anastasia is desperately, but sweetly, thinking. Even without considering his potential relationship with Mimi, Subaru thought of Garfield as a cute little brother, and believed in making his value known. Emilia, I wonder what songstress-san's famous voice sounds like.
I feel so anxious. I wonder if she'd perform for me if I gave her a request.
Julius, don't worry, Liliana is someone well versed in social customs. So if she's present at your meeting with Kiritaka-san, I'm sure she'd be eager to perform. Emilia, wah, that's right.
It sounds fun. Meanwhile, Julius's words seemed to further Emilia's interest in the songstress.
Otto, seeing the dialogue between the two groups, sighed. Otto, since we're in opposing factions, I thought relationships would be more tense. Did I overthink things? Beatrice, you don't need to be discouraged, in fact. You're not thinking too much, Subaru and Emilia aren't thinking enough, I suppose. Beatrice's rare show of sympathy confirmed Otto's suspicions that he will be mentally and physically overtaxed during his stay in Pristella.
Joshua had returned, while Garfield was soon to arrive as well.
Joshua, Kiritaka-san is usually busy, but rather than being at the city hall today, he'll be at his office in the Muse Company headquarters, so this is an ideal time to visit him. Anastasia, that's that, then. You did well, Joshua.
Joshua, upon returning to his older brother and his lady, makes his report.
After Anastasia nodded, satisfied, Joshua turned his gaze to Subaru.
Joshua, thank you for coming such a long way.
I'm sure you've heard the story from Anastasia Summer by now, but we've established contact with Kiritaka-san.
Subaru, oh, thanks a lot. That saves us loads of time.
Joshua, I do not enjoy helping you, I'm just following Anastasia Summer's orders.
I really wanted to avoid having my brother meet you.
Subaru, you're honest, as usual. Julius's eyes widened at Joshua's frank speech. He was apparently unaware of the animosity Joshua held towards Subaru.
Julius, Joshua.
Everyone present, including him, are here under Anastasia Summer's invitation. Being rude to our guests will hurt Anastasia Summer's reputation, so please refrain from doing so.
Joshua, my sincere apologies, brother.
Uses Summer honorific.
Julius sighs at Joshua, whose gaze had turned sulky.
He then turned to Subaru and said apologetically. Julius, apologies.
From both of us. Usually, my brother does not engage in this kind of behavior.
It seems that it's being caused by the unfamiliar environment. Subaru, I don't mind if you guys do it separately, but being picked on by both brothers together in this environment is kind of scary for me, too.
Julius, hair. We'll keep that in mind.
Julius responded to Subaru's words with a mixture of humor and irony.
Joshua looked unsatisfied, but when Subaru caught his eye, he turned away.
Was the reason intense jealousy? Emilia, well, thanks to your favor, we can go visit Kiritaka-san now. Can we consider the inner place to stay afterward?
Anastasia, feel free to do so.
The Water Plumage Pavilion is a lodging with a great track record, both in atmosphere and comfort.
Please look forward to dinner.
Emilia, that's true.
In that case, we'll look forward to it.
Emilia smiled at the confident Anastasia, running a hand through her long silver hair. Emilia, we'll be sure to speak properly with Kiritaka-san first so that we can enjoy a delicious dinner without any worries. As Emilia finished talking, she stood up to leave the inn. Subaru followed behind her as they made their way toward the ship that Joshua had secured for them. When? Oi, Captain. Wait there.
I'm tellin' ya. Garfield hurriedly leapt in front of the inn to intercept them. His shining blonde hair and clothes were slightly dirtied, and his expression was tired.
Garfield, found ya.
Not for dog-faced guy, don't think I'd have survived. Subaru, by dog-faced guy, do you mean Ricardo? Were you on a sweet date with Mimi, before her big, scary uncle interrupted?
Garfield, a date? It's no joke.
Soon's that midget dragged me away, 'nother midget same's her attacked me and nearly killed me. If I fought back, they'd probably start cryin', so instead I just spent today running away. From Garfield's story, Subaru surmised that it had been Ricardo who had prevented that tragedy.
Mimi, of course, had two twin brothers who could have caused it.
Perhaps it was Tivi, whose calm disposition could have been hiding a sharper side.
Or perhaps Hetaro, fearing that his sister would be taken away, had displayed his siscon tendencies for the first time. Whoever it had been, the situation seemed fine now.
Garfield, so, seeins I didn't want excluded your plans, I rushed over here, Captain. Subaru, my bad. We were planning on meeting the guy who's selling the magical ore.
Thinking on it, I guess we should have waited for our bodyguard.
Garfield, is obvious, yeah? Subaru added the relieved Garfield to his party and made way for the docks. The boat that Subaru's group was going to ride on had already been prepared. All of the boats were fairly small with only enough room for 8 people, including the boat sailor.
Sailor, there's a city law about boat size.
If the boats are too large, the waterways get clogged, and it's unsafe if boats get too close together. The dark-skinned sailor steering their boat was happy to answer Subaru's questions. Dragon carriages on wide highways weren't much of a problem, but on waterways, traffic rules needed to be set. Sailor, if a collision happens and a ship sinks, that's usually regarded as the fault of the sailor's lack of technique. Besides, a lot of these ships have been passed down from generation to generation, so losing one would mean losing your reputation as well.
Subaru, of course. Regarding the ship's water dragons.
Are there any conflicts between them? Sailor, the water dragons live here and, in a way, they manage to be polite with one another. Like land dragons, they have good instincts and can be trusted to handle a smaller boat. You should try one out if you have the chance. Subaru remembered the way he felt the first time he saw a land dragon and was excited by the sailor's recommendation.
Maybe his first ride with a water dragon would evoke the same sense of wonder.
Emilia, this is my first time crossing water with a ship.
I'm so excited.
Subaru, is that so?
Well, this does feel different than the sea.
Emilia, what is the sea?
Subaru, imagine an endless pool of water. My hometown was right next to it.
Emilia,
But, that would be nice when you felt thirsty.
Subaru laughs in response to Emilia's childlike answer.
Unfortunately, drinking sea water when you're thirsty would lead to death.
Regardless, he couldn't mention that sea water is salt water without it raising more questions. Otto, where there's a river there's usually a bridge, but if you need to smuggle without crossing a bridge, your only other option is going by boat. Subaru, sure sounds like you're talking from experience. Otto, it's not like I've ever done anything like that.
It's just, second-hand knowledge.
Stop casting such strange suspicions on me, Really?
Garfield, Otto Nee, you're really sweating over there.
As if ignoring Otto's suspiciously specific denial, the boat followed the sailor's movements as it turned to join the main waterway ahead.
Incredibly, the current was flowing against the direction of the boats.
Subaru, what? How is the water flowing like this? Emilia, he.
I actually know the answer to that. Look, see the city walls.
She lightly patted Subaru's shoulder and pointed into the distance with her free hand. Subaru cast his gaze in that direction and saw the great stone towers stationed on the city's walls. There were 4 of these towers, oriented north, south, east, and west of the city. Emilia, those towers control the flow of water in the town. It uses a sophisticated magical mechanism that operates with the power of a magical water stone. It seems that the big floodgates in the city are also controlled by it. Subaru, wow, that is incredible. This is even cooler than the travel laws. Thanks to Emilia's explanation, Subaru more or less understood the mysterious mechanism behind the flowing water. Sure enough, the Watergate City Pristella was very different from the others, and Subaru still had much he needed to learn about it, including the city's laws. Subaru, the laws here are closely related to the operation of the city, right? Emilia, is this about Kiritaka-san?
Like I said. I wonder what kind of a person he is. It would be great if he gave us the magical or upon hearing our story.
Touching the pendant hanging on her chest, Emilia murmured her hopes uncertainly. While listening to her murmurs, Subaru placed his hands on his chin and closed his eyes.
Then, he swayed his head along with the movement of the boat and whispered.
Subaru, Beatrice, I didn't catch what you said just now, I suppose.
Beatrice was probably the only one who could hear him.
Upon hearing her loud voice, everyone turned to stare at him. Feeling their gazes fixed on him, Subaru smiled and said,
Subaru, crap, I'm gonna puke. In that moment, a fuss was created.
Arc 5, Chapter 8, Traveling with Seasickness. Subaru, no, wait a little more.
Wow, this is terrible, the world is still shaking. I'm still shaking. Even death can't cure this sickness.
On a street facing a large aqueduct, Subaru and Beatrice sat side by side, their feet dangling over the side of the waterway. Together, they admired the flow of the clear water.
Passersby smiled faintly upon seeing them. Perhaps they assumed they were siblings, or perhaps they thought they were tourists who had never seen such structures. Subaru, neither of those assumptions are entirely wrong.
But it's sad that they don't really know what our relationship is. Yue. Beatrice, you should focus on recovering rather than pointlessly worrying. In fact, I wonder why you think Betty is here, I suppose. Subaru, were you worried that I'd be lonely? Biko is so kind.
Beatrice, that's irrelevant, in fact.
Just hurry up and get better, I suppose. In order to accommodate the weight of Subaru leaning against her, Beatrice strained her small frame. Seeing this, Subaru's love for her increased exponentially.
Could it ever stop growing?
About 15 minutes ago, Subaru had been forced to continue his journey on foot after the fuss he had created with his seasickness. Emilia, Otto, Garfield remained on the boat to head for the negotiations with the Muse Company and Kiritaka. Originally, Emilia had also wanted to accompany Subaru on foot, but Otto had said, the longer we keep the other party waiting, the worse our impression will be.
Heeding his advice, she left Subaru behind. It was most likely the right decision.
Subaru, well, even if Anastasia had told us to be careful. In broad daylight, most people probably aren't going to try anything. Certainly, there was anxiety in being left alone in an unfamiliar city after being invited there by a political opponent, but there was an escort named Garfield to deal with that. However, the currently alone Subaru was important enough to Emilia Camp that an attack on him wasn't completely inconceivable. Even so, if Anastasia had malicious intent, she was too savvy to orchestrate an attack on him in the middle of the day. In addition, Subaru trusted that Julius wouldn't condone any type of ambush. Subaru, as he had said, a knight must remain chivalrous at all times. Beatrice, Subaru.
It's rather annoying when you laugh to yourself, I suppose.
Subaru, wait, I totally wasn't laughing. Well, I'd never think of that guy and laugh. Anyway, let's go. Subaru stood up and took a deep breath, rubbing his arms and neck lightly. Although they still felt a little heavy, the seasickness was mostly gone.
He could more or less move around normally again.
Beatrice, well, Betty will help if needed, I suppose. Subaru, oh, I'm counting on you.
Even so, I doubt anything will happen. Only an idiot would attack us in broad daylight with so many people around. All of the king candidates needed to keep an eye on their reputation. In public, they needed to appear both pleasant and authentic.
Emilia, who was a naturally honest and kind girl, did not need to worry herself about pretenses. Subaru, in other words, Emilia's real advantage over the other candidates is her angelic innocence. Beatrice, your thoughts are going in an unpleasant direction, in fact. Subaru, look, let's go that way, I suppose.
Follow me.
In the past year, Beatrice had become entirely accustomed to putting up with the easily distracted Subaru. She had been navigating through the unfamiliar cityscape with ease while leading him by hand. News Company's headquarters was apparently located at the boundary between the 1st and 2nd districts. Subaru, having been seasick, had only dimly registered the directions, but Beatrice had memorized them all. If they had one problem, it would be the complexity of Pristella's pathways. Although they had arrived by following the main canal, they had to take detours around the several small waterways feeding into the main one. Sometimes there were bridges, but on several occasions Subaru needed to jump over a narrow waterway while carrying Beatrice. Beatrice, Subaru, that is a splendid fountain, I suppose. Subaru, you're right.
Biko, how did we get to the park? The fountain which had caught Beatrice's attention stood in the center of a park.
It was surrounded by well-maintained flower beds and children playing games.
This was indeed a peaceful and relaxing sight.
The only issue was, Subaru, is this where we're supposed to be going?
This is the last place I'd picture finding the heir of a large company. If businessmen made deals here, then all of their money would get wet.
Beatrice, I wonder if seasickness makes you cynical, I suppose. That's the first thing you think of upon seeing this beautiful scenery.
Betty feels sorry for you, in fact.
Subaru, the old you would have blushed and tried to hide this mistake, but now you're becoming rather fresh.
You're breaking your father's heart.
Beatrice, why you're 400 years too early to be calling yourself Betty's father. Subaru lacks consciousness in discussing such matters, in fact. Subaru was unsure why Beatrice had overreacted to the latter half of his sentence, but didn't pursue the issue.
Their problem right now was figuring out how they arrived at the park.
Subaru, Biko. Since you were leading me so confidently, I thought you knew the way? Beatrice, I know the destination, in fact.
However, the roads were complicated, I suppose.
In order to avoid getting lost, I used the left-hand method that I'd read about before.
It didn't work, I suppose.
Subaru, the left-hand method? Beatrice, holding out your left hand and following the wall, in fact. Subaru, isn't that for mazes? Beatrice's method was the well-known tactic in conquering a maze. Subaru recognized its effectiveness, but there were a number of drawbacks, too.
Namely,
Subaru, if you start using the left-hand method in the middle of a maze, you might end up touching the inside wall and never be able to leave. Furthermore, we're not in a maze, we're in a city.
Beatrice, humph.
It's just like Subaru to disregard tried and tested wisdom, I suppose.
Betty was a librarian managing a forbidden archive.
She pities any fool who disregards the wisdom of history, in fact. Subaru, I'm not a fool, you're a fool for assuming you understand everything. She was old enough to be self-righteous, 400 years, but it took her long enough to enter the outside world, 400 years, that there was a big enough gap, 400 years, between her logic and common sense. And so, she was a surprisingly unreliable lowly. Beatrice, I wonder if Subaru has a better idea, in fact.
Let's see you try, I suppose.
She put her hands on her waist, fixating on Subaru with a disagreeable glare. On the other hand, Subaru had just suffered the embarrassment of letting Beatrice see his seasickness and wanted to make up for it by appearing reliable. Subaru, ha ha. You correctly decided that this place is like a labyrinth, but you were wrong to think that it was a perfect maze and to use the left-hand rule. I have some less flawed, no, flawless tactics, Beatrice. Ho ho, you're pretty confident, I suppose.
Go ahead and tell me your plan, in fact.
Subaru, I'll tell you.
Its name is the caged method.
Beatrice, dash? Beatrice tilted her head, a question mark floating above it. The name didn't convey the actual content of his plan, so Subaru cleared his throat and started to explain thoroughly. Subaru, okay. First of all, we'll call our current position the starting point.
If we proceed, we'll eventually come to a fork. We'll continue until we hit a dead end. Then, we'll go back to our first fork.
Beatrice, continue, I suppose. Subaru, then, we'll map that branch and choose another one.
Using the same method as the first branch, we'll walk until we hit a dead end. Eventually, we'll have every branch and every path of the dungeon mapped out.
Beatrice, that would take far too long, in fact. I wonder if we would even arrive before nightfall, I suppose. Subaru, idiot.
What's wrong with taking the certain path?
How many people do you think safely survived a dungeon with this method?
I'm doing just as you said, relying on the wisdom of history.
Beatrice, losing sight of your goal by relying on wisdom is a bad habit, in fact. Certainly, it hurt that Beatrice trampled on his idea, but even Subaru had to admit his plan had too many faults.
It was a time-consuming tactic, and besides, they had no pen or paper with which to draw a map. Subaru, then there's only one other method.
Beatrice, what is it, in fact?
Betty's trust in you is significantly lower now, I suppose. Although this method was reliable, it wasn't going to improve Subaru's image.
Acting in good faith doesn't make you reliable. Subaru, okay, we'll have to work together here. Beatrice, on what? Subaru, let's humbly ask for directions.
Beatrice, that's fine, in fact. Subaru had accepted that he couldn't solve the problem on his own.
He thought Beatrice's pride would be the only problem, but she seemed okay with it as well.
Fortunately, Kiritaka Muse was both a famous merchant and heavily involved in urban planning.
Everyone would know where his office was. With that in mind, Subaru looked around, hoping to find someone to ask. But
Subaru, even though this is a park, there's nobody here. Beatrice, the timing is bad, in fact, it's late afternoon, the perfect time for naps, I suppose. Subaru definitely agreed with Beatrice, and the temptation to nap in the shade rose. He decided to head back to the direction of the main canal, where there were more people, when
Subaru, do you hear something? The faint sound of wind and water. No, it was the sound of a singing human voice.
Subaru could hear it only intermittently, but he was drawn toward it, looking for the source.
Beside him, Beatrice also seemed to be moving toward the sound.
Upon arriving at the scene, they stood, overwhelmed, forgetting to even breathe. A lone girl stood in front of a monument at the back of the park, her voice raised in song. She was a small girl with dark skin, large round eyes, and a vibrant face. Her crisp yellow twintails were decorated with small, strange ornaments. In her hands, she held an instrument between the size of a guitar and an ukulele.
She played and sang simultaneously. The energy contained in the song could only be described as overwhelming.
Subaru, listening to her sing, felt a non-existent squall by his face and a non-existent earthquake under his feet. The clarity, the volume, of her song was overwhelming. Her voice, singing a balladic tune, was the only sound in existence. That lone girl, using only her voice and fingertips, created an energy comparable to that of an orchestra. Subaru was far from the only one who had been utterly captivated by her.
There was an audience of around 20 people, all holding their breaths, completely unaware of Subaru.
Likewise, Subaru had only noticed the singing girl, whose presence entirely dominated the space. As Subaru's entire body trembled, the girl's song came to its climax and the audience's enthusiasm came to its peak. Girl, without money, without a future, without hope, with only vanity. What can I see but the darkness? And beyond that darkness, nothing. The end, the end, the end is approach. Subaru, how is this song so exciting even after calming down, oi? Girl, huh? The song which even dreams couldn't create was unexpectedly interrupted by Subaru. As soon as he had surprised her, the girl had stopped singing and dropped her instruments. Of course, the music had also stopped. Immediately, the intense atmosphere surrounding the girl vanished. Subaru realized that he had messed up. Subaru, oh no, I didn't read the mood. Sorry, I didn't mean, that hurts. HK.
Ow.
A. Beatrice, Subaru you idiot, it's ruined, in fact.
What a waste of a rare and lovely mood, in fact.
You just had to thoughtlessly ruin it, I suppose.
You've gone too far, in fact. Before he could apologize, a sharp pain pierced his toes. Looking down, he saw an indignant Beatrice stomping on his foot with her heel.
Beatrice seemed to return to reality when the song was interrupted, and considered that interruption unforgivable.
Then. Oh. What was that song? This is a park, just a while ago, I was in the darkness.
No, I couldn't help it at the time, but...
The audience, who had been swallowed by the song, slowly tumbled back into the reality. Everyone turned to the criminal who had ruined the song.
That was Natsuki Subaru, a man who had a reputation for failing to read the mood. Don't do thoughtless things. Everyone loudly and angrily cursed Subaru. Beatrice, thank you everyone, I suppose.
Actually, I enjoyed it.
Subaru, don't sound so happy. Take a look at my feet, are they still the same size? Are my feet okay?
Beatrice, I wouldn't care, in fact.
For now, don't consider Betty your companion, I suppose. Beatrice turned her face away and stubbornly denied Subaru, so he checked on his own.
His right foot had almost doubled in size.
Subaru had poured water on the concert, so their reaction wasn't entirely unexpected. One by one, the audience had thanked the girl who sang and shook hands with her, and about half of them had stepped on Subaru's foot before leaving. Subaru had been unable to say anything, and Beatrice had tolerated it, leaving Subaru a public enemy. Subaru prepared himself for both external and internal bleeding in his feet. Subaru, don't you think you should let me rely on your healing magic? Beatrice, it would be a waste of my slowly accumulating mana, in fact. Wait for it to heal naturally, or ask Emilia, I suppose. Subaru, you and Emilia have been taking care of me for a long time, huh?
Since he'd come to this world, he'd sustained a steadily increasing amount of injuries, but they rarely lasted.
Even injuries from his daily parkour, such as bruises, abrasions, and sprains, would be promptly healed by Emilia or Beatrice. His fear of pain hadn't diminished, but there was a relief in knowing that his injuries all had a cure.
Subaru, well, I'll just treat the pain as a lesson this time.
That said, Subaru caressed Beatrice's head, who was still turned away.
Beatrice gave him her gentle hands. Beatrice, well, I suppose it's fine, in fact. As long as you reflect on it and learn your lesson, I suppose. Subaru, yep, I'll do just that.
Sorry, I was wrong.
Subaru and Beatrice finished their talk, and turned to the girl.
Because he'd been troublesome for her, Subaru would try to apologize.
The girl, who had been watching the entire time, said,
Girl, an inspiration. Subaru, eh? Girl, listen.
I don't know the difference between our years. Leaving a staggering Subaru behind, the girl strings her the instrument and instantly finds a rhythm. She timed herself, breathed in a small breath, and started to sing.
Girl, my love, do you see it, do you feel it?
The difference between our ages. Even though our surroundings may change, I wouldn't care one bit. All I care about is our height difference.
Wait, my love.
Please wait a moment.
A little bit, just a little bit more. If I stand on the tips of my toes, I can reach you.
If the two of us stay so close together, the difference in our ages is irrelevant. So please, only 2 years, please wait that long, the distance between our love is sweetly melting away.
Subaru, as the distance in our love shrinks, it turns into a quiet, burning love. Eventually, 2 cranes will deliver to us 2 children, and our future will be a bright love story. Beatrice, E. At the end of the girl's song, Subaru suddenly joined in with a rap. Beatrice raised her voice with astonishment, demanding an explanation. Beatrice, wait a minute.
Why?
Why is Subaru suddenly part of the song, I suppose?
Why did you just accept his addition, in fact?
Subaru, oi, what are you talking about, Biko?
Does the song cross a line? Liliana, well said. Liliana's heart is trembling with excitement.
Beatrice, why your attitude that Betty is the wrong is unacceptable, I suppose. Subaru, feeling bad for Beatrice who had no one on her side, turned to the dark-skinned girl. Subaru, let me mention that Biko and I aren't in the kind of relationship that you're thinking of.
Even if she grew 2 more years, she still wouldn't be in my target range.
Liliana, eh? She'll only be 13 or 14 by then. Despite how I look, I'm good at guessing ages. Well, I guess this is a skill gained from life experience. Subaru, she'll be roughly 402 years old.
Liliana, oh please. There's no need to be this stubborn just because I hit the mark.
She dismissed Subaru's words as an excuse and ignored them. Subaru also thought that correcting her would lead to too much trouble. Anyway, the topic had changed too much. Subaru, back to the original topic, was the inspiration you mentioned earlier the song?
Liliana, yeah, that's right.
Despite how I may look, I'm easily moved. Once I saw your interactions, I felt like I needed to immortalize them in song. Be proud. The girl, speaking quickly and fluently, raised her hands or her mouth.
Liliana, but what I did wasn't enough. Big Brother helped by adding the bit at the end.
That was the first time I'd gotten such a reaction. I was very happy. Subaru, that was because the god of rap blessed me. I certainly couldn't do it again.
I don't have the skill or experience. Liliana, one single, shining moment.
Seeing the mutual understanding without words between the two drained the patience of the little girl who had been left out. Beatrice, Subaru. Subaru, what is it? Biko? Beatrice yanked his sleeve down and shockwaves sent Subaru flying.
The momentum wouldn't kill him, but he still bounced all over the lawn of the park. Meanwhile, Beatrice turned to the dark-skinned girl.
Beatrice, it's no good for you to take inspiration from us anymore, in fact.
Betty is putting an end to it, I suppose. If you resist you'll end up like him, in fact.
Liliana,
do.
Beatrice, be quiet, I suppose. Only think about promptly responding to Betty, in fact. The reason nothing is happening to you right now is because your song was lovely, I suppose.
But who knows how long this mercy will last, in fact. Even seeing her trembling, Beatrice's voice held no mercy. Seeing her hurried nod, Beatrice sighed.
The girl was too scared to form words.
Then.
Beatrice, Muse Company, take Betty to where Kiritaka Muse is, I suppose. Liliana, eh?
Beatrice, I'll not say it again, in fact.
Lead the way or be subjected to Betty's anger, I suppose. Liliana, I'll lead you there.
I will. When pressed with the choice, the girl instantly raised her white flag.
Beatrice nodded, satisfied, as Subaru walked back toward them.
Beatrice, tell me if you have any complaints, in fact. Subaru, is it acceptable to use your mana like this for educational purposes?
Beatrice, it depends on the time and place, I suppose.
Subaru, what a kind consideration, Biko.
Was it okay to threaten someone to guide us?
Subaru scratched his face and looked down.
Beatrice looked at him with a sullen gaze. Subaru continued.
Subaru, that child is probably the famous songstress who knows Kiritaka.
Maybe we shouldn't make a bad impression on her.
She'd mentioned that her name was Liliana earlier, and there was no mistaking that singing ability, even if her personality wasn't what he had imagined.
Liliana, I'll do anything you want me to.
Whether it be guiding you or licking your shoes.
All I humbly ask is that you spare my life. There was a girl on the ground desperately begging for her life.
Correction, that girl was the songstress Liliana. Although, looking at her, no trace of the graceful songstress could be seen.
Arc 5, Chapter 9, The Value of a Songstress. Liliana, then, let me introduce myself once again.
Although I'm no longer a traveling minstrel, I'm still a free-spirited bard who goes wherever the wind blows me. My name is Liliana, please continue to advise me in the future, HK.
Beatrice, you bit yourself, in fact.
One hand holding her instrument gracefully, Liliana smiled as blood flowed freely from her mouth.
Beatrice gently wiped it away for her. It seemed her tongue had been wounded rather seriously. Beatrice, it's rude to bite your tongue like that.
Subaru, have you heard of, are you the famous songstress?
I know you introduced yourself with her name, but it's probably kinda rare to just meet her on the street. Liliana, I'm not fond of that title since I'm only a fledgling musician. It sounds so sophisticated.
I'm so far from reaching my peak that if people thought I called myself the songstress they'd say I'm too conceited. Wiping at the bloodied lower half of her face, Liliana's expression seemed almost coy, leading Subaru to hesitate over his interrogation of her.
He decided that rather than interrogate, he'd try to casually converse with her.
Even so, considering the words she just said, she seemed to have a very high sense of professionalism. Subaru, although I can see where you're coming from, I think you can accept some praise. That being said, I also sort of admire your attitude about it. Liliana, no, it's nothing so grand.
Focusing on getting through each day is fine. So, please.
Subaru, Liliana stretched out a hand to a confused Subaru. Since it was empty, Subaru had no idea what she wanted and tilted his head at her smiling face. Liliana, now that you've heard the voice of the songstress, please give me something in return. Did you think listening was free?
If so, then your attitude troubles me.
Subaru, then give me back the emotions you made me feel.
And take back your song. Liliana, what are you saying? How do you think a bard makes a living?
Are you saying I should be giving out feelings for free? I don't think so. Liliana stomped angrily on the ground.
What she said wasn't wrong, but Subaru's impression of the songstress had been significantly lowered.
Judging from how cold Beatrice's large eyes were, he assumed she felt something similar.
Subaru, all right. Let's discuss a tip. How much do you want?
Liliana, no, the tip should be for the customer to decide based on what his heart feels.
Although the more the better. Subaru, for crying out loud.
Taking advantage of Liliana's laughing, which showed her blood-stained teeth, Subaru pinched her chin with his cold hands. Her face was small, so it was incredibly easy to pinch, and Liliana had to run several laps around Subaru before he let her go. Stepping away dizzily, she muttered it was just a joke over and over to herself.
Liliana, if you're looking for the Chamber of Commerce, aren't you Kiritaka-san's guests? I wonder if you should be acting this way.
Subaru, I don't know you very well, but my impression is only getting worse.
I think it's about time we got going.
The more he talked to Liliana, the closer Subaru came to reaching the limits of his patience. When they'd found out they were lost, they were very close to being late, and if they delayed any longer they would very likely miss a critical negotiation. After negotiations there would be more challenges, and Subaru didn't want to lose face by missing the critical first step. Shaking her head, and her hair with it, Liliana ceremoniously announced I understand and began to lead the way. Liliana, so why does the honored guest want to see Kiritaka-san? Beatrice, you don't understand your position here, I suppose. Stop nosing into matters that you are unrelated to and quietly take us to our destination, in fact.
Liliana, eep.
Faced with Beatrice's intimidating tone, Liliana gave a cry resembling that of a small bird's. Subaru pulled on one of Beatrice's spiraled twintails. Subaru, you don't have to be so fierce. Then again, we can't reveal everything, so a simple, clear explanation would be difficult to make. Liliana, but, I'm Kiritaka-san's confidant.
Isn't it just a matter of time before I find out?
Subaru, well, if it's really only a matter of time, then there should be no harm in me taking precautions.
Liliana, if you say so. You're not a person with very good character, huh?
Subaru, you're pretty straightforward, aren't you?
If you didn't have talent for singing, then you'd be in serious trouble. There's a saying that geniuses were often strange people, and Liliana was probably an example.
Singing came easily to her, but her social graces were lacking.
Liliana, but really, I am a little worried. I've been out for a long time, so I'll probably be scolded when I get back.
Subaru, when we're discussing negotiations, please take care not to speak up. All right?
Liliana, I got it.
Subaru, huh, really?
That was unexpected.
Seeing Beatrice and Subaru's satisfied expressions, for some reason, Liliana puffed out her cheeks in a pout.
She raised the instrument in her hands, and began to play. Liliana, inspiration just hit me.
Big waves, large waves, waves of the world. Subaru, no thanks, we're good. Before the solo could start, Subaru hurriedly snatched Liliana's instrument out of her hands. Liliana made an sound and she stretched to reach it, but her tiny body couldn't reach Subaru's hands.
Subaru, it's not a human hostage, it's a musical instrument. If you lead us to the Chamber of Commerce, I'll give it back to you. Liliana, you're terrible.
Evil.
Barbaric.
Depraved. Subaru, ha ha ha, is that so? Having just been denounced as the world's most wicked person, Subaru plucked a string on the instrument.
The sound it made was similar to that of an acoustic guitar. Subaru, who had a lot of free time at home, practiced until he'd become fairly skilled. He could play and sing to an 80s folk song without much difficulty.
If he introduced that music here, maybe it would take off and the music industry would be revolutionized. Subaru, well, maybe it'll be like it was with mayonnaise.
Even though he hadn't considered the implementation of the plan at all, the idea had taken root. In Original World, finding an application for a good idea was often taken for granted.
In fact, Subaru had no idea how to begin with it, just like he had no idea how to mass-produce and market mayonnaise. Subaru, playing guitar and telling stories to village kids are both within my skill range.
Listen.
Liliana, wait, please stop.
I can't let a layman play my instrument.
If you break it, I can't make a living anymore. Huh?
You're pretty good. And I've never heard the song before. What is this?
As he walked, Subaru surprised Liliana with his folk songs. Like this, they began the walk to the Chamber of Commerce. Beatrice, good grief, I suppose. An exhausted Beatrice trailed after the two, setting her pace to Subaru's melody.
The door to the Muse Chamber of Commerce was not particular from the buildings surrounding it.
First Street and 2nd Street separate the residents of Pristella from tourists, and the Chamber of Commerce was located directly between the two.
This position was meant to indicate the power of the owner of this building.
It was both the innermost and the outermost building, highlighting its uniqueness in an almost exaggerated way. Liliana, this is it, the long-awaited Muse Chamber of Commerce. Springing over with a dance-like motion, Liliana indicated the building in front of her. Although there were taller buildings surrounding it, the 4-story Chamber of Commerce seemed to stand incredibly tall.
That said, Subaru felt a little regretful.
Subaru, I knew it wouldn't look as grand as it had appeared from the entrance of Pristella, but I'm still a little disappointed.
It didn't steal my heart the way the Water Plumage Pavilion did.
Liliana, the Water Plumage Pavilion, that weirdly shaped place on 1st Street? If you use that as your basis, Even Kiritaka-san will look kind of poor.
But, that aside.
Liliana swung her body up and down in exaggerated motions and reached out the palms of her hands.
Liliana, now that I fulfilled our agreement, can you give my lovely instrument back to me?
If I don't have it back by tomorrow, then I'm not sure how I'll survive.
Subaru, right. Here you go.
Subaru had become tired of singing and playing the back scratcher-shaped instrument halfway to their destination. Liliana hurriedly took it from him, breathing as if in a panic, and checked it for scratches, then began to rub her face against it and gave it a kiss.
Liliana, it's good to have you back. I'll never let you go again.
Subaru, it's impressive that your attitude can annoy me this much. I think this is the most annoyed I've been at someone's attitude since Betelgeuse.
Liliana, who? I don't know who he is, but he sounds similar to me. Tell me about him.
If I ever meet this Betelgeuse-san one day, I can't promise he wouldn't be my enemy.
Subaru, he's a Sin Archbishop of the witch cult. Liliana, here he goes again. Stop being such a kidder. That should be your new name.
Liliana showered Subaru with an overreaction, but tilted her head at his cold response, and gradually began to assume a serious expression. Liliana, wait, were you serious?
Subaru, exactly. You probably won't have many other opportunities to compare yourself to someone who's dead and gone, so make what you will of it.
Liliana, wait a minute. At Subaru's words, Liliana objected with amazing momentum. Her reaction surprised Subaru, who wondered if she was angry at being compared to a Sin Archbishop. Her next words threw Subaru off even more.
They were.
Liliana, what you said just now, why did it sound like you met a Sin Archbishop?
Subaru, and if I did? He didn't know what she'd meant to ask, but it was definitely something important.
He hadn't expected such a reaction after telling her Betelgeuse's identity as an archbishop. Although, it wasn't impossible that she encountered the poisonous, insect-like witch cult before, since they seemed to appear everywhere. Subaru stiffened up, alert, and Beatrice also paid close attention to the situation, ready to act immediately if need be.
One slow reaction, and it would be too late for them.
An oppressive feeling atmosphere, with two people looking to see how she would react, Liliana spoke.
She said. Liliana, are you perhaps the
Lilimancer, Natsuki Subaru-sama?
little girl user?
Subaru, Beatrice, I suppose. Under Liliana's shining gaze, Subaru and Beatrice replied at the same time. Subaru's official title was Emilia's Knight, but that was the one he was known by the least. People often called him the Witch's Knight, one of the many enigmatic characters she was surrounded with.
The Knight of the Half-Elf is a mysterious person who always has a little girl with him.
Liliana, you were indispensable in slaying one of the three great witch beasts, the White Whale, alongside Duchess Crush Karsten, with the sword demon Wilhelm calling you his benefactor. And then with help from the famous businesswoman Anastasia San and the Duchess Crush, you defeated the witch cult's Archbishop of Sloth. And there are unconfirmed rumors that you are also the hero who defeated the sizable hare, which has been plaguing the world for 400 years. Subaru, itchy.
Liliana, what a terrifying reputation. Liliana, with two hands raised, wore the expression of a girl who'd found her dreams as she listed Subaru's merits.
Some were accurate, and a few were exaggerated, but he could find no real error in her list. Even so, her words embarrassed him enough for his entire body to itch, while Beatrice wore a seemingly dissatisfied but happy expression. Liliana, and the one who has a little girl who is legendarily skilled in magic following him loyally, you're that Subaru-sama.
Aren't you? Beatrice, haha. Betty's Subaru will surpass even the most outstanding figures in history, in fact. He will become the brightest star known to man, I suppose. You should respect him more, in fact. Subaru, hey.
Beatrice, sticking her nose out proudly, and Liliana, bowing down. The two caused more headaches than any troublemaker, and it seemed like their show at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce had attracted attention of the staff there. Upon seeing them and finding the kneeling Liliana, they promptly all returned to their work. "Subaru, do you always act so exaggeratedly? Everyone here has a strange it's Liliana, as always type expression on their face."
Liliana, please stop.
Seeing a legend in front of me, my heart is racing.
I'm glad to have a chance to witness you in person.
He. Subaru's previous unease had all but disappeared, but Liliana grew more and more frantic, saliva even dripping from her mouth.
Liliana, well, could the people you're meeting with in the Chamber of Commerce really be who I'm thinking of?
Subaru, who are you thinking of?
Liliana, no, it's just that I've made a lot of songs based on the famous Emilia Tan. I know she's a real person, but in my mind she's always been a fictional character. If it's who I think it is, it's Emilia Tan.
Oh, he. Disregarding Subaru completely, Liliana flew into the Chamber of Commerce. After falling still for one shocked moment, a dumbfounded Subaru could only chase her into the building. Beatrice, Subaru. That girl, she even dropped her instrument, in fact. Subaru, should she really be treating her lifeline like this? Hurriedly grabbing the lute lyre from Beatrice, Subaru ran into Chamber of Commerce. Seeing the reception staff gawking at the upper floor, he deduced that Liliana had just run up the stairs.
"Receptionist, why you are?"
"Subaru, we're with Emilia Summer, who should be with Kiritaka-san right now. They told you we would be late, right?" Receptionist, "Yes, they're there right now."
"But Liliana Summer."
"Subaru, I know the way, can I go up?"
Seeing the receptionist's stiff nod, Subaru hurried after Liliana.
There was no real reason to be in a rush, but the thought of Liliana and Emilia meeting face to face made him uneasy. Or, rather, perhaps it would be better to say that their meeting could bring about a troublesome atmosphere. Even more frightening was that Liliana's exceeding strange personality would clash with Emilia's, and Emilia's experience and skill in interaction were overwhelmingly inadequate. "Beatrice, Liliana was acting strange, I wonder if she will stay like that." "Subaru, I really don't want to think about what will happen if we don't stop her." Registering Beatrice's words, Subaru sped to the third floor. Although he hadn't caught her, he'd saw the back of Liliana's clothing.
Now he just had to aim for his goal.
Time to show off his parkour skills.
"Subaru, come on."
Flying up the stairs, Subaru began to skip steps entirely, using his hand to do an elegant horizontal rotation, drawing ever closer to Liliana, before finally catching her in front of a room near the staircase. "Subaru, Liliana, wait."
"Liliana, what?" Liliana, who was still salivating, yelled in surprise as Subaru reeled back, gasping for breath.
"Liliana, oh, you caught up, but I'm not quitting so easily."
"I'm not giving up."
"Subaru, if you want to meet Emilia no matter what, I'll ask her for a private meeting, but she's in the middle of a very important meeting right now."
Liliana, well, I guess I got a little carried away.
Hearing Subaru's serious tone seemed to cool Liliana off a little. She relaxed her shoulders, and Subaru shook his head and handed her the instrument.
Liliana, thanks. Subaru, the tool you make a living off of is incredibly important. Don't just throw it away and run. It wouldn't have been surprising if the instrument used by the songstress had been taken and pawned off.
"Liliana, don't worry, Kiritaka-san gave it to me.
He likes to shop around."
"Subaru, your sponsor is really not ordinary." Speaking to Subaru with a bitter smile, Liliana held her cherished instrument to her chest.
Her expression was one of sincerity and disbelief at being able to abandon it so easily.
Since she'd thrown it down for her ambition earlier, Subaru didn't know if he could believe her smile.
"Liliana, well, I'm fine with saving my meeting with Emilia Summer until later.
But first, can I discuss something with Subaru-sama?" "Subaru, drop that bothersome honorific. Well, what do you want to talk about?"
"Liliana, there's so much.
I want to know how accurate the stories are." Not just so I can hear them but so I can sing about them, too. I can write so many songs from that inspiration, maybe even a heroic one that will be passed down for generations. Just thinking about it makes my heart race.
Holding out her clenched hand, Liliana's eyes shone with energy.
While this puzzling scene was happening, Beatrice finally caught up and stumbled upon Subaru and Liliana's proximity. Beatrice, you strange girl. Don't stand so close to Subaru, in fact. Move away, I suppose.
Liliana, don't worry, it's not that big of a deal.
Speaking of which, I also have some questions for the young girl who follows Lilimansa-san. Beatrice, Betty is not a young girl, I suppose.
She is a proper lady, in fact.
Subaru, you two are so rude, always arguing like that. Shush. Emilia Tan is doing negotiations inside. Beatrice, who was in an awful mood, and Liliana, who didn't realize that she was the cause. Subaru was caught in the middle of their argument, and, in his frustration, inadvertently raised his voice.
And, at that moment,
Emilia, Subaru? The door opened unexpectedly and Subaru's name was called from the inside. Looking through the open door, Subaru saw what looked like a reception room, where everyone was sitting on a long-backed chair, looking at him with surprised expressions. Emilia, Otto, and Garfield. Sitting opposite of them was a lean-statured young man who was wearing fine-looking clothes. The one who had opened the door was a middle-aged man who was probably with him. Subaru, A.R. Emilia Tan.
What a coincidence.
Emilia, a coincidence?
Why were you being so loud?
Kiritaka-san? Seeing Subaru making an embarrassed gesture, Emilia wore a look of confusion as she turned to the young man sitting opposite of her, who stood and grabbed something from the table.
Then he turned where Subaru was standing.
Kiritaka, don't touch my Liliana. Suddenly raising his voice, the young man held a glowing blue piece of magic ore. Concentrated pure energy exploded in front of Subaru, whose vision was momentarily engulfed in blue. Seeing it, he faintly registered a thought of wow, how beautiful, before the impact swallowed him. Like that, the first day of formal negotiations broke down.
Arc 5, Chapter 10, The Way to the City of Water.
Kiritaka, as a businessman, had likely been trying not to show favor to a single royal election candidate. However, Emilia had approached him directly, meaning that this meeting was a rather major event for him. Of course, Emilia, who was taking casual sips of the complimentary tea, had not been thinking of her actions in such a way. Garfield, who was growly steadily addicted to the accompanying desserts, had also not been considering the political ramifications of their actions.
It could be said that, in the reception room of Muse Company, the only one who could read Kiritaka was Otto.
Kiritaka, I understand that you have come a long way. Please excuse me for being unable to meet you at your convenience. Although I understand that it is disrespectful, due to my position, it is unwise for me to travel freely.
In addition, I have become quite attached to this place. Otto, not at all, that's a very reasonable way to think. We're the ones who should be sorry for intruding in your busy schedule.
Kiritaka, I will treat whatever you need from me with the utmost priority and care. While exchanging polite greetings, Otto scrutinized the man facing him. The famed Kiritaka Muse was well known even beyond Pristella. His behavior revealed a majestic and stylish image.
He was still fairly young, probably somewhere between 25 and 30.
His tall, thin body was clad in finely made clothes, and his pale golden hair was meticulously combed to the back of his head. His rather uncomfortable-looking ornaments showed fine taste, and his introverted and concise nature revealed that he was probably highly educated. Otto, as Emilia Camp's head of internal affairs, alongside Roswell, had unknowingly accumulated a rather impressive amount of experience in negotiations, so he immediately judged Kiritaka's attitude to be almost unmatchable. Speaking frankly, Emilia was incredibly fortunate to have Otto with her. If Otto had let Emilia face Kiritaka alone, she would surely be swayed by his skilled rhetoric, and would have ended up overspending on expensive but ultimately useless things. From the past year, this was the impression Otto had drawn of Emilia. Kiritaka, may I inquire as to what you need from me? According to Anastasia-san's messenger, what you want is stocked by our company. Otto, it may be too soon to say so.
Actually,
Interrupting Kiritaka, who had begun to address the main topic, Otto looked to Emilia. Emilia was content to leave the negotiations to Otto. Garfield, similarly, maintained his usual attitude, eating desserts while fixing a sharp gaze on one corner of the room, staring at a leisurely-looking figure who was dressed from head to toe in white. In Kiritaka's words, the man in white was present to protect the staff from excessively assertive visitors. Recently, the world has not been in a peaceful state, so I hope that he can join us.
Otto knew of the man in white.
It was said that Pristella's Muse company had a mercenary force known as the Scales of the White Dragon, a group which was well known even in Lagunica.
This man was probably one of its members.
Rumors claimed that their group was one that operated locally, but, a few years ago, they formed close ties with Muse company. If those rumors were true, then Kiritaka was the one who had formed an allegiance with them.
Otto, we have a special request.
That is, we are looking for a rare type of stone, even by Muse company's standards.
We are searching for colorless magic, or with outstanding purity. I hope that this is something we can buy from you.
Keeping in mind his evaluation that Kiritaka was not someone he could afford to be careless around, Otto stated his request.
Playing around with vague terms would be meaningless.
After all, Kiritaka had more than likely seen through the true reason for their visit as soon as it had been prepared, and Kiritaka also understood that he could not refuse a direct request from Emilia. Kiritaka, I see. We do indeed stock magic ore. And we do indeed have some magic ore with a higher grade of quality than those stocked by regular merchants. Emilia Summer, no matter how much colorless ore you want, we are also willing to prepare. Otto, Kiritaka-san.
Please be straightforward with us. We have made our request, colorless magic, or of the highest purity. That is all we need. Kiritaka, this is rather discourteous.
Kiritaka was not simply lacking in straightforwardness. He was merely using a negotiation technique. Despite perfectly understanding Otto's intentions, he casually dropped the names of other goods that he believed would appeal to Emilia.
To him, the goods had been marked as sold long before the negotiation had even started. The only remaining question was the matter of the price.
Otto, we are indeed requesting something that may be troublesome for you, so to satisfy the price, we have prepared something that you will find beneficial: mining rights to magic ore in Elior Forest, part of the Mathers territory which is supporting Emilia Summer. Kiritaka, please do not turn this into the kind of fraud that muddles prices. We are the only formal company that trades raw magical ore, so we cannot consider this proposal.
In our line of work, credit is everything to us.
I'm sure you would understand, Otto-sama. Otto gave a silent sigh.
It seemed that Kiritaka knew of his origins.
The Suin family's business was nowhere nearly as famous as the Muse family's, but it was hardly unknown. The main players supporting each of the candidates were sure to be heavily investigated along with the candidates themselves. That said, many questions were left unanswered by these investigations, such as Emilia's own origins.
Her mysterious background did not win her too many favors. Garfield had lived in sanctuary his whole life, and Emilia had spent a century frozen in Elior Forest.
Both the Lilimancer and his contract spirit were of unknown origin. Thus, Otto, whose identity had easily been discovered, would certainly have it used against him frequently. Kiritaka, Otto-sama?
Your complexion seems to have changed.
Are you okay?
Otto, of course, please don't worry about me.
I just thought of something disconcerting and it made me a little uncomfortable, that's all.
Shaking his head at Kiritaka's words, Otto decided to save that unproductive line of thought for later. Once again, he urged that Kiritaka provide a straight answer to his question.
Kiritaka took on a meditative attitude.
Kiritaka, of course, we won't refuse to let go of our commodities no matter how much you plead, and of course we are going to follow Emilia Summer's request. Otto, then. Kiritaka, however, The magical or you are requesting is special. In truth, on the occasion when I was first sent to Muse Company and Pristella, the president, that is, my father, gave it to me as a gift.
Rather than treating it as a commodity, I prefer to think of its sentimental value.
Otto. Regardless of whether the story was true or false, Kiritaka had made a cunning move. Hearing Kiritaka's words, Otto bit his lip. As Kiritaka had said, the extremely rare magic or they were requesting was more than a mere trading commodity. Taking into account the magnitude of Muse Company's transactions, this was too good of an opportunity not to seek an extra profit. So how could the additional value be compensated?
Not with commodities, but with sentiment.
Since the ore was important, that meant it needed to be exchanged for something important. Emilia, I see.
I didn't realize it was something so important to you.
Emilia's expression reflected that Kiritaka's story seemed to have touched her deeply. Otto could only conclude that Kiritaka wasn't cut out to be an actor, considering how guilty he looked. It takes both action and effort to get your desired result. Otto thought this to himself as he cleared his throat. Otto, I appreciate your kindness.
Even so, we still hope to find what we came here for.
Kiritaka, I understand. I am a merchant who sells magical ore, and I know that it is better to have it shine in the hands of someone who needs it than to have it sit as a decoration at my home.
I am willing to give it to you. There are only a few conditions. Otto, conditions.
Let me hear them. Having established that there would be an additional price tag, Kiritaka commenced the real negotiation. After Otto agreed to hear them, Kiritaka held up 3 fingers. What unreasonable conditions would there be? Even thinking about them gave Otto a light stomach pain. Kiritaka, first of all. Muse Company knew that Emilia Summer was seeking this very magical stone. However, in order to keep it out of the hands of malicious people, we have hidden our possession of it.
I hope you understand this.
Otto, that is only natural.
That you tell us this without attempting to hide anything removes all of my suspicion.
At first, Kiritaka had denied any past knowledge of the affairs of Emilia Camp.
But in order to bring this deal to a successful conclusion, he gave up this knowledge.
Kiritaka, then the second one. After the deal has been signed on the line, I want to inform Hoshin Company of our transaction and confirm its legitimacy. Otto, I understand.
That is no problem. It seemed there was also a deal between Muse Company and Hoshin Company.
It seemed to be intended to semi-publicly reveal that Emilia owed Anastasia a debt. Although it was slightly uncomfortable, it was a legitimate request, so Otto could not refuse.
So far, none of the requests would be considered deal-breakers.
So, the third request, as soon as he said it, Kiritaka's true intentions would become clear.
Otto held back a sigh as Kiritaka waved the third finger in front of him.
Kiritaka, third. Avoid all contact with the songstress named Liliana who is currently residing in this city. Otto, huh? Hearing a name suddenly appear of nowhere, Otto froze. Of course, Emilia and Garfield, who were accompanying him, had the same reaction. No, never mind, those two had remained unchanged since the negotiations started. Emilia sipped her tea and Garfield stared at the figure in white. Although they had left all the negotiations to Otto, seeing their blatant lack of participation irked him. Otto, I'm sorry, but I think I may have misheard you. Did you just say to avoid contact with the songstress? Kiritaka, no, there was no misunderstanding there.
These conditions are all we ask.
If you have any questions, please ask them, and please consider the deal carefully. Otto, if you don't mind, can I ask for the reason? At this point, I can't recall our deal having anything to do with the songstress.
Kiritaka, it's not something that necessarily needs to be said.
Can you agree to that promise? His tone sinking, for the first time Kiritaka exposed his emotional side. Otto, who could not understand the condition, was lost on what to do.
Put simply, the third request passed the horizons of his imagination.
Accepting posed no future obstacles to Emilia, although she may regret not being able to meet the songstress she had discussed with Anastasia. It was hardly important enough to scrap this deal for
but that they had so effortlessly come to an agreement was surprising.
Otto had not dared to expect that negotiations could have gone so smoothly, although Kiritaka could, at this point, still change his mind. Subaru, who'd been lost halfway, would be here soon, and would certainly turn that matter into something troublesome.
Before he arrived, Otto wanted to tie the deal up.
Otto, Emilia Summer, is this all right with you? Emilia,
I'm a little disappointed, but I guess it can't be helped. Having earned a confirmation from Emilia, Otto agreed to the deal.
Kiritaka was satisfied to accept this commitment, and the most stressful part of the negotiation came to an end. Now, they could discuss the actual monetary price, and maybe pick up a few small items. Kiritaka, there are a few other quality goods that you may be interested in.
Would you like to see?
Kiritaka stood to retrieve a wooden chest from a shelf. The chest, having been placed on the table, emitted a glow as it opened, dazzling Otto and Emilia. Inside of it were all sorts of magical stones, carefully arranged on cushions, the most radiant of which was the colorless, transparent one.
This was the colorless stone that Emilia had been pursuing.
Kiritaka, would you like to inspect it? At Kiritaka's words, Emilia raised her head. She nodded, then stretched her nervous fingers toward the stone.
But, at that moment, Garfield, Emilia Summer. Man in white, young master.
Simultaneously, the two guards called to their respective master.
They turned to look at each other, and then to face their surprised master. Garfield, so too loud and annoying, something comin'.
Man in white, there seems to be the sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. Allow me to go investigate.
He strode soundlessly toward the door as Garfield tensed his body.
The sound of the disturbances drew closer, until they seemed to be right in front of the door. You two are so rude, always arguing like that. Shush. Emilia Tan is inside, doing serious negotiations.
The voice was an incredibly familiar one.
As this thought was shared by 3 people in the room, the man in white opened the door of the reception room, revealing a familiar scary face. With a petite girl on either side of him, this man, Subaru, was truly worthy of the title of Lilimancer. Emilia, Subaru? Hearing Emilia's call, a pale Subaru finally noticed the presence of everyone else. At that moment, Otto wanted to complain, but he decided to observe everyone else's reactions first and held back. And so, Subaru held up his hands and smiled weakly. Subaru, AR. Emilia Tan.
What a coincidence.
Emilia, a coincidence?
Why were you being so loud?
Kiritaka-san?
Hearing Emilia's surprise, Otto's own reaction was also delayed.
Kiritaka reached a hand into the wooden chest of magic stones and glared at Subaru with a gaze bordering on frantic.
He clutched a blue pure magical stone, and...
Kiritaka, don't touch my Liliana. Accompanying his frantic cry was a thrown magical stone.
Without anyone to stop him, the stone arched towards Subaru and knocked his body away in a blue explosion.
Man in white, my apologies for that embarrassing spectacle. The young master is usually calm, but if matters involve Liliana-san, he quickly flies into a rage. I will try to calm him down, but, for today, let's end negotiations here. After the commotion died down, the middle-aged man in white acted as the mediator who had to calm down both sides.
He bowed his head with an apology.
Kiritaka's frantic voice could still be heard from the closed door behind him. That scene was unsuitable for outsiders, so the members of Emilia camp had been ushered out of the room. Liliana, Kiritaka-san is really troublesome, even taking away my chance to speak to Emilia Summer and Subaru Summer. I'm so annoyed, Liliana's anger, on the other hand, was also endless. Speaking in an angry huff, she announced that she'd come up with a new song titled The Avant-Garde Master of Life and Death, causing Beatrice to furrow her brow. Man in white, Liliana-chan, please forgive the young master.
Liliana, I understand.
Although it took a long of time to understand, Liliana had finally been talked down. Subaru's interference had rendered a smooth-sailing negotiation utterly fruitless. Subaru, in other words, Liliana is a rabid fangirl, and is obsessed with us.
Kiritaka knew and wanted to keep us from stealing her.
That was the point of the third condition? Otto, and just as I was about to have the deal tied down, Natsuki-san had to come ruin everything.
I finally understand now.
Does having you around do any good for anyone? Subaru, I acknowledge that this was my fault, but who would have thought that after getting seasick things would turn out like this?
That's hardly something I had any control over.
Otto could not hide his dissatisfaction at the result of the negotiations. Subaru spoke lightly, but he was also hardly satisfied, having taken a blow from Kiritaka's magical stone, and realizing that negotiations tomorrow would be incredibly difficult based on Kiritaka's angry tone. Emilia, Aura, please don't be so angry, Otto-kun. Subaru didn't do this on purpose, these things just happen sometimes.
Subaru, that's right. Keep going, Emilia-tan.
Emilia, Subaru, I also have something to say to you.
You shouldn't have been so loud with Liliana-san today. We were the guests there, so we definitely troubled them a lot.
Subaru, yes, I'm sorry. Subaru bowed his head in an apology, and Emilia nodded a very good. Otto gave a helpless sigh as he watched his master's hopeless attitude. Otto, anyway, today's negotiations have ended here, so we should be getting back to the Water Plumage Pavilion.
However, I have something to attend to first. So, I'll meet back with everyone later. Subaru, something to attend to?
At his unexpected words, everyone turned to Otto, who gestured in the general direction of Muse Company's headquarters. Otto, we've gone out of our way to come to the faraway Pristella, so I'd like to take the time to improve relationships here, although, as for today, it is only necessary for me to go.
There may come a day when Emilia Summer may need to come. If that ever happens, I'll have to trouble you, Emilia Summer.
Emilia, yeah, I understand.
But, why am I not needed today?
Otto, if you show up unannounced, they may be unable to sufficiently welcome you.
We need to be considerate about where you go.
Emilia, yes.
I understand. I'll keep it in mind.
After hearing the Emilia's reply, Otto gave a please go home promptly, as if speaking to a group of children, then disappeared into the depths of 2nd Street. As for Garfield, although he wanted to accompany Otto, he was rejected with please prioritize Emilia Summer. Emilia, so, Subaru, what were you talking about with Liliana-san? Subaru, oh? Is Emilia-tan concerned about me talking to other girls?
I wonder. I'm glad to see this subtle change.
Emilia, no. Don't worry, I just want to see what kind of a person the songstress is. It's okay even if you misunderstand, though.
Subaru, is it better for me to misunderstand, here?
Emilia, as always, naturally and mercilessly cut into Subaru's heart. But, in any case, she gave Subaru a reason to chat with her, so he began to recount his earlier experience. Subaru, at first, when we encountered her in the park, I thought her song was super powerful.
It was an astounding performance, even as the songstress.
Right, Biko? Beatrice, I won't deny this point, in fact.
I don't deny it, I suppose.
Emilia, Beatrice looked so distressed, what happened? Subaru, talent in one area comes at the price of competence in others. Liliana perfectly showcased the meaning of that. Subaru could fully understand Beatrice's distress. Liliana poured her heart and soul into music, and became a rather pitiful girl. Subaru, in short, rather than striving to be an extremely talented person in one area, you should strive to be a mildly successful person all around. Garfield, th is pretty philosophical, Captain. Sayin' her singin' make people think that, must have been amazing.
Subaru, I won't deny it. Speaking of which, meeting Liliana was worth coming up with that conclusion. Everyone decided to return to the inn by foot. If they were to take the waterways again, then Subaru would become seasick again, which would mean leaving him behind. Emilia, like Otto-kun said, it wasn't easy for us to come here,
so I want to take a walk and appreciate these beautiful streets. Rather than having Subaru feel guilty that they were walking for his benefit, Emilia phrased her reasoning as a cute request. Subaru had no complaints, and Garfield and Beatrice did not object. Subaru, if I hadn't been able to accompany Emilia Tan back to the inn, I would have gone mad with worry.
Beatrice, you don't need to worry, in fact.
If we get into trouble, then Betty will place her left hand on a wall, I suppose. Subaru, I think I've already told you about the defects of that method. Garfield, you two don't need to worry, you've got my amazing self's nose. Whether's the smellth the inn or smellth that midget devil, my amazing self remembers it.
Subaru, hair.
Noticing that Garfield used Mimi's scent as an example, Subaru unconsciously gave a malicious chuckle. The little kitten's reaction to Garfield, though surprising and puzzling, was probably nothing other than goodwill. Plus, they were of similar age.
Subaru thought they made a rather good match.
Incidentally, Garfield was still the same, wanting to dedicate himself to Ram.
And Ram just regarded Garfield as a little brother, nothing more. Subaru, in any case, Garfield. You're my little bro, so as a big brother I'm praying for your success in love.
Garfield, wired she some more touchy-feely, Captain?
Well, you're making me feel sick.
Subaru wore an expression of I understand as he patted Garfield on the shoulder.
Garfield cocked his head and laughed, exposing his sharp-toothed grin.
Subaru hoped from the bottom of his heart that the kind, well-intentioned Garfield would find happiness. Emilia, this is really a nice city.
Everything seems so fresh and the people here look so happy. I can't help but feel excited.
Their surroundings seemed to delight Emilia, and, seeing her expression, Subaru felt happy as well. She did have a point, though. The architecture in the city must have taken a great effort to design, and everything functional seemed to serve as artwork.
The icing on the cake was, of course, Pristella's beautiful waterways which doubled as transportation.
Subaru, although the city was built like this, the origins of the design are unknown. Emilia, apparently its construction pushed the limits of technology at the time, because it had something to do with keeping dangerous beasts trapped inside the city.
But that doesn't change its beauty, right?
Emilia stopped at a bridge overlooking the waterway and smiled. Subaru, overtaken by the mood, nodded as if to declare, yeah.
For whatever reason, Subaru had arrived here, at this point.
The results that he'd earned, and the results he was reaching for, as long as they could be reached, nothing else mattered. Because the most important part of anything was not the beginning, but the end.
Subaru, that's what you said, Mom.
Subaru, you mean, if the results are good then everything's okay? Emilia, just now, what did you say? Subaru, I just remembered the magical words that the woman I respect most in the world said to me. The days of those memories were long gone, but even so, Subaru had gained so much courage from them.
It would be impossible to forget them, because the lesson he'd learned from them was something that could not be forgotten.
Natsuki Subaru, today, lived with those memories inside him. Seeing Subaru and Emilia's shared laughter, Garfield and Beatrice waited on the side. Those two were occupied in their own world, and no one could interrupt them.
Even Beatrice recognized this point. Beatrice, he has such a foolish expression on that face of his, in fact.
Garfield, when's a man sharing such a good mood with woman he like, scores he'll act that way.
My amazing self's relieved. Looks the captain's a man.
Beatrice, I wonder what that means, I suppose. Garfield, no, Stat captain surrounds himself with girls too small and too many men. Supposin' he weren't sklows Wemilia summer, some misunderstanding might happen. Beatrice, Subaru is a masculine man, in fact. He's both a man and a pervert, I suppose. He's always willing to randomly touch Betty and Petra, I suppose. Garfield, it's not really nice weight vouch firm, yeah? The two talked at length about Subaru's preferences, and about his reputation of touching girls younger than him. Subaru and Emilia, satisfied with their view of the city of water, did not even hear the irrational dialogue taking place behind them. Emilia, well then, it's about time to go back, Plus, I kinda want to admire the inn again.
Its shape was so odd but interesting.
Subaru, Wafu-style architecture. I also want to see it again, although for different, less charitable reasons than Emilia Tan. Wafu is. Emilia, is that so? Haha, then, we should hurry. Emilia withdrew her hand from the railing, and took a few steps backward with an unexcited smile.
Because she was feeling a bit impatient, she didn't take the time to confirm that there was no one behind her. Emilia,
Whoops. She backed right into a man with a hood who had passing them by.
She stumbled slightly, and the man reached out to steady her.
Emilia, sorry.
I wasn't looking behind me. Subaru, sorry from me too. This child, she's so troublesome. I'll be sure to scold her.
A flustered Emilia apologized to the man wearing in the hood.
Subaru joined her side and bowed his head to the man.
He took care not to call Emilia's name, taking the precaution of keeping people from realizing who she was and causing a commotion in the streets. Of course, the hood that Emilia wore was one that hindered recognition. So, if they made only slight contact with someone, it wouldn't develop into a huge problem.
This time included. This time, I was the careless one.
After all, I was a little distracted by you. Subaru, distracted? The miss that I just bumped into has the silver hair of a beautiful girl, doesn't she? A girl I once wanted to marry had that same hair. Remembering that hair, I didn't avoid you in time. His remark should have seemed urgent, but his voice sounded rather slow and intoxicated. Judging from his voice, the man, dressed in a long robe of the man sounded fairly young.
Hearing him mention marriage, Subaru froze, and immediately judged him as a man who he didn't want near Emilia. Subaru, well, we can consider this a fault from both parties.
Since we've conveyed our apologies, we can both move on now. Emilia, wait, Subaru.
That was a kind of an insincere and apathetic apology.
Subaru, that's fine, no? Emilia. Subaru wanted Emilia to leave, and Emilia herself seemed lost for words.
Seeing their behavior, the man in the hood slowly shook his head. I don't mind. I don't place any anger or blame on you. If you want to leave, feel free to leave. If we are to meet again, fate will provide us with another opportunity. Subaru, that's very true.
Well then, maybe fate will guide us to a future meeting. Accepting the man's poetic farewell, Subaru responded similarly and left with Emilia's hand in his. Subaru stole a quick glance at her. In that moment, for reasons unknown to him, Emilia wore a meaningful expression as she glanced over her shoulder at the man they'd just left. Subaru, sure, my attitude wasn't great, but I wanted to protect my Emilia Tan and get her away from that strange guy. Emilia, right. I genuinely didn't think Subaru's attitude was very nice, since it was my mistake, but that wasn't what I was thinking about. Stopping here, Emilia's eyes reflected her confusion.
However, with a meditative expression and quivering lips, she continued.
Emilia, that person just now, I feel like I've met him before. That's how I felt, but, since his face was hidden, I couldn't be sure. Subaru, someone Emilia Tan knows? Well, I should probably know them as well, Emilia,
But, I don't know. Who was he? Probably because it was still bothering her, Emilia turned around once more. But the figure had disappeared, and she had no idea where he'd gone.
Garfield, yo, Captain. Why ya lookin' nervous clinging to Emilia Summer's hand? Was ya afraid someone gonna steal her? Seeing Subaru and Emilia emerging from the bridge, Garfield approached them, and Subaru stuck his tongue out at him.
Subaru, idiot, this is no time for games. If there's some strange guy hanging around, you have to show up to help.
If it's an opponent that I can't handle, then Emilia Tan would be in danger. Garfield, suppose that happened, then you'd protect her with your life.
Makes Captain a man.
Subaru, If I acted as a shield, then maybe I could take one hit.
Then if the enemy kept going, we'd be in trouble. I have no confidence in my endurance, both physically and mentally.
Hearing Subaru's humble evaluation of himself, Garfield laughed. He doubtlessly believed that Subaru was just humble, but, to Subaru, it was indeed a proper evaluation. It was perhaps better to say that Garfield overestimated Subaru.
Garfield, no cause it worry. If my amazing self thinks some bastards tryin' to attack you, they'll be sent flyin', no doubt about.
Sides, th guy didn't move like he knew how to fight. Was June regular guy, one who didn't know no martial arts. Subaru, you can tell that?
Garfield, Jews be lookin'.
Scene also tellth captain likes to swing swords around.
My amazing self could tell soon as you moved your wrists.
Subaru, really?
That sounds like some kind of magic trick.
Subaru had never told Garfield of his high school experience with kendo. Subaru had already realized that his so-called skill would be of no use in this world.
But his exercise bore traces, which the knowledgeable practitioners of this world could apparently see.
Subaru, having said that, are you still worried, Emilia-tan? Subaru put these thoughts to one side and spoke to Emilia, who was still gazing around, before giving up with a shake of her head.
Emilia, it's okay.
Sorry to trouble you. Let's go back.
Subaru, well, when we get back, make sure to hug Mimi for a while to make you feel better. Oops, I'll be hugging you though, Eco, so there's no need to be worried. Beatrice, Betty hasn't said anything yet, I suppose. Hearing Beatrice's complaints and Subaru's proud expression, Emilia laughed.
Then, covering her mouth, she replied.
Emilia, that's true, holding Mimi does seem to be very comforting.
I'll be sure to do that.
As Emilia spoke, she checked her surroundings once again, then dropped her uneasy gaze in exchange for a smile.
I see. Now I understand the meaning.
A man spoke into the cuff of his coat, the man in the hood from earlier.
Recalling the girl he'd just come in contact with, his mouth curled into a smile that gave of a miserable feeling.
I went out of my way to come here.
If it had been for nothing, then I couldn't let it go as if nothing had happened. Since this is a special reward, this is another matter.
The words themselves were mild, but the voice which had announced them was feverishly sticky. It was as though the feeling had been cooked in a sticky pot, and then had been left out under the sun and the moon.
The feeling held that kind of unpleasantness.
I will never let go of anything I own, and I want what I own to be perfectly suited for me.
Since I am perfect, I have to be continually satisfied. So, feeling a vacancy would, of course, be unsatisfying. The man spoke as he raised his head. At that moment, his hood fell, revealing white hair.
With the wind swaying his white hair, the slightly unhappy man announced. I must make her my 79th wife, to satisfy that vacancy.
In the city of water, the white-haired devil spoke in a voice full of derision.